Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Mushoku Tensei as Rudeus Greyrat. Let the tale begin. Chapter 172, Things to Prepare Before Marriage 3. After a quick farewell to everyone in the other timeline, I grabbed everyone and brought us back to our world. Although I wanted to meet a few more people, and while Sylphie and Roxy in that time were insisting we stay a bit longer, we had to get going. There wouldn't be any problems in terms of time adjustments or paradoxes, since it was definitely a parallel timeline. But I had a feeling that the being W in that timeline would notice something was wrong. And I would rather not find out if they would be able to communicate or do a fusion dance to ruin my life. So, back home we went. I stepped through the portal first, opening the way for everyone else to follow behind me. It looked like night had fallen. However, it seemed like it wasn't because of a time synchronization or ratio thing. I think it was more because I missed the target a bit on the warp back. First time operating parallel worlds, after all. Still, we made it to right timeline. I think. There wasn't anyone outside, but I could see that there were people inside our house. Before I worried about it too much though, two white blurs emerged. Orsted and Pierre. I stepped forward, leaving the portal behind me open for the others to come through. After that, I waved at Orsted and Pierre. Yo! Things all good on this end? Orsted nodded. After the disturbance, Pierre and I secured the perimeter. He frowned and said, though the fact that we could not follow you. Was it the intervention of being W? I shook my head. No. I think it's more like the world doesn't permit two of the same people to be in the same time as each other. Pierre frowned. Strange. I'm a unique existence, so I should be allowed. Maybe you're too unique? Pierre's frown deepened. I shrugged. At that time, the portal behind me flared up and then spat out Stella. She tumbled on the ground and landed with a flop. After that, she moaned and stood up, clutching her head. You need to warn me next time, Oni I blurred. She doubled over and then started spitting up rainbows. I cleaned up her mess and then conjured her a lemonade to calm her stomach down. I'll remember next time, Stella. Stella grumbled and then walked to the side and plopped herself down, sipping on the lemonade. I smiled and patted her head. The portal rippled and then Dad jumped out, doing a flip. After landing on the ground, he pumped a fist in the air and said, "Huh. I knew I'd get the hang of it after one go." The portal rippled again and then Mom and Mama Lily walked out after him. Dad looked back and said, "I'm surprised you two are fine though." Mom shrugged and raised her hand, showing off her bracelet. Our lovely son has thought of everything. Mama Lily nodded and looked towards me, smiling. I coughed and averted my gaze. It seemed like there was some benefits to my edgy and paranoid past. Still wished I didn't have to go through it, but we look at the silver linings here. There was a flurry of activity from inside the house, and then the doors flung open. Norn and Aisha rushed out, followed by Aina, Eos, and Roland. Norn looked around and said, "Pierre, Mr. Orsted, is Big Brother dash." She froze. Mom saw her and froze as well before letting out a teary-eyed smile. "Mommy." Norn stepped forward, hesitant. Mom held out her arms. Norn started tearing up and then ran to give Mom a hug. Mom hugged her back and whispered, "You're so big now." Norn sniffed and said, "And Mommy's the same." I watched their interaction and let out a relieved sigh. A scene that Rudeus never managed to accomplish. But something that I did. Mother. Aisha stepped forward, staring at Mama Lily with wide eyes. Mama Lily looked at Aisha and then let out a deep sigh. She walked towards Aisha and placed her hand on Aisha's cheek. With a sad smile, she said, "To think I missed the cute days of my little girl." Aisha started tearing up and then hugged Mama Lily. I watched it with a warm smile and then moved off to the side. Orsted glanced at me and then said, "It seems that everything resolved peacefully." He nodded and said, "I will take my leave. Once again, congratulations." After that, he walked off. Pierre glanced after Orsted and then said, "I'll be heading off too then." He waved and left. And then it was just me and my family. The portal rippled one last time and then Roxy, Aerie, Sylphie, and Rika stepped out. Roxy looked around with an approving nod. Although the timing is slightly off, it only took one jump. It appears that returning to our time is easier than departing for another. Aerie held her stomach and winced, her face a bit pale. "Says you. I still feel sick to my stomach." Sylphie laughed and said, "That's because you've always had a weak stomach, Aerie." Aerie glared at Sylphie and said, "Because of you. I still get nightmares from all the times you dragged me to fly through the air as a kid." Sylphie stuck her tongue out at Aerie. Aerie rolled her eyes. Rika adjusted her dress and said, "This has been a wonderful reunion. However, there is a multitude of tasks left to attend back in Arcadia." She glanced over at me and nodded. "Enjoy your time with your family, Rudy." I frowned and said, "You can stick around if you want, Rika. There's no need to dash." "It's fine." Rika started walking off towards the anywhere door back to Arcadia and said, "Best wishes." I sighed. Another commotion occurred in the house, and then Laws, Rose, Uncle Philip, and Aunt Hilda ran out. Then when they saw Mom and Mama Lily, the waterworks started. In short, it was a giant mess. Now to convince everyone to calm down, get some rest, and then get back together in the morning to sort things out. L.4 foot. It's quite the gamble. Far above the human realm, a man with flowing silver hair and pure green eyes gazed down at the world from the moon. A die with only one visible face, suspended in an infinite void. Staring at that, the man muttered, "God does not play dice with the universe, even if the world appears to be a single die." The man kicked off the ground and turned around to stare at the golden sun. But men do. The sun doesn't move. Even so, it seemed as if something was peering back. The man pulled out a small pendant from his tattered white cloak and stared at the worn image inside. After a moment, he sighed and tucked it away. "All will fall into place in time." Letting out a bitter smile, he said, "That's just what you wanted, isn't it?" Silence. Nothing but the infinite void of space. The man stared at the sun for a moment longer and then shook his head, sinking back to the moon. Afterwards, he walked off, vanishing into the void. Chapter 173, Side Quests. Wedding preparations were complete. I had a house, I had rescued Mom and Mama Lily, I had introduced my future wives to my parents, and gotten scolded, and my sisters approved. The only thing left to do was to actually go through with the weddings. I had wanted to space the weddings out over the course of the next year, but my lovely fiancés weren't as patient as I was. After seeing Aerie try out wedding gowns, Sylphie demanded to get married soon too. And after that, Rika said that it was important to secure the line of succession and a legitimate rule in Arcadia, so we had to get married soon as well. And then Roxy saw everyone else piling in on me and said she needed to get married soon too, or else she wouldn't be able to show her face in Sharia anymore since she got shown up by all these other women. Considering that she was marrying me after 3 other wives, I thought it would already be a big reputation hit. But Roxy said she could spin it as her being so attractive she won me over even after marrying 3 beautiful wives, so it was fine. Not sure how that logic checked out, but if Roxy said so, it must be the case. And so, due to my lovely fiancés, the next month's schedule was set in stone. We had a week to prep for Aries' wedding reception. But then the week after that would be Sylphie's. The week after that we'd have to take a trip to Arcadia for a grand reception for Rika. And then we'd come back to Sharia for the biggest wedding reception Roxy could plan at the end of the month. Or in other words, Roxy was taking a whole month to prep for a giant wedding ceremony, Rika was taking 3 weeks for that, and I'd be doing practically shotgun weddings with both Aerie and Sylphie. I tried to talk them into rescheduling, but Aerie was adamant about me putting a ring on her before any other crazy things could happen, and Sylphie wanted babies. Considering the latter was going to jump me anyway, I managed to talk her down into waiting at least a couple weeks to be legally married. And so it was that I was sitting at my desk in the Magic Academy doing logistics while my automated grading system sorted out my students' papers. Man, were magical runes useful when combined with programming logic and self-learning modules. But let's see. What else needs to be tied up before I tie the knot myself? Orsted and Pierre worked double time to sync up the world's flow of time and clean up the distortions, so intercontinental travel was possible again. Kind of. There was still the issue about random overpowered monster all over the place, but assuming that was resolved, people could travel between continents now. To make things easier, I had set up some anywhere doors for people to cross between continents, but that was just a temporary solution. Still, it worked, so we could call it mostly fixed. That aside, everyone I knew here in Sharia right not to prep for the weddings. Laws and Rose were here, having an emotional reunion with Grandma Rostalina and her new baby girl, Lunaria. That was still a weird thought. Grandma Rostalina. Then Lunaria would be my aunt? I guess it's just about as weird for Stella and my daughters though. Anyway, Aries' parents were here too. Uncle Philip and Aunt Hilda were hopping back and forth, chatting with Ari and prepping her for everything that came with being a bride. I was a bit worried about what exactly those preparations entailed considering I saw a few suspect materials being handed over by Aunt Hilda, but I decided it was better for my sanity to ignore that. Mom and Mama Lily were spoiling Norn, Aisha, and Stella Silie. They were also getting to know Ina, Eos, and Roland, dragging them all around to shop and explore Sharia every chance available. The kids all seemed to enjoy it though, so it worked out nicely. Well, except for Stella, who seemed a bit exasperated at being treated like a baby by Mom and Mama Lily. Dad was on a timeout from both the bedroom and the house by Mom and Mama Lily. They both held him responsible for the fact that I was marrying not just multiple wives, but 4. Double what Dad did. Honestly, I thought it was a bit unfair. It wasn't really Dad's fault that I ended up with 4 fiancées. The plan was always just Ari and Sylphie, but well, things got out of hand quickly. Dad seemed to be fine with it though. In fact, he told me that he was proud that I was not only taking proper responsibility in all, but that I had now surpassed him in the most important ways possible. Actually, I think I was getting why Mom and Mama Lily put him on a timeout now. A clock ticked in the distance. Papers shuffled as the auto-grader flipped through the students' essays. I didn't really have much to do, so I twiddled my thumbs a bit and thought about what I should do for the weddings. Maybe start working on a proper wedding guest list? I didn't have that many friends though. There was Rudyard. Cliff kinda counted. The White Knights definitely didn't. Huh. Was this where the whole kings don't have friends trope came from? It really is hard to make friends when you're busy working on building a country, taking care of your family, and dealing with a homicidal god who's perfectly fine with the world as collateral damage. Well, at least I had my wives. A knock echoed on my door. After that, Aisha's voice called out. Rue? May I come in? I waved my hand, opening my door. After that, I smiled and said, Come in, Ai-chan. Always have time for my cute little sister. Aisha walked in and took a look around my office. She was wearing her academy uniform, so it looked like she just got off from classes. Wait, it was the weekend. Man, time really was an illusion. Aisha walked over to stand in front of my desk and then glanced at the self-grading papers. She frowned and said, Are you even properly grading our work? Of course. I nodded and waved at the papers. This is a self-contained system with learning modules that I paused and said, on second thought, you probably wouldn't understand. There was a lot of background context involving converting semantic knowledge, statistical analysis of sets of information, recursive feedback loops. Enough to cover a whole semester's worth of content. I really didn't feel up for it right now, especially considering the gleam I was seeing in Aisha's eyes. Definitely would be here for hours if I dove too deep into it. Aisha puffed her chest out and said, Try me. I'm the student council and honor student of Renoa Magic Academy for a reason, Rue. I laugh and reach out to pat her head. Maybe some other time, Ai-chan. Aisha blushed and then stepped away. Stop doing that. I'm not a kid anymore. I laugh and say, you and Stella react the same way. It's kind of funny. But you know? I let out a soft smile and said, you, Stella, and Norn will always be my cute baby sisters, no matter how big you get. Aisha stared at me and then sighed. I frowned. What? Aisha shook her head and said, you are going to be in so much trouble when you have daughters, Rue. Probably. I got up from my chair and stretched. But that's a problem for future me. But anyway, what brings you here? And all dressed up too? Aisha coughed and her ears turned red. I just want to spend a bit of time with my older brother. She glanced at me and said, I think I'm overdue for some time with you, right? And it isn't fair that you spend so much time with Stella and Norn. I frowned and did a quick mental calculation of the time I spent with my sisters. No, I definitely spent an equal amount with them all. But if Aisha is acting like this... Stella's been bragging again, hasn't she? My cute little Amudo has been recently getting into the habit of flexing the fact that she grew up and spent her childhood with me to tease her big sisters. It seemed like it was finally starting to get a bit on Aisha's nerves. And case in point. Aisha's face turned a bright red and she said, and no. It's not like I'm jealous or anything. She coughed and said, I just want to know more about my big brother. She lowered her gaze and said, unlike Norn, I don't remember much about those days. Oh right. I took it for granted that Norn remembered, and Stella was Stella. But Aisha had been a toddler. Plus, unlike Norn, she didn't have any of her parents to rely on. Or any of her family actually. I could see how that would take a toll on her memory at such a young age. Aisha looked up and said, is it no good? I walked around to pat her head and said, of course I'll spend some time with you. I haven't had a chance to catch up with my cute little sister either, you know? Aisha stepped back and pouted, fixing her hair. Could you stop that? It'd take a lot of time to fix up my hair, you know? I smiled and held up my hands. Fine, fine. After making sure my papers were set up, and that the system with my pre-prepared lectures was rendering my videos properly. Actually, could you call it rendering if it was more projecting a lifelike hologram that gave the illusion I was teaching a class? Food for thought. But anyway, after making sure those systems and magic formations were good to go, I looked at Aisha and said, so where does my cute little AI-chan want to visit today? Aisha let out a sigh and said, why are you so flirty all the time? Huh. Never mind. Aisha shook her head and said, there's this cafe I wanted to visit. It's quiet and has good sandwiches and dessert. Sounds good to me. I waved my hand in a sweeping gesture towards the door and said, after you, milady. Really, way too flirty. No wonder you're getting married 4 times in a row. Aisha shook her head again and walked out of the office. I cleared my throat and followed after her. Aisha felt weirdly shy today. Not embarrassed, but hesitant? Reserved? It was hard for her to pin down that particular emotion. It was definitely different from the morbid embarrassment she had when Rui revealed that he was her classroom teacher though. Heavens, the number of questions she had that day. Right now, Aisha and her older brother were walking down the main street towards the commercial district. Aisha was taking the lead, as her older brother requested. But that was still strange to think about. Older brother, and the name Rui. It was nostalgic. Aisha had to admit that calling Rudy by Rui or by older brother made her feel safe and content. It also reminded her a bit of summery fun days in the sun. But it was just the feeling. Aisha still couldn't remember anything from her childhood days. The earliest she remembered was clinging to her wand, which was apparently Rudy's childhood wand, and following Roxy and big sister Sylphie around. She had always heard stories about her older brother from them, but they were so ridiculous that Aisha found it hard to believe. And yet, now that she had been around her older brother so long now, Aisha took a sneaky look back at Rudy with the corner of her eyes. An objectively handsome face. A relaxed smile, but paired with a confident atmosphere. Intense green eyes that seemed to see through everything, but ones that were contrasted by messy and wispy light brown hair. An objectively cool person. Aisha hated to admit it, but her older brother was even cooler than what big sis Sylphie and Roxy said in the past. Is something wrong, Aisha? Aisha flinched and then realized that Rudy had noticed her staring. She coughed and said, "And no?" "Oh good." He reached up to fiddle with his hair and said, "I thought my hair dye malfunctioned or something." Aisha blinked. Hair dye? Malfunction? How does a hair dye malfunction? Doesn't it just stain the hair? Rudy nodded and said, "I'm sure you've seen it, but my hair is actually white from Mana strain. When I'm out and about in public though, I usually dye it brown to make it look more natural." He paused and said, "My hair is still brown, right? Not some weird like red or something?" Aisha shook her head. "No. It's still brown." "Good, good." Rudy nodded and said, "Then I guess you're just sneaking glances because you've noticed how cool your big brother is?" Aisha puffed her cheeks and then spun around to kick Rudy's leg. "Stop OW." She knelt down to massage her foot and glared at Rudy. "What the heck are you made of?" Rudy chuckled and said, "Complicated question there, but nothing a person can't achieve with enough knowledge and training." He reached over to heal Aisha and then said, "Still, you haven't grown out of your little gremlin phase, huh?" Aisha hopped back to her feet and said, "I am not little, nor am I a gremlin. In fact, I will have you know that I'm only a few years away from becoming a full-fledged adult." Rudy paused and then let out a bitter smile. "That's right. AI-chan's almost a proper adult now, huh? Just in the blink of an eye." Aisha didn't know how to respond to that. She felt a bit weird seeing Rudy's expression, so she looked away and started walking again. "Anyway, we're almost there." Rudy followed after Aisha and said, "Where exactly are we going anyway?" Aisha glanced back and said, "Lost Index. Like I said, it's a cafe with good sandwiches and desserts. It's also pretty popular for the fact that it has stories you can check out and read while you're there, Aisha paused and then realized that Rudy had stopped following her at some point. Rue? Rudy had stopped in front of a nondescript shop with an unmarked sign. Staring at it, he frowned and said, "Hey Aisha. Do you know what kind of shop this is?" Aisha walked back and took a closer look. Seeing the unmarked signs, she nodded and said, "That should be a slave shop. Big sis Roxy never let me visit one, but it should be where you can buy people you need." People you need, huh? That's a pretty way of dressing that up. Rudy frowned and said, "Still, when the world's like this, they're still in business?" Rue? Aisha tilted her head. "Is something wrong?" Rudy tapped his fingers on his leg and said, "I could ignore this. But since she reacted like that, and I also have the power to fix it too." Aisha was starting to get a bad feeling. Her instincts were telling her something was about to go down. Big brother, I think that we should dash." Rudy patted Aisha's shoulder and said, "Wait here. I'll be right back Actually." He snapped his fingers. Light flickered and bent. And then a beautiful female knight with short pink hair appeared. Sticking out 2 fingers to the side of her face, she winked and said, "Yahoo, it's been a while, Master Rudy." "Yeah? Wait. Did her older brother just casually summon a person from somewhere else?" "No, Mom explained that he visited a whole different timeline to rescue them, so it was within the scope of things. But still, that didn't abide by any of the laws of metastasis or summoning magic. There was barely any mana usage, no incantations, no fluctuations of any kind. Keep an eye on Aisha here for a bit. I'm going to do some cleaning." Aisha blinked and then realized Rudy was already walking away. Wait. She ran after him and grabbed his hand. "I'm coming too." Rudy paused and then looked at her. It's going to be pretty disturbing in there. Dark stuff. Aisha frowned and said, I told you, I'm not a child. Rudy stared at her for a while and then sighed. Right. My cute baby sister has grown up. He looked up at the sky, thinking. But then he nodded and said, fine. It might get ugly though. He looked back at Aisha and said, by the way, do you know a bit about this city and kingdom? Aisha blinked. Yes. Okay. Rudy nodded and said, hypothetically, what would happen if I destroyed the slave industry here? Would the entire kingdom declare war against me? Obviously. Aisha frowned and said, slavery is an integral part of the Renoa kingdom's economy. Not to mention that it's a core trade with the Azura kingdom. In terms of morality, I can see the concern, but it would be more harm by removing the income and negatively affecting the kingdom's economy, wouldn't it? Rudy stared at Aisha for a long while. Aisha frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable by the intense gaze. And then Rudy sighed. Okay, I get what Dad was trying to teach me back then now. Really isn't too good being too rational and objective. Huh? Rudy cracked his neck and said, well, whatever. I can actually blame this on Dad this time. He walked towards the building and said, keep an eye on Aisha, Astolfo. Got it, boss. Wait. Aisha looked at Rudy and then the shop and said, you aren't seriously dash. Bang. Open up. This is the order of the temple. We've come in the name of Meles to demolish this obscene practice. Astolfo giggled, and then started cackling when a platoon of knights in blue armor and the emblem of Meles appeared behind Rudy. Oh dear heavens above. Aisha stared at Rudy marching in with the knights and said, he's serious about this. Astolfo patted Aisha's shoulder and said, boss is always serious. Now, come on. Let's go see him being cool. Wait a minute, Miss Astolfo. I really don't think this is a good Chapter 174, The Sisters' Thoughts. A boutique clothing store in Sharia's commercial district. Standing in front of a mirror, Stella suddenly paused and then turned around, looking into the distance. Zenith noticed and frowned. Is something wrong, Stella? Stella puffed her cheeks and said, Onii-chan is causing trouble again. Lilia frowned and said, women trouble, or regular trouble? Stella paused. Regular trouble. I think. She couldn't exactly see, hear, or sense what Onii-chan was doing. But Stella had been around him enough that she kind of had a sixth sense for when he was doing ridiculous stuff in the background again. Ah. Lilia nodded and then said, then it's fine. Stella sighed. I just wish Onii-chan could be normal. Zenith tidied up Stella's hair with a ribbon and then said, don't we all? But anyway, what do you think, Stella? Stella stared at her reflection. The latest dress her mother had stuffed her into was a fluffy white dress with red frills. Stella had to admit that it looked cute and pretty. But it was also really flamboyant. Why can't I just wear a normal white dress for Eri-ne-chan's wedding? Zenith stepped back and gave Stella a once-over before letting out a satisfied smile. After that, she said, that's because each dress has to be special for each of your big sisters, and also because your big brother gave us an unlimited budget. She placed her hand on her cheek and said, it's nice to be able to spend money like this again. Right. Stella glanced in the corner where Eos and Aina were twisting and turning, looking at their dresses. Then she looked at poor Roland standing by the entrance and already lugging 4 bags of clothes. Eos eventually looked up and said, gee grandmother, is this fine? She lightly tugged on her form-fitting white dress and then fiddled with the red roses embroidered on her sleeves. I think this is a bit too much. Zenith walked over and said, be more confident, Eos. She puffed out her chest and said, you've inherited the best parts from me, so you've got to strut it. Just like your older sister there. Aina flinched and then crossed her arms over her chest. I agree with Eos. This. People will stare. Zenith pouted. But you're so cute. Stella stepped away from the mirror and then said, you shouldn't force them, Mom. You don't want them to hate you like Dad, right? Zenith paused and then let out a long sigh. But they're so pretty. She frowned and said, I should give Rudy a piece of my mind. Having two beautiful daughters who don't know how to dress up at all. Lilia walked over to Eos to help her change out of the dress and said, well, neither of us truly dressed up in the past as well. That's because our dear husband didn't know how to manage or make money very well. Zenith crossed her arms and said, Rudy could drown the Azura kingdom in riches, so his daughters should look the part. Stella muttered, Onii-chan could definitely drown the Azura kingdom in more ways than one. If he was feeling biblical, a giant flood. If a bit pragmatic, crashing the economy by literally printing gold. Or if he was just a bit more of a proper harem cheat isekai protagonist. Yeah. Good thing Onii-chan had standards, morals, and values. Lilia helped Eos slip back into the Survey Corps uniform that Eos liked wearing. After that, Lilia looked over at Zenith and said, isn't it better to raise children to appreciate what they have instead? Rudy seems to have done a wonderful job of that. Stella paused to think about it. Mama Lily made a good point. While Eos definitely trolled her subordinates a bit and Aina was a bit airheaded, they were far from being spoiled brats. And just thinking about herself, Stella remembered that Rudy made sure she never wanted for anything. Not only that, but he talked with her, kept her happy, sang lullabies to keep her mood up. Huh. Onii-chan would make a great father, actually. No, he already was a great father. And a great father figure too. Better than Paul at least. Paul. Come to think of it, wasn't there another guy named Paul that people hated in the American comics or something too? Wait. Oh no. She was starting to do tangents like Onii-chan now. Focus, Stella. Aina smiled and said, Daddy did a great job at that. And he also always gave us gifts when we wanted them and worked to get them. Like this. She reached into thin air and then pulled out an ominous dark orb emitting black light. Wait, black light? Stella blinked and then stared at the almost reality-bending object Aina was holding. Sis! Eos snapped at Aina and said, put that away. Aina frowned and said, but I want to show it to Grandma. Zenith stared at the orb, her eyes struggling to focus. What is that? Aina let out a bright smile and said, it's the soul stone from a Greater Lich Daddy found in a distortion dungeon. I've always wanted to try and learn dark magic, so Daddy got it for me after I helped him save a lot of people. Eos walked over and then grabbed the orb from Aina before shoving it into thin air. The space rippled for a bit, and then the orb vanished. Aina pouted. What was that for? Eos sighed and said, did you forget that Dad said it was dangerous to pull out around other people? Aina blinked and then blushed. Oops. Right. He did say that, tee. Stella bit her tongue. Must not say joke. Zenith shook her head. Rudy still gives out ridiculous gifts, I see. Lilia paused and placed a hand on her chin. That's true. But, does this not mean that the weddings will be completely and utterly outlandish in scale? Stella froze. That was a good point. Stella could already imagine it. An altar floating in the infinite expanse of space. Phoenixes flying in the background to celebrate the marriage. And then stars exploding in supernovas for fireworks. Stella started to sweat and then said, it won't be that bad though, right? The bride plans the wedding ceremony. Right? Oh! Zenith nodded and said, that's true. She laughed and patted Stella's head. My cute baby girl is smart too, isn't she? Stella puffed her cheeks and said, I don't like head pats. Huh? Zenith tilted her head. But I see Rudy give you head pats all the time. Onii-chan is different. Lilia smiled at the interaction. But then she tilted her head, as if suddenly remembering something. Aries' wedding should be fairly standard. perhaps a bit opulent due to Philip and Hilda being nobles. But Sylphie, considering her ability with magic, Stella could already see it. A castle made of ice. Sylphie, walking down with a dress woven from unmelting snow. Maybe even an artificially created biome. Stella was never going to have a normal life after this, was she? Zenith hummed and said, it should be fine. Laws and Rose are more reasonable, so they should stop her. But she let out a sigh and said, I'm worried about us later down the line. Stella here is still a baby dash. I am not. But there's only a few more years for Norn and Aisha. When that happens, hubby and Rudy are going to go off the walls preparing for it. Lilia nodded and then said, it's fortunate then that there's still some time for us to convince Rudy. It will be a few years yet before any wedding proposals happen for any of the girls, so dash. Anna raised her hand. I've already been proposed to, though? Silence. Zenith slowly turned to look at her. Stella blinked and then remembered. Oh yeah. Mr. Cliff did do that. And Oniai-chan seemed to approve of the guy. But since the guy was practically the Pope now too. The silence grew tense. But then an explosion erupted in the distance. Immediately after, Aisha's voice cut through the air. Did you have to blow it up? Rudy's voice echoed after that and he said, in the name of St. Mealy's, we will punish you. Prepare yourselves, evildoers. Rudeus noticed Greyrat. That's my name, Ai-chan. Don't wear it out. You're making me insane. At least I'm not making you a scion. What nonsense are you spewing now? Stella facepalmed. It's always something. Always something. RNG. It was fun at least, right? I sipped on a fruit smoothie and smiled. Nothing you'll be forgetting anytime soon. Aisha pouted and munched on her sandwich. I hate you. And when were you going to say that you're a big shot in the Mealy's religion? She set her sandwich down and wiped her mouth with a napkin. After that, she frowned and said, summoning the order of the temple like that. You've to be the cardinal or something equivalent, don't you? Something like that, yeah. I had a feeling that she'd faint if I said people thought I was Mealy's reincarnated, so I kept it vague for now. We were in that cafe Aisha wanted to visit. It was a pretty neat place. The building itself was pretty big, but there were lots of bookshelves, so the dining area paired with the place you ordered food was pretty small and cozy. There also weren't many people around, though that was probably because the main customers here were teenagers who ran off at the first exciting thing they saw. It seemed like Aisha was enjoying the peace and silence though after all that mayhem. It was a bit unfortunate, but I couldn't just leave those slave markets around. Knowing Stella, my cute Amuto would get herself into a boatload of trouble again after trying to play a hero. As the responsible older brother, I had to clear out the more dangerous side quests ahead of time for her. Plus, I had to emphasize to Aisha that certain things shouldn't exist. Slavery was one of those things. Interns were okay, but slavery and human trafficking were no good. The commoditization of lives always ended up leading to the most corrupt of individuals hiding in the shadows and innocent people vanishing from the face of the world. Which reminded me that I needed to double-check with Orsted about how exactly he cleaned up the Azura Kingdom. He was a guy who protected children and valued them, so he probably dealt with most of the scum there, but it was good to double-check. Since I was practically head of a zealous religious organization, I might as well start resolving various humanitarian crises while I was at it. Double down or go home were the only real options here, and I hadn't lost yet when doubling down. Well, other than all the weddings and wives I'd be dealing with in the near future, but whether that was a complete loss or an absolute victory was still in the air. Aisha sighed and then stuck a straw into a milkshake she ordered, slowly stirring it. It was surprisingly modern. The cup was even made of a weird plasticky material. Sufficiently advanced technology really was indistinguishable from magic, and vice versa. Aisha took a sip from her milkshake and said, whatever. I suppose I'll simply accept that my older brother is an over-the-top and flashy force of nature. She sighed and said, it will make it easier for me to fend off pushy suitors anyway. I narrowed my eyes. Pushy suitors? Aisha nodded. Yes. There are some annoying guys who dash. She paused and then stared at me. Rue. No. What? I grabbed my fruit smoothie and took a sip. I'm not going to do anything to them. Just asking some questions. Aisha pursed her lips and then said, I'll hate you forever. TCH. I looked away and said, you're lucky I'm weak to guilt trips. Aisha rolled her eyes and said, that's about the only thing you're weak to. But speaking of guilt trips. She let out a sly smile and said, when are we celebrating my birthday? Norn keeps gushing about how fun her party in Arcadia was. I started to sweat. All right. Your birthday party. I knew this would come back to bite me. Can we wait until after I get married? It would be great to not have to think about planning a birthday party for my sister and all the weddings. Not to mention family planning, sorting out endgame plans against being yeah. I would really appreciate that. Aisha rolled her eyes and took another bite from her sandwich. After swallowing, she said, that's obvious. But don't wait too long. It's a bit sad, you know? She lowered her gaze and said, out of all your sisters, I'm the only one who was left out. Is it because I'm just your half-sister? I immediately get up to hug her and said, that's not true. No matter what anyone says, you're still my precious baby sister, just like Norn and Stella. Aisha hugged me back and said, thanks, Rue. Then, can you make me a new one with expensive and high-carat gemstones for me to use? I stepped back in shock. And then I flicked Aisha's head and said, you sly young woman. Ow! Aisha rubbed her forehead and said, I need a new wand. My old one is breaking anyway. She reached into her uniform and pulled out a wand. I tried not to think about where she was keeping it and instead focused on the wand itself. It was familiar. A metal container at one end, holding 6 polished gems that looked like spiraling comets in a cage. Originally, a beautiful soft blue mana was woven into it, carefully circulating around tightly knit magic circles. But now, elegant violet mana had replaced it, and the magic circles had been repatterned as well. That was the one that Roxy made me for my 5th birthday. I forgot that Aisha had it. Aisha noticed my reaction and said, you recognize it? Yeah. I nodded and said, it's the one Roxy made me for my 5th birthday. I paused and said, did she or Sylphie never tell you about it? Aisha paused to think and then said, I think they might have at some point. But it's been a while, so I forgot about it. How do you forget about something that belonged to your older brother? Was this karma? Was this because I didn't pay as much attention to her when I was younger, despite being close to Mama Lily? From what the biography said, as well as the memories I had of Rudeus, Aisha practically worshipped him in an almost unhealthy way. Meanwhile, Norn wasn't as close. Here, it was the opposite for me. Norn liked me a lot, but Aisha was a bit aloof and cold. Rue? Aisha tilted her head. I sighed and then put on a serious expression. Don't worry, Aisha. I'll make the best wand you could ever hope for. And I promise that I'll be a better big brother from now on. Aisha's ears turned red and she averted her gaze. You don't need to do that. It just makes it seem like I'm using you to get me things. I pat her head and said, that's what big brothers are for. If there's anything my cute baby sister needs, I'll get it for you. Aisha huffed and said, I'm not helpless, Rue. There's no need for that. I laughed and said, of course. Ai-chan's growing up to be a strong and independent young woman. Aisha rolled her eyes and said, sit back down and finish your smoothie already. I chuckled and did as she said. There's a comfortable silence between us. But eventually, Aisha frowned and said, hey, Rue. I sensed the strange mood and said, yes, Aisha? She looked up at me and frowned. Biting her lips, she hesitated for a moment. But then she said, on that day. If you had to choose to save one of us, me, Stella, or Norn, who would you choose? All of you. Aisha glared at me and said, take it seriously. I am taking it seriously. I stared at her and said, I wouldn't choose. I'd save all of you. But what if you couldn't? Aisha looked at me, her eyes filled with an unreadable emotion, and said, what if it had to be one of us? I know you had to save Stella, but if there hadn't been anyone around and you were forced to choose. Ah. I see where this is going. Aisha was a rational person, so she must have been thinking about it non-stop. According to Sylphie and Roxy, her older brother was a genius and a miracle worker. But if so, how come he never showed up? And if he was so great, why did Sylphie and Roxy go through so much trouble? And then, when he finally did show up, how come Aisha was the last person? If he managed to connect with everyone else so easily, why did it take all this time until her older brother finally met her? I could see it. Although Aisha acted tough and was doing a good job rationalizing it, because she was rationalizing it, those facts were eating at her. Aisha looked away and then muttered, never mind. It was a dumb question. I nodded. That really was a dumb question. Aisha looked back to glare at me, her violet eyes starting to glimmer with unshed tears. Before she could say anything though, I said, if I had to choose between saving just one of my baby sisters, I would have killed death itself to drag you all back. Aisha froze, stunned at the sudden response. But then she laughed and wiped away her tears. Idiot. You can't kill death. Of course I can. I leaned back in my chair and crossed my arms, smirking. I'm Rudeus noticed Greyrat, the man who tied with Dragon God Orsted, almost murdered a god with a cheap shot, created a spell to turn back biological clocks, jump through time, and transformed a barren wasteland with toxic mana to a paradise. There's nothing I can't do. Aisha snorted. Her eyes were still a bit red, but she had calmed down a bit. Looking at me, she said, all right then, Mr. Miracle Worker. Then. She hesitated and said, why didn't you come visit? Or send any messages? Even Dad managed to send something. But you were fine and raising Stella, so why? I sighed. That's on me. I let out a bitter smile and said, I took for granted how bright my baby sisters were. Especially you. I reached out with a conjured napkin to clean her tears away and said, you were always a clever little girl, so I had faith that you would be fine with Roxy and Sylphie. Norn was a crybaby, and Stella was an actual baby, so I ended up focusing on them more. Pulling the napkin away, I reached out to pat Aisha's head and said, sorry for not realizing that you needed your big brother too. Aisha was right. I had settled things in Arcadia pretty quickly. And I had the resources to scout out and send messages. After all, I found them the first time with the summoning magic acting like a scrying spell. A little bit more effort, and I could have reassured them. But I didn't. I counted on the fact that Roxy and Sylphie were there for Aisha, and that Dad and Aris were there for Norn. Like a hypocrite, I expected Aisha to be fine because she was a genius and placed her at the back of my mind. It was unforgivable, but it was something that I just had to accept, for better or worse. Aisha stared at me, her face blank. Seeing that, I was reminded of how Mama Lily looked when I first met her. Right when she just started working with us after leaving her terrible job in the Azura Kingdom. A knife of guilt, tearing at my heart. I couldn't say anything. Eventually, Aisha looked away and muttered, you're not lying, right? It's not because I'm your half-sister? I dragged my chair around to her side of the table and then pulled her into a one-armed hug. Of course not. You're my sister, period. Even if the entire world turned against you, I'd be by your side. Wait. I narrowed my eyes and said, have there been people saying that to you? That you're only a half-sister and that's why your family isn't there? Aisha flinched. I narrowed my eyes. Don't tell me there were people who said that you didn't matter because you were the daughter of just a maid and not a real wife? Or that you were a bastard child? Aisha quickly shook her head. Oh, of course not. Anne. She looked away. Even if there were, big sis Roxy handled it. I frowned, but then slowly nodded. True. Master, I mean, Roxy has a worse temper than mine. She would have definitely taken care of those idiots. But I looked at Aisha and said, don't listen to what anyone else says, Aisha. People will misunderstand, but you come from a loving family. Mama Lily and Mom are both my moms, and all my sisters are the same. You aren't some bastard daughter or a homewrecker. In fact, I held out my hand and conjured a crystal. Aisha blinked and said, what's that for? I'm making a call. 1 second. The crystal vibrated for a bit, and then an image of Mom and Mama Lily appeared. Oh my! Mom gasped and said, since when can my bracelet do this, Rudy? Mama Lily looked down at her wrist and said, if these were always possible to be used as communication devices, why did you not do so earlier? I coughed and said, it's a recent development, all right? But anyway. I glanced at Aisha and said, I'm here with Aisha and it seems like she's got some misunderstandings about our family. Mama Lily frowned and then turned to look at Aisha. What kind of misunderstandings? Aisha paled and then looked at me. It's not really a big deal, Rudeus. I interrupted her and said, for some reason, Aisha thinks she was an accident or born from a loveless marriage. And that Mama Lily was just a maid and not part of the family. Aisha pursed her lips. Mom's eyes widened and she said, that's not true at all. Who said that? Mama Lily frowned and said, yes. She looked at Aisha and put on a gentle expression. Aisha. Who told you that? Aisha averted her gaze and muttered, it was an old family friend who said it though. A family friend? I narrowed my eyes. Who? Yeah. Mom shouted and said, which foo dash? Not in public, Zenith. Which asinine idiot lied about that? All of our friends know that Lily's part of the family. Aisha hesitated and then said, but it's a jinx if I say who it is. And I don't want our family to break apart again. Jinx? I scanned through my memories and then said, I see. It's Jisoo. Aisha looked at me and slowly nodded. Yeah. A crash echoed from Mom's side, and then she started yelling. That fucking monkey! I knew it! He was always a shady bastard. Zenny, calm dash. I am calm. Stella's voice suddenly chimed in from the background. Hey! How come I get yelled at if I curse, but when Mom does it dash? Quiet, sweetie. Mommy's not in a good mood. GRK. At that time, Ana's voice echoed. I hear Daddy. Is he there? Hi, Daddy! Io sighed in the background and then said, Sister, please read the room. Roland's voice echoed next and he said, Wait. Did someone mention Jisoo? That traitor? Aisha froze, stunned by the sudden chaos on the other side of the line. Then she turned to look at me. I sighed. Fucking going to tear being a new one, I swear. Chapter 175, The Voice of Reason. And that's why today has been a complete mess, Ari. Rudy let out a deep sigh and said, Why can't I just have a normal and peaceful life enjoying it with family? Aris resisted the urge to laugh. It would be mean, and she was practicing to be a good wife, so. PFT. Rudy clicked his tongue. Glad someone's finding it funny. Aris laughed and shook her head. Sorry, Rudy. It's just. She leaned on the table with her elbows and stared at Rudy's face. It's fun seeing you upset. Ever since Aris met him, Rudy had always been either confident to the level bordering on arrogance, super composed, or murderous. Whatever the case, it was mature to the level where he sometimes didn't seem human. But it was good to see him act up like this every now and then. The two were sharing a private dinner together and unwinding after a long day. Well, more like Rudy grabbed Aris when he got home and claimed to have a chat to talk about the wedding before anyone else could interrupt before warping them off somewhere private. Seriously. Rudy had no common sense. Rudy chuckled and said, I guess it's fair considering how much I used to tease you. Aris pointed a fork at Rudy and said, how much you still tease me. Seriously, do you just like seeing me flustered? Of course. You're so cute when you're flustered, Ari. It's really adorable, you know? Aris blushed and said, save the smooth talk for the altar. Rudy chuckled again and said, fine, fine. But thanks for this, Ari. He let out a deep sigh and said, you're the only one I can rant to who won't either go off the handle or do something crazy, you know? Aris let out a sigh and said, yeah. Somehow I'm the only sane woman here. How did it even end up like this anyway? Of all people, Aris would never have expected to become the voice of reason. Rudy coughed and then took a look around. He threw a few more barriers in place and then leaned forward to whisper. It's a secret, but that's actually why I want to marry you first. Please help keep the others in line. Aris blinked and then puffed her cheeks. Is that something you should be asking your wife before we've even gotten married? Rudy nodded. It's shameless, I know. But I trust you a lot, Ari. Not to mention how you keep me grounded. He paused and said, it's really weird how it worked but that way, but I'm sure without you here I'd have ended up going off the rails sooner or later. I mean, Sylphie's all up for me being a real demon lord, Rika wants me to be a proper emperor, and we have my beloved master Roxy, who I think has seriously lost a few marbles over the years. Aris laughed and said, never say that to any of the others. She paused and said, or let them know that you told me. I love you, Rudy, but I would rather not die before I even see our children. Rudy nodded, but then he paused and said, our children? Aris blushed and said, W what? She looked away and said, as Sylphie's been talking about it, and I've been thinking too, you know? Rudy leaned forward with a sly smile and said, oh yeah? How many were you thinking? Aris felt her face heat up more, but she looked Rudy in the eye and said, a son like you would be nice. But I'd like a daughter I could spoil too. Hearing the serious answer, Rudy blushed and cleared his throat. I'll do my best. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment, but then Rudy cleared his throat and said, anyway. The wedding! He looked at Aris and said, I know that Uncle Philip he paused and said, well I guess it's father-in-law now. Anyway, he said he wanted to handle everything, but is that fine? Aris rolled her eyes. Mom and Dad are being stubborn. She sighed and said, they want to bring Grandpa along to visit and also do a grand banquet here in Sharia to show off our wealth. I told them I just want something small, but they won't listen, not to mention Dad's trying to convince my older and younger brother to come as well. Huh? Rudy blinked and said, you have brothers? Apparently. Aris frowned and said, I was just reminded of that the other day. I actually forgot since I think I only saw them once when I was a kid. Understandable. That was already, what, 13 years ago for you now? 15? He paused and then said, wait. How old are you anyway, Ari? Aris hummed and said, somewhere between 16 and 20. It was hard to keep track of time in a few distortion dungeons. Why? Rudy rubbed his chin and said, I owe you a birthday present too then. And come to think of it, Sylphie too. Oh yeah. And Stella's 5th birthday's coming up soon now too. Aris laughed. What? Aris shook her head and said, only you would be worried about making up for missed birthdays instead of all the other craziness going on in the world. Well, of course. Rudy nodded and said, family is the most important thing you know? Which is why I'm really happy I get to spend time here with my lovely fiancé. Aris reached out to flick Rudy's nose. Keep the flirting down. She looked away, ignoring the heat rising in her cheeks. We've been lucky so far, but we don't want an accident before we get married, do we? Rudy immediately put on a stone-cold expression and said, correct. Absolutely not. Sylphie will go crazy if that happens. Aris shivered just thinking about that. Alright. At that time, a knight in silver armor walked up to their table and delivered their food. Expertly prepared steak, diced potatoes, and lightly sautéed green beans. Aris grabbed her plate of food and said, I still can't believe things like this can be found in the magic continent. Rudy turned up his nose and smiled. Go ahead, praise me more. Aris rolled her eyes and grabbed her silverware. After pulling out a knife, she said, I'm surprised at how much life's changed though. And how much time has passed. She cut into her steak and sighed. I miss the days where we just ran around and had fun all morning long without worrying about anything. Rudy sighed and said, I miss it too. He grabbed his own food and silverware before saying, that's why I can't wait to fuck up old Whitey and make him pay for all the pain and stress he's caused us. Aris pointed at Rudy with her knife and said, make sure to bring me with you when you go. Of course. Rudy let out a cold smile and said, I'm going to bring everyone with a grudge to punch that guy's face in. Maybe chain him up while we're at it and crucifix him too. Who? Or make him an eternal seal against humanity's sins or something. Aris blinked. Rudy paused and then looked away, ears turning red from embarrassment. Aris laughed. Rudy cleared his throat and said, I'll leave you to surprise me with the wedding ceremony then, Ari. But let me know if you need anything. Of course. And if you ever need to talk, Rudy, I'm always here for you. Aris smiled and said, it'll be a bit annoying dealing with Sylphie's jealousy, but if it keeps you sane, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Rudy stared at Aris. After it stretched on for a while, Aris started feeling self-conscious and fidgeted in her seat. What? Rudy shook his head. Nothing. Just, you've changed a lot, you know? It's a bit cheesy to say it too, but I'm glad we're getting married. Not just because you're beautiful, but because I can really depend on you. He paused and said, not that I can't or don't depend on Sylphie, Rika, and Roxy, but I think you're the only one I can really relax with. Aris smiled, feeling her heart warm up a bit at the words. That's sweet, Rudy. But, she laughed and said, you need to stop bringing up other women when you're complimenting the one in front of you. Rudy blushed. Sorry. I'll try to do better about that. Still working out how to treat everyone. It's not fair to treat you all equally, but it's also not fair to play favorites. And even then, I love you all, but I don't love you all in the same way. Aris ate a piece of her steak and then said, isn't it fine just to make the woman you're with feel special? She set her knife down and then smiled. Like today. I'm really happy that you took me out for a date like this. I know I'll be sharing you, but at least for now you're mine, so that's fine. Right? Rudy stared at Aris, his golden eyes wide. Aris felt her cheeks burning and then looked away. What? Just before Aris could finish, Rudy leaned over to kiss her on the cheek. Aris panicked and shoved him back. What was that for? Rudy laughed and said, I couldn't resist. You're just so lovably adorable right now, Ari. Aris huffed and said, eat your damn food already, Rudy. Rudy smiled and then sat back down, cutting up his steak. Aris looked over and said, so what's your plans now then? It's clear that bastard is making moves now, so are we doing anything to stop him? Rudy munched on a chunk of steak and then said, I'm leaving that to Pierre and Orsted right now. They're the experts in fixing both distortions and rooting out any hidden cards that guy has. From what they told me though, it should be all done in a year. After that, we'll drop the ball in that bastard's court and see how he handles it. Aris nodded. That makes sense. But, HM? What is it, Ari? Aris blushed and said, if it's a year, could you wait a bit longer? She looked at Rudy and then looked away. I'd like you to be around for our first child to be born. Rudy froze. Aris noticed and looked at him. Rudy? Without a word, he rigidly got up and then walked around the table towards Aris. Aris frowned and said, what are you doing, Eek? Rudy pulled Aris into a tight hug and said, "Oh my god. You're so cute right now. It can't be legal to be this cute." Aris squirmed and said, "Elle, let go of me." "Stop that. Pervert." Rudy shook his head and said, "This isn't lust, this is pure, wholesome love. Since when is my hot-headed fiancé so sweet?" Aris felt like her face was on fire. But she realized she couldn't get free, so she just leaned against Rudy's chest and said, "Idiot. Dummy. Blockhead. I hate you. Let go already." Rudy shook his head and said, "Just a bit more. My heart is so warm and fuzzy right now." Aris felt like she was going to melt from the embarrassment. But eventually, her torment was over. Rudy let out a content sigh and walked back to his seat. Aris felt dizzy. Glaring at Rudy, she said, "It's not fair for you to do that, Rudy." She stared at his face, saw the lovingly tender gaze he was giving her, and then looked away. No girl has a chance when you do a sneak attack like that. Rudy gave a serious nod and said, "I completely understand. That's why I'm trusting you to keep me on the straight and narrow." Aris blinked. "Me? Not Sylphie?" Rudy laughed. "I would rely on Sylphie, but she's a bit trigger-happy." Aris paused, remembering how Sylphie reacted to the Demon Lord back in the Magic Continent. "True." Rudy glanced at his wrist, looking at a watch that suddenly materialized. "Anyway, food." He looked up and said, "People will probably start getting upset if we take too much longer, so let's finish up." After that, he started eating. Aris watched him for a bit, and then realized that she felt warm and fuzzy. Ah. Love was like this, wasn't it? Messing around with each other, but supporting each other too. Aris let out a warm smile and then started eating her food as well. Chapter 176, Otherworldly Future Visitor. The magic city of Sharia was bustling with activity. Rumors of the Church of Meles intervening in the slave trade quickly spread, fanned by those who were both freed and given the resources to return to society. There were also rumors of a quickly growing population of devout believers in the Meles religion, though quite a few of them praised Lord Rudeus in the same breath as Saint Meles. The Greyrat family was busy as well, preparing for upcoming weddings. The brides-to-be and their family were deep in wedding reception and wedding venue planning. The groom's family was busy prepping unique attire for each wedding as well as looking for gifts, spending most of the day shopping using said groom's personal funds. As for the groom himself, well, he focused on his job as the sole professor of the Renoa Magic Academy. It would be a lie if he said he didn't regret taking the position considering the amount of sheer paperwork he had to handle when doing the work of over 10 different professors. Fortunately, magic was everything, and he managed to automate a system to sort it all out. It totally wasn't inspired by the old days when a substitute teacher would roll in an old projector and play a movie for the class. Definitely not. But regardless, time marched on, and soon it was the day before Aries' wedding ceremony. Since all the weddings were timed to be on the last day of the week, with any pre-wedding celebrations and the ceremony itself thus on the weekend, that meant that Rudy was free. Though everyone else was busy making last-minute arrangements and logistics planning, Rudy was left to his own devices. Probably because everyone was worried he would cause things to get out of hand. Rudy didn't see how. He was a perfectly reasonable person, and he also wasn't going to ruin his lovely wife's special day for his own pride. But whatever. Since he was free, he was spending the day taking a stroll around Sharia. It was going to be his second, third, fourth home in the future, so he figured that he would map it out. The residential district, the entertainment district, and then the commercial district. Rudy took his time walking around and just unwinding for the first in a while. And then someone called out to him. And in Japanese. "Excuse me, sir. Are you Mr. Rudeus?" Rudeus paused and looked towards the speaker. It was a young man. He had an unfamiliar face, but from the black hair, clear Japanese facial features, and even polite Japanese mannerisms, plus recent context clues, Rudy had a good handle on the guy's identity. Smiling, Rudy turned towards the young man and smiled. Speaking in Japanese, he said, "That's me. And I guess you must be Shizuka's friend from the future. Akihito or something, right?" The young man glanced at his left wrist, looking at a watch. After that, he let out a relieved smile and looked back at Rudy. "Yes. I'm Akito. Shinohara Akito." He let out a deep sigh after saying that and said, "You're a difficult person to track down, Mr. Rudeus." Rudy laughed. "Well, I've been busy. RNG. Shinohara Akito." This guy was apparently the linchpin behind all the crazy time shenanigans that involved Rudeus Greyrat. That was enough to be curious about the guy, especially since he still hadn't shown up even after Rudeus died in that other timeline. But what interested me more was that this guy was Stella's Shizuka's boyfriend. Slightly messy hair, a confident but also somewhat awkward vibe. He was wearing a black blazer and jeans which surprisingly didn't stick out much in this city because of the academy. Still, it was clearly a Japanese high school uniform instead of the one at Renoa Magic Academy. There was no doubts about his identity. The timing was a bit strange, but assuming complex time shenanigans involving an alternate version of my cute but hyper-inquisitive and smart baby sister, I could believe it. We were walking together around the city now, just strolling and chatting. Since the city was bustling with activity these days, we didn't stick out much just chatting. I did place a few magic formations up so that people would hear our talk as random chatter, but overall, everything was fine. Standing beside me, Akito let out a sigh of relief and said, "I was getting a bit worried. Shizuka said there'd be plenty of time, but we're running pretty close. I'm assuming you didn't just drop in then?" Akito shook his head. "I've been in this world for a while now trying to find you after checking certain things." He let out a sigh and said, "It's been hard. Thankfully, Mr. Orsted has been helping out a lot." "He has? But he hasn't told me anything." "Wait. No, that makes sense. Orsted was a serious guy, so he probably wanted me to focus on getting ready for my weddings. I should get him a nice gift for that. He looked like a tough guy, but maybe he liked sweets. I should ask him next time I see him. But anyway." I looked back at Akito and said, "So what's the message then? Since Shizuka went out of her way to send you here, I'm guessing it's serious?" "Right." Akito smacked his fist into his palm and said, "I almost forgot. 1 second." He fiddled with his watch for a bit, and then a folded piece of paper popped out. "Here it is." He handed it over and said, "I don't understand anything, but Shizuka said you would?" I grabbed the paper and read it. Like Akito said, it was from Shizuka. And while there was a lot of information, when ignoring the complex mathematical proofs and summarizing the conclusions. Basically, the hypothesis about twisted and overlapping parallel timelines I had was practically 99% confirmed. My timeline, the future Rudeus's timeline, and the other timeline we visited were twisting into each other while still trying to run parallel courses of history. There was a loop in each timeline, but since everything was so tangled, it was also staggering said loops, causing a lot of weird anomalies. Not only that, but there was a master loop encompassing all the timelines. To resolve that loop, we had to split the timelines and eliminate the cause of each loop. For the future Rudeus timeline, the loop would end when my timeline and the other timeline was cleanly severed. As for how to sever said timelines, Shizuka wasn't sure, but she hypothesized that we had to confine Hidegami to one timeline, either mine or hers. But we also had to clear up the loop conditions too in each timeline. For hers, she was sure that it was keeping Akito alive and taking care of Hidegami. Unfortunately, that, and I quote, blockhead was as fragile as a bubble according to Orsted and was prone to dying. That was why she sent him over to my timeline, since I was ridiculous enough to keep the man alive. As for my timeline, she said I would know better about the exact conditions, but it definitely wasn't the same as hers. On the surface, it seemed like Shizuka left me with all the hard work. But I pretty much knew the cause of the potential loop here already. I mean, it was pretty simple. Setting Orsted aside, the person who would forcibly rewind time, and the person who had done that once already, was me. I mean, that was obvious considering all the alter versions of me running around. To stop the loop here, I just had to murder Being W and make sure my family was safe. If I did that, I wouldn't flip the table and do a hard reset by trying to rally against the heavens. In short, kill God, save the girls, live happy. Easy enough, right? Akito looked over and frowned. Is it complicated? I tucked the paper away in a pocket of folded space. Not really. Just gotta keep you from dying and kill God. Easy. Akito let out a relieved sigh. That's good. Wait. Keep me from dying? Yeah. I chuckled and said, Shizuka said you're as fragile as a bubble. Apparently, you can die at the drop of a hat. Akito paled. Is that why all those crazy things kept happening to me? Like the random falling meteorite? Or the sudden collapsing ground? And the glass shard in my drink? Okay, first off. I held out my hand and conjured a bracelet. We've a boatload of protection spells, good luck blessings, bad luck blockers, anti-Being W magic formations, offensive spell programs, defensive spell programs, passive homeostasis healing spells. And good to go. I tossed the bracelet over to Akito and said, put that on and you'll be fine. Akito blinked and then shook his head. I can't accept something like this. He looked at the glittering gold bracelet and said, this is pure gold, isn't it? Something like that. But I'd rather you not go dying on me while you're my guest here. Especially since Stella would freak out if she found out her ex was both here and then randomly drop dead. Wait, was this guy her ex? I don't think I ever asked her directly about it since it was extremely traumatic. Meh, I'd find out when she reacted to him. Akito slowly nodded and said, okay then, Mr. Rudeus. He snapped the bracelet open and then clamped it over his right arm. The moment he did, the bracelet shimmered and dissolved. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Intended design feature. Akito blinked and then slowly nodded. Okay. Right, Ice Guy. So, since that guy was safe as he could be now, I crossed my arms and said, anything you want to do in particular? Akito shook his head. I've checked the things Shizuka wanted me to check, and I don't really have anything to do. But if you're serious about the killing God thing, I can help. I blinked. What? How? Akito's ears turned red and he coughed. Okay. Not directly, but I've read a lot of manga and played a lot of games. Shizuka said I should be able to help you find a loophole. Plus, you're a ridiculous cheat character who got Ice Guide, so if we work together and go through all the stuff I've read, something should work, right? Huh. A guy who looked like a normie but was a die-hard otaku. Wait. Cheat character? I frowned and said, just to confirm, by Shizuka, you don't mean Stella, right? Akito blinked. Sadella? Like the Witch of Indy from Re:*ro? Re:*ro? Yeah. Akito nodded and said, it's a web novel about a guy who gets sent to another world and then has the ability to go back in time on his death. There are a few hints that it might not really be going back in time though. And the female lead is this girl with silver hair. She has a floating white cat that's actually a primordialized spirit or something, but she's commonly mistaken for Sadella, the Witch of Indy who's like a taboo and super evil lady who's probably the big bad. The web novel's not very far along yet, but it's super cool. I see. That guy just said a whole paragraph in a single breath. Definitely die-hard otaku. But that aside, it was an interesting concept. A bit too many parallels for my liking, though. Especially the part about the female lead. Floating white cat that's secretly a primordialized spirit owned by a girl mistaken for Sadella who is a Witch of Indy. Let's not think about the world entirely in terms of anime, manga, and light novels. Akito paused and then turned a bright red. He coughed and said, sorry about the rant. No, no. It's fine. I laughed and said, don't get me started about the moon. The moon? You mean type dash. We don't talk about that here. Now. I patted the guy's shoulder and said, let's get you a place to live. There's been a few recent evictees and evacuees in town, so we can probably get you a place for cheap. Chapter 177, The Eccentric Craftsman. At the commercial district of Sharia, a certain fire spirit and a mind-reading Miko were stuffing their faces with sweets. Stella's eye twitched as she watched them and then said, do you two have to do that at every shop we go to? Fai swallowed a powdered donut and then said, but the food tastes so good. Miko took a bite from a funnel cake and nodded. It's delicious. Stella let out a deep sigh. Since it was the day before Oniai-chan's wedding with Arine-chan, the house was busy being prepped, and she had been shooed out. Stella wanted to go hang out with Oniai-chan, but he vanished somewhere. Because of that, she tried to get someone else. But literally the only person available was Miko. Which was fine. Stella considered Miko a good friend. But she didn't think Miko was such a gourmet. Stella frowned and said, aren't you worried you'll get fat, Miko? Fai is fine since she's a spirit, but you. Miko brushed off her hands after finishing her latest snack and smiled. It's okay. She stuck up her arm and flexed her muscles. I've been training with Norn, so I'm burning all the sugar. Besides, she lowered her arm and proudly buffed out her chest. Since I started training, the fat's been going somewhere else instead. Stella clicked her tongue. Miko laughed. Stella shook her head and said, whatever. She started walking along the street again, adjusting her backpack as she did. Leo and Win were busy doing some secret work together to prepare for the wedding, so the only spirit friends with Stella right now were Fai and Wada. As for Wada, cheer up, Stella. The cat spirit hovered beside Stella in a transparent form, keeping guard. I'm sure you'll get big one day too. He just didn't have any tact. Stella sighed. Don't need to rub it in. Aisha. Did I say something wrong? Stella shook her head and then took a look around. Fai and Miko were walking behind her, but they also stuck close. There were a lot more people around than usual in the city, so it seemed like the two were worried about getting lost. Stella hoped the people weren't all here for Oniai-chan's wedding though. Uncle Philip and Auntie Hilda did mention they wanted to go big, but Ari also said she talked them down. No, this was probably something else. And come to think of it, Oniai-chan raided a bunch of slave markets the other day. Spoil sport. How was Stella supposed to be a hero when Oniai-chan kept doing all the side quests before her? Wada floated to sit on Stella's shoulder and said, it's probably better that way, Stella. Miss Zenith will be mad if you do something reckless again. Remember how she reacted by you trying to cook? Stella flinched. Alright. The hug monster. Norn had warned about it, but Stella didn't believe it. Then she found out firsthand after healing a cut from trying to peel a potato. The relieved sigh, scolding, and then the following suffocating embrace by Mama Zenith. Stella shuddered. Miko walked over to Stella's side and said, what do you want to do now, Stella? Fai walked over to Stella's other side and said, yeah. Are we going to go eat more food? Please? Stella rolled her eyes and said, Oniai-chan gave us a lot of pocket money, but we shouldn't just spend it all eating. Besides, you guys already tried out most of the street food around here. They'd been walking around all morning now, so there really weren't many places left to look. Stella paused and took another look to see if there's anything interesting. Clothing stores, magic artifacts, weapon stores, cafes. Those were kinda cool. But Stella was sure that nothing there would surprise or awe her at all considering what Oniai-chan could make. And clothing stores, well, she had a minor trauma regarding them now after all the shopping she did with Mama Zenith and Mama Lily. After some more walking, Stella noticed a shop with extremely detailed statues. She paused and then took a look at the figurines on display through the window. Perfectly chiseled down to the folds in the fabric. Lifelike expressions that made the statues seem like people turned to stone. Either way, it looked interesting, so Stella walked towards it. Hey! FAI quickly followed after Stella and said, "We're going in here?" "But the food." Stella rolled her eyes and said, "Save your stomach. We're going to a bunch of weddings, remember? Eat your fill then." "Oh!" FAI's eyes lit up and she said, "Right." Stella ignored her and then walked into the shop, opening the door. A soft bell echoed, and then they all walked in. The shop was surprisingly spacious, large enough to hold dozens of life-size statues. There were also shelves with smaller figurines of monsters and people, along with various jewelry. "Wow!" Miko looked around and said, "Even the statues at the Church of St. Mealy's aren't this detailed." "Yeah." Stella nodded and then walked over to one of the statues. A smiling mother, holding an infant in her arms. A handsome man standing next to her, a hand placed on her left shoulder. Stella glanced down and saw a plaque describing the piece. "Family, huh?" Taking a look around, she realized that the other statues had plaques as well. And some were in glass cases. Instead of a shop, did they find a gallery or museum? Footsteps echoed from the back. Stella glanced over, ready to run or cast magic in case something bad happened. But she didn't need to worry. "Welcome, oh?" A young man wearing a black robe walked out from the back. He was tall and willowy and his brown hair was styled in a bowl cut. Although his big round glasses gave a bit of an eccentric look to him, he radiated a calm atmosphere. Glancing at Stella, Miko, and FAI, he smiled and said, "It's rare for children to visit my workshop. Are you here for some toys?" Stella puffed her cheeks and said, "Just because we're kids doesn't mean we want toys." The man nodded and said, Of course, of course. Whatever the case, please enjoy your time here. Don't worry, the figurines are extremely durable." He laughed and said, "I've tested them myself." Stella pursed her lips and then walked over to a shelf with a small collection of monsters. She was curious, so she picked one up and tested it with earth mana. But to her surprise, it didn't even budge. The man noticed and said, "Do you like that one? You can take it if you wish." He gestured towards the shelf and said, "I just created those from scraps, so if you children find anything interesting, feel free to take it with you." FAI's eyes lit up and she said, "Really?" She quickly glanced at a pile of shimmering spirit figurines and said, "Can we really?" The man nodded. "Of course." He smiled and said, "Children should be happy when they can. If a figurine provides that, then all the better." He was weird. Stella felt something off about the man, so she glanced towards Miko. She was their resident mind reader, so if she was fine with it, everything should be good. Miko got the signal and then looked up at the man. Mister? What's your name?" "Nice, Miko." An innocent and childish question to make the man look into Miko's eyes. The man smiled and said, "My name is Zenoba, and this is the workshop my master gave me to hone my skills. And speaking of master..." He walked over to the shop and placed a closed sign up. "I am actually fairly busy with a commission." He smiled at Stella and the others again and said, "Feel free to stay and look around as much as you like. Simply close the door behind you as you leave." After saying that, Zenoba waved at the children and then left through a door in the back of the store. "Huh." Stella stared at the door for a bit and then said, "That guy was a bit weird, but I guess he's alright." He was almost too calm and polite. Still, he wasn't giving off any creep vibes. Just odd. Like he was carefully controlling his actions. Wada materialized and then said, "I think he's safe, Stella. He seems really strong and everything, but he also doesn't seem like a bad guy." Stella panicked and then grabbed Wada. "Don't just pop into existence like that." "But it's fine." Don't squish there." "I'm not a plushie, Stella." Miko giggled. After that, she looked at Stella and said, "Well, Mr. Zenobia said we can take some toys. Should we see if there's anything good for a gift?" Stella let Wada go and then nodded. "Good point." There were a lot of interesting trinkets laying around. And Zenobia seemed serious about letting them take some souvenirs, which FAI was already doing by trying on various jewelry and playing with some tiny angel figurines. Was this because she was a fire spirit? FAI was always so quick to act without thinking at all. Stella sighed again and then started browsing. Now let's see, what would be a good gift for Oniai-chan? Ooh. This tiny elf girl figurine looks cute. And it looks like there's a series of Mini Roxy as the headmaster of Renoa Magic Academy too. That should be cool, right? Boom. Stella flinched and almost fell over. Easy, Stella. Wada quickly conjured up a fluffy cloud to catch Stella. Even before she hit that though, a light shimmered from the pendant she usually wore and corrected her balance. Didn't mean she recovered from shock though. What was that? Oh! FAI looked excited and turned towards the back. Mr. Zenobia is using explosions. Explosions? Miko giggled. Stella glared at her and said, "You knew and didn't warn me?" Miko smiled and said, "Well, I was curious too. Mr. Zenobia makes all the statues and figurines by hand, so dash." Another thunderous explosion shook the shop. It was enough to where Stella wondered why the heck they didn't hear it from outside. And then she saw that the shop was filled to the brim with magic formations that activated with every explosion, canceling the shockwaves. The only reason they could hear it at all was because there weren't any formations on the door to the back. After yet another explosion echoed, Stella sighed and said, "It's always weirdos." Always. Chapter 178, The Bachelor Party. Night had fallen, and time was approaching before my married life began. And so, as tradition dictated, it was time for a boys' night out. Since our house was being used as the wedding venue for my wedding with Ari, and since there was still a lot of prep work left to be done, I was kicked out. Again. Also, since the city was so crowded with the recent influx of adventurers and visitors, we couldn't find a place to reserve for a party even after I threw heaps of gold, gems, and mana crystals. So I just ended up buying a house. It was a waste of money, but I could literally print money, so the net cost was zero. Actually, it was a negative cost, since real estate held value and I spent nothing to buy it. The place was a small ranch-style home with a single floor, an open living room space, a pair of bedrooms, and a single bathroom. Even so, while it was a small house, it was plenty big enough for a party. As for the people at this party, Dad was obviously here. Like me, he was kicked out of the house, and he had taken it upon himself to spot me for all the drinks being poured around. Pierre was here too, apparently by force from Rostalina. Philip and Laws were here as well, hashing out their differences and getting to know each other between drinks. Cliff had come, insisting that he wouldn't miss his father-in-law's important days for the world. Rudyard had come by too, both to give me congratulations and to keep me company as one of the very few male friends I had in this world. And then Orsted managed to make it as well. To be honest, it was a really weird guest list. Dad and Philip made sense since they were family. Pierre did too since he was a family friend and probably a Greyrat of some kind, whether through time travel shenanigans or otherwise. But everyone else. There was the father of the bride I was going to marry next week, the future pope of the Miles religion that very much believed in monogamy, a feared super warrior who had become the general for a force that could rival that of demon god Laplace in the past, and then the dragon god himself who was the strongest in the world. I was pretty sure that an average person who saw this group would think they were having a fever dream. Still, this was my reality. And said reality consisted of me sitting at the head of a table next to my dad with all these guests. Philip sat across from me and Dad, Orsted and Pierre were on the side of the table to my right, and then Cliff and Laws were on the side of the table to my left. Wine coolers were all around the table, along with various snacks like kebabs, burgers, hot dogs, pizza slices, a few steaks and fancy cuts of meat. The works. I had hoped that it would distract people and that we could have a chill and relaxing night, but another round for my genius son who's gonna have 4 bachelor parties over the next 4 weeks. Dad drained a mug of honey mead and then wrapped his arm around my shoulder, grinning. You did good, kid. Better than your old man ever could. I rolled my eyes and said, You're celebrating the wrong parts of this situation, Dad. And no, I am not having 4 bachelor parties. After tomorrow, I won't be a bachelor anymore. Dad paused and then pulled back, pouring himself some wine from a bottle. That's true. Damn. He set the bottle back into the wine cooler and said, But still 4 parties, right? We'll see. Pierre sipped on a glass of wine and sighed. This is ridiculous. Why do I have to be here again? I poured myself a glass of wine and said, Because your wife said so. Pierre paused and then let out a deep sigh. Right. Because my wife said so. Dad laughed and said, Cheer up, Pierre. At least you don't have to stay up watching Lunaria. Orsted's ears twitched and then he turned to look at Pierre. Your daughter is named Lunaria? Pierre coughed and said, It's a name I remember seeing in a book somewhere once. I took a liking to it, so I asked Lena to name our daughter that. I see. Huh. Did Pierre not tell Orsted he was Laplace yet? He's acting entirely too suspicious. Wait, why did Orsted ask about the name Lunaria? Was that something I should know about too? Philip glanced at Orsted and then leaned over to Laws. How are you not nervous being around the dragon god? Laws shrugged and said, It is far from the first time that I've met him. And besides, he is a good friend of Rudy's. He smiled at Orsted and said, Any friend of Rudy is a decent person. Of that I can be assured. Orsted smiled and said, I am honored to be counted among that number. Yeah, a very elite number of 2, if we didn't include Cliff. 3 if we did. I didn't say that though. Instead, I nodded and said, It's only natural, Orsted. You're our best guy in taking down being W, after all. Orsted's smile widened just a bit more at my words. Seeing that, Richard looked at me with a soft smile. Though I have known it for a while, I am always impressed by Lord Rudeus. Hey! I pointed at Richard and said, No calling me Lord Rudeus. It's just Rudy. Richard chuckled and said, As you wish. However, you should become accustomed to it in preparation for your wedding with Rika. I paused. And then I groaned. Damn it. I forgot. I was going to have to go through that whole ceremony as Lord Rudeus instead of Rudy. Probably even Emperor Rudeus if Rika's plans about establishing the Arcadian Empire pulled through. Laws poured a glass of wine and then held it out to me. I took it, appreciating the gesture even though it didn't really do anything for me. After leaning back, Laws stared at me and said, Though it's a bit regretful that Luffy isn't your first, I hope that you don't treat her any different. Of course I won't. I sipped my wine and said, Sylphie's my first love, even if she isn't my first wife. And that's only due to a pair of idiots sitting in this room. Philip blushed and said, The betrothal was a necessary evil at the time. Dad laughed and then placed his arm around my shoulders again. Hey, I secured a beautiful and level-headed wife for you. He grabbed a hot dog and munched on it before saying, You should be thanking me. Yeah. I nodded and then said, And you should be worshipping the ground I walk for saving your sorry ass from the situation with Mom and Mama Lily. Who? Dad pulled his arm away and said, I didn't know you had a god complex. He laughed and said, I could start doing that, but I think my scary daughters-in-law would take that as competition, so I'll pass. I rolled my eyes and finished my glass of wine. After that, I turned to Orsted and said, Are you sure you don't want to be my best man? Orsted shook his head. I'm greatly honored, Rudy, but I must refuse. He let out a wry smile and said, It would be troublesome. I frowned. Then how about being part of my groomsmen? Again, I am honored. But I would like to keep my presence to a minimum. If people saw me among your entourage, it could be disruptive. Ah, I forgot. Orsted does have an objectively scary face. People might get the wrong impression. But he was a cool guy, so I really wanted him to participate. I even ran it past all my lovely fiancées and got it approved. Well, you couldn't have everything. Maybe in an ideal world. Hey. Dad frowned, suddenly realizing something. He pointed at himself and said, "Am I not going to be your best man?" I crossed my arms and said, "Really? You want to be the best man at this wedding? You, the one who caused this mess in the first place? You know Mom and Mama Lily are going to drag your ass off stage the moment you stand up." Dad paused and then slowly nodded. "Fair point." He sighed. "Guess I'll wait for your other weddings." Could you not say it like it's an average thing in my life? These days are supposed to be special, you know? Dad snorted and said, "Yeah. Because you pick and choose one person, maybe two. When you're pushing up to 4, that's kinda hard, kiddo." I drained my glass of wine and started pouring another. At that time, Cliff finally spoke up. Taking a sweep of everyone present, he turned to me and said, "I'm grateful that you allowed me to be here, but is it really fine?" He frowned and said, "I feel like I simply coerced you with my insistence. You definitely deserve to be here. And you definitely need to be here if you're serious about Aina." Dad frowned. "Wait." He looked at Cliff and said, "This brat wants to get with our cute Aina?" Pierre flinched and then stared at Cliff with mixed emotions. After a bit, he muttered, "I would never have imagined Cliff acting like this." Orsted started at Cliff as well and frowned. Indeed. To think that the celibate holy pope would seek love like this. Cliff scoffed and said, "Celibacy may be sacred, but true love is divine." He let out a bright smile and said, "Besides." He slammed the table and stood up, placing his right hand over his heart. "For an angel like Aina, I would give anything." The room was quiet. I let out a deep sigh. And then Dad started clapping. "Bravo!" Pardon?" Cliff blinked and then realized what he did. The moment he realized it, his ears turned red and he sat back down. "I apologize for the disruption, Dash." "Don't apologize." Dad walked around the table and placed a hand on Cliff's shoulder. "That's how a true man should act. For the love of his life, throw everything on the line." "I like that." Cliff looked up and said, "Really?" "Yeah." Dad clapped Cliff's shoulder and said, "Any guy willing to do that ain't a bad guy. In fact, he's the best guy." After saying that, Dad laughed and said, "Here. Let me grab you a drink." Oh God. Like oil to a dumpster fire. I knew that Dad and Cliff were both geniuses, but they were geniuses in different ways. I didn't think they'd get along like this. I mean, Cliff was a sucker for romance, but I thought Dad was just a sucker for women in general. To think there was this small but extremely powerful niche where those two areas overlapped. Laws cracked his knuckles and then smiled at my dad. "Paul, are you taking it upon yourself to arrange another marriage?" Dad flinched and held up his hands. "What? No! Of course not. Just saying that if this guy's that serious about Aina, he's not bad. In fact, he's great." He looked at me and said, "Back me up here, Rudy." I pointedly ignored Dad. Instead, I looked at Cliff and said, "Discussions about romance aside. Do you mind being my best man, Cliff?" Cliff's eyes widened and he said, "I would be honored. But I must decline." He sighed and said, "I fear that it would pressure Aina into opening her heart to me. She respects you a great deal, so if I am seen to be someone so important, she may talk herself into liking me." He stood up and placed his hand over his heart. "I cannot allow that. I wish for Aina to love me with all her heart and for me alone. That I am a man worthy enough for her love." Dad raised a glass of wine and said, "Yeah. That's the spirit, kid." "Right. Well, there went plan B. Also, that might be tough for Cliff. As much as I loved my daughter, I also knew that she was more than a bit dense when it came to relationships or common sense. No to mention that she clearly had a daddy complex that I still needed to figure out how to handle and resolve. My fault for spoiling her too much in the very impressionable early stages and letting her bad habits cement due to her rapid growth, but you live and you learn, I guess. Still, this is a problem. I had really banked on Orsted being my best man. Dad was obviously out of the running, and Laws would be rude for this wedding. Philip was going to be walking Ari out as the father of the bride, so that was out too. Maybe Rudyard? Rudyard caught my glance and shook his head. TCH. Pierre maybe? Ah, wait. He was on Sylphie's side too, so it'd be rude for this wedding. Damn. Dad looked at me and said, still thinking, Rudy? He set down his glass of wine and said, is it really that bad to have your pops as your best man? For this wedding in particular, abso-fucking-lutely. We aren't going to get fireworks, we're going to get bombs. Ice-cold bombs. Dad paused and then he caught the implications. Ah. Yeah. Ah. Sylphie would be extra touchy for this wedding. I was sure of it. And my gut was telling me things were going to come to a big clash if Dad walked up as the best man for Ari's wedding. Sylphie might be patient and compromising, but I think that might be just a bit too much there. Roland was no-go too. Did I just have to grab a random person from the White Knights? At that time, the door opened and someone walked in. Akito. Sorry I'm late. He walked in and closed the door behind him. I got lost along the way and had to help an old lady cross the road. Perfect. I snapped my fingers and said, Akito. Buddy, pal. You're not late. You've just got the best timing in the world. Yeah. Akito blinked and then said, thank you. You're welcome. I stood up and walked over to him, slinging my arm around his shoulders. And thank you for being my best man. And Nanny? Don't worry, I'll arrange everything. You just have to make a speech to present tomorrow. That's less than a day away. I can buy time, no worries. Now, we're mostly strangers right now, so let's chat a bit so you seem convincing. After saying that, I started dragging him to the bedroom. Wait a moment. Mr. Rudy T, this is so sudden. And I'm desperate, so let's get going already. Wait dash. Chapter 179, The Blushing First Bride's Happiest Day. The day of the wedding. Aris's room, on the second floor of Rudy's house. Aris was panicking. Despite everything, all the preparations and rehearsals, countless thoughts ran through her head. What if she looked silly and messed up her vows? What if she tripped? What if she messed everything up? Aris would die. She would just drop dead then and there if that happened. The sheer embarrassment might actually kill her. Hilda finished braiding Aris's hair. Relax, Aris. This is a happy and blissful day, not one you should stress about. Norn adjusted the red ribbons around Aris's waist and then said, you should listen to Aunt Hilda. Today's supposed to be fun, isn't it? Aris let out a long sigh and then said, easy for you to say, Norn. You're not the one getting married. Or the one who had to memorize all those lines. I'm good at using my sword and sometimes cooking, not reading or writing or learning or manners or dash. Hilda placed her hands on Aris's shoulders and then said, breathe, Aris. Breathe. Aris took a deep breath. Right. Breathe. Calm. Aris had to remain calm. Just relax. Everything would be fine. Norn stepped back to get a glance at Aris's dress, and then she gave an approving nod. Looking good, big sis. And don't worry. Big brother wouldn't let you embarrass yourself. I'm sure he's already set things up to stop you from messing up. Right. Aris started to relax. Rudy would do that. He wouldn't let me embarrass myself. Wait. This was Rudy. The same Rudy who loved to tease her and see her flustered. Won't Rudy let me embarrass myself because he likes seeing me stressed? He was always calling her cute and adorable when she was flustered. This was the perfect chance for him to pull a trick on her in front of everyone. If that happened. Oh dear heavens above. Norn puffed her chest out and said, "Don't worry. Big brother knows that I'll hate him forever if he does. And I made sure to tell him too, so he won't do anything." Aris hugged Norn. "You're the best, Nornie." Norn patted Aris's back and said, "Anything for you, big sis. Besides, better you than that pervert Sylphie." Hilda coughed, barely managing to cover up a laugh. Aris frowned and said, "That's not nice to say about Sylphie, Norn. Even if it was true." "But I saw it." Norn shook her head and said, "I helped Mom sort through the gifts and stuff for the other big sisters, and Sylphie had a pair of really racy undercloths." "Like really racy?" "Just strings and dash." Aris blushed and said, "Why you should stop there, Norn." Hilda nodded. "Yes. This is Aris's time, Norn. Not to speak ill of the others, but we should remember to stay focused." "Ah." Norn nodded. "Right. Sorry, big sis." Aris shook her head. "It's fine." After that, she glanced at the corner where her other bridesmaids were waiting. Miko and Ghislaine. "What do you think?" Miko smiled and said, "I think you look beautiful, Miss Aris. And thank you again for including me." Aris shook her head. "I should be thanking you." She sighed and said, "Considering how big we're making this wedding ceremony, I don't have that many bridesmaids." The women in the room were it. Just Norn, Hilda, Miko, and Ghislaine. Aris wanted to ask some of the other girls, but she didn't feel comfortable. Aisha had already promised to be part of Sylphie's bridesmaids. Asking Sylphie herself would be weird. Miss Zenith and Miss Lilia were Rudy's mothers, so Aris couldn't ask them. And asking pretty much everyone else would make it awkward. Ghislaine smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, princess. Quality is more important than quantity. And besides, most people have a lot of bridesmaids as support to compensate. There's nothing you need to compensate for, right?" "Right." That was true. Aris didn't need a crowd of bridesmaids because the people she had here truly supported her. And just her. Realizing that, she smiled and said, "Thanks, Ghislaine. That means a lot." "Really?" Ghislaine waved her hand and said, "You're welcome." "Still." She chuckled and said, "I still can't believe it. To think that spunky blockhead princess I taught would turn into this mature and capable young woman." Hilda nodded. "It's almost a miracle, really." Rudy truly mellowed her out. "Machum." Ghislaine smiled and said, "I had a feeling Rudy would be good for Aris, but to end up like this is amazing." Norn chimed in and said, "That's because Dad was an idiot and Big Sis had to help me clean up his messes." Ghislaine nodded. "That would do it." "Ah." Hilda nodded as well. "That makes sense." Miko laughed and said, "Mr. Paul does seem like a handful to deal with. Anyone who had to clean up after him would end up pretty capable, I think." Aris felt her face heat up and she said, "Could you all not talk about me like I wasn't here?" Hilda laughed and then walked in front of Aris. Reaching up to lower Aris's veil, Hilda said, "We're just getting you to calm down, dear. See? You're not nervous now, are you?" Aris paused. Her mom was right. After all that, the nerves she had were gone. Realizing that, Aris shyly nodded her head. "That's true." Thanks, Mom." Hilda smiled and gave Aris a hug. "I'm proud of you, dear. Even if it's not quite the perfect fairy tale marriage for my baby girl, I'm glad that you're happy now." Aris let out a warm smile in response. "Thank you." Hilda patted Aris on the back and then stepped away. At that time, there was a light knock on the door, followed by a male voice. "Phillips. It's time." Aris glanced over, suddenly feeling a bit nervous again. Norn noticed and then walked over to pat Aris's back. "It'll be fine, big sis. It's nothing compared to fighting monsters, right?" Aris shook her head. "This might be a bit tougher than that. But I'll do it." Rudy was waiting on her. And besides, this was something she asked for. It would be selfish if she ran away because she was scared. The door opened, and then Philip walked in. Shortly after, Ghislaine, Miko, Hilda, and Norn walked out after giving Aris some last-minute blessings and wishes for good luck. Soft music played in the distance. Hearing that, it suddenly felt real. This was actually happening. In a bit, Aris was actually going to be married to Rudy. Not only that, but she wouldn't be Aris Boreas Greyrat anymore, but Aris Notice Greyrat. Part of his family. For real. And after two. Philip walked over and held out his left arm to Aris. "Would you allow me the honor of escorting you, milady?" Aris blinked, pulled out of her thoughts at the request. She looked at her father for a bit and then nodded, letting out a shy smile. "Thanks." Stepping forward, she lightly wrapped her arms around her father's arm. Philip smiled and then started walking, leading the way. I never expected this day to come. As she walked with her father down the hall towards the stairs, Aris couldn't help but watch him. He looked the same. Due to the distortions and her exploring those distortions, the time that she lived and the time her father lived were different. What was he thinking? To him, it had been a few short years since he last saw his young daughter, and now he was walking her down the aisle as a grown woman. Philip glanced at Aris and smiled. It was only a few years. But before I knew it, my baby girl had become a grown woman. Should I say it's a dream, or a nightmare? Aris's eyes widened. "Since when can you read minds?" Philip laughed and said, "I can't. But even after all this time, I'm happy to hear that I can still read what my daughter's thinking." Oh! That was a bit embarrassing. Still, the thought that her father thought of her enough to know what she was thinking. In the past, Aris would have been irritated or maybe annoyed. Definitely morbidly embarrassed. But right now, she was happy. Her father cared about her that much. Philip guided Aris around the corner of the hallway and then towards the stairs. As they descended, he said, "Watch your step." Aris nodded and carefully stepped down, being careful to not trip with her heels. Philip noticed and then said, "I'm surprised you chose heels. White fur boots or the like would have been fine, would it not?" Aris blushed and said, "Well." She looked to the side and said, "I want to look girly on a day like this. I don't want people to think I hate pretty clothes. They're just usually impractical." Philip smiled. "I see. So you had that sort of cute side to you too." Aris huffed and said, "I'm still a girl, Dad." "Of course." Philip smiled and continued to guide Aris down the stairs. As they walked, Aris said, "Did Grandpa make it?" Philip shook his head. Despite everything about Rudy and recent events, those idiots back in Azura heard about your marriage and started acting up. Father is taking them head on and sorting things out for us. Aris raised an eyebrow. Still? Even after Paul became a sword god and filled a courtyard with bodies when those idiots tried to grab Norn? Philip shook his head. Let it be known that Azura nobles are not known for their intelligence, but their stubbornness and lust. But... He looked at Aris, smiling. Not calling him father-in-law yet? Aris shrugged. When even Stella doesn't call him father or dad, it's hard to start. Norn does, but... I dunno. She frowned and said, "Something about him makes it hard for me to call him that." Fair, fair. The two walked in silence for a bit, descending the stairs. And then they arrived at the first floor. The entrance to the house was open, revealing a trail of flowers. The music was coming from outside in the courtyard, played by a live orchestra. Only a short walk away and it was time. But Philip didn't move. Aris frowned and said, "Is something wrong, Dad?" Philip was quiet for a moment. But then he looked at Aris and said, "Do you hate me, Aris?" Aris blinked. "Huh? Why would I hate you? I forcibly changed your life." Philip let out a tired sigh and said, "You had everything in Roa. But I sent you off to live with Rudy. I even signed away your future without asking you. And now here you are. Grown up and soon to be married. All without any help from me." Aris stared at her father. He was shaking. His eyes were watery with unshed tears, and standing there, he looked so vulnerable. It reminded Aris of the past. How she thought her father was so spineless and pathetic. Always letting Grandpa smack him around and treat him like dirt. But now... No. I don't hate you, Dad. Philip blinked and then tilted his head. Aris? Aris smiled and said, "I understand." Looking into her father's eyes, Aris shook her head and said, "I was a doll in a dollhouse. Back then, I was frustrated and didn't understand anything. Why Mom was so harsh and hid in her room. Why you were always working and never played with me. I hated it and was angry all the time. But I get it now." She laughed and said, "It took me a while though. I was kind of dumb as a kid. You were just a tad slow on the uptake, yes." Aris lightly punched her father's arm. "You're not supposed to say that. Especially today." Philip smiled and said, "My apologies." Aris smiled back at her dad, and then she pulled him into a hug. Aris? I'm happy now, Dad. So don't worry. And, sorry. I finally realized how strong you've been." Philip blinked. "Strong? Me?" Aris stepped back from her hug and then nodded. "Grandpa told me that you were the strongest of his sons. I didn't understand it then, but I do now." She stared at her father. At the man who had everything taken away from him and yet kept fighting. Though he was weak, he bit and crawled his way back, grasping at any straw to keep his family safe. Aris nodded and said, "You were strong enough to admit how powerless you were and bend your head to protect everyone. You threw away your pride, but you didn't give up. Accepting everything, you waited, not caring how you looked to others. Just for a chance to save everything. Right?" Philip looked away. While he tried to hide it, tears were coming down his face. Aris pretended she didn't see it. Instead, she bowed her head and said, "I'm grateful, Dad. And I love you. Thank you for sacrificing so much for our family. Don't be silly." Philip brushed his tears away and took a quick breath to compose himself. After that, he looked at Aris and said, "You should say those words to Rudy, not me." He let out a slim smile and said, "After all, my part in your life ends today." "That's not true." Aris smiled and said, "I still have to make you babysit my kids." Philip laughed and said, "Yes. I suppose that is my karma." He held out his left arm again and then said, "Shall we?" Aris nodded and grabbed her father's arm. Together, they walked through the door and into the courtyard. The place had been completely redone. Beautiful crimson roses wrapped around marble pillars and arches. Their petals laid the path to the altar. Aris looked around, overwhelmed with everything she saw. Rows of seats lined with crimson cloth. People turning to look as Philip guided Aris down the aisle. Sylphie sat with her parents. Next to them was Pierre and Rostalina, the latter holding baby Lunaria. Eos, Aina, and Roland sat together near the front on the left side with Rudy's parents. Ghislaine, Norn, Miko, and Aris's mother were sitting on the right side, waiting for Aris. Roxy was sitting in a row with Rika, Rudyard, and a few other people who seemed to have come from Arcadia. And there in a nondescript corner, Orsted and Princess Ariel were sitting along with some teenagers who seemed to be her bodyguards. There were even more people that Aris couldn't recognize, probably people her parents invited, or people that Rudy called over. But Aris stopped paying attention to them when she saw Rudy. Beautiful, no, divine. That was the only way to describe him. It was noon, so the sun was already bright. But standing there, Rudy seemed to be light itself. For this occasion, Rudy had gotten rid of his usual hair dye magic along with the one changing his eye colors to green. Maybe that was why. Silver hair that shifted with an unseen breeze. Intense golden eyes on a face that wouldn't have looked out of place on an artisan's masterpiece representation of a god. A soft smile and gentle gaze, waiting on her. And then a carefully tailored black suit with crimson highlights the exact color of Aris's hair. Was this what people meant by having your breath taken away? Seeing Rudy standing there at the altar, Aris forgot to move or even think. What? Philip whispered and then said, suddenly shy? Aris blinked, feeling her face heat up. After that, she shook her head and focused. Philip smiled and continued walking Aris up to the altar where Rudy and an elderly priest were waiting. Rudy smiled at Aris when she arrived and then held out his left hand. Aris should grab it. But standing there, she just couldn't move. Philip gently pulled Aris's hands away from his arm. Then, holding both gently in his own, he walked her forward and placed her hands over Rudy's outstretched hand. Aris blinked and then looked over at her father. Dad? Philip held his hands there for a moment, his eyes tearing up. Looking at Rudy and then Aris, he let out a watery smile and said, best wishes to you too. After that, he walked off. And then Rudy lightly pulled Aris forward, moving her to stand in front of him. Carefully shifting her arms around, he held each of her hands with his own. It was time. Realizing that, Aris started to feel that panic creeping in. But then Rudy shook his head and said, relax, Ari. Don't worry about anything else. Letting out a gentle smile and giving her hands a soft squeeze, he said, just look at me. Aris took a deep breath and then calmed down. Damn it. That smile. That damn smile that always made her forget about everything else. Faced with that, Aris couldn't help but give a shy smile in response. Okay. But if we mess up, I'm never forgiving you. Rudy chuckled. I know. Aris nodded and then stood there, just staring into Rudy's eyes and trying to maintain her composure. The priest said stuff, but Aris wasn't listening. She just stood there, losing herself in Rudy's beautiful golden eyes. And then Rudy let go of her left hand. Aris blinked and then saw that Rudy was holding a ring. It was a beautiful rose gold band that was shaped to mimic a phoenix clutching a ruby gemstone. But that ruby gemstone had been intricately cut to resemble a glittering rose. Holding that ring, Rudy let go of Aris for a bit and then grabbed her left hand. Staring into her eyes, he gently slipped the ring onto Aris' left ring finger and said, with this ring, I pledge my life and love to you. For now, for always, forever. Aris blinked. For some reason, her vision started to blur out. Those were tears. Rudy lightly squeezed Aris's hand and whispered, you can't cry yet. It's your turn now. Aris sniffed. But then a warmth spread throughout her body, clearing her nose and drying her tears. Rudy, using healing mana to hide her appearance and cheer her up. This guy. The priest held out a ring for Aris. Now, the bride will pledge her vows with this ring. Aris took it. As she did, she couldn't help but compare. Rudy had given her a beautiful ring that could be kept in a gallery as a masterpiece work of art. In contrast, the ring Aris got for him. It was just an ordinary gold ring with a diamond that she bought with the money she had saved up over the years. It wasn't much, but it was something she got by herself for the one she would share her life with. Feeling the weight of the ring, Aris let out a nervous laugh as she moved to put it on Rudy. Sorry that it's a bit shabby dash. Nothing from you is shabby, Ari. Aris's breath hitched. She was going to cry. She was definitely going to cry. But she managed to barely compose herself. Slipping the ring onto Rudy's left ring finger, Aris said, with this ring, I pledge my everything to you. My life, my love, my soul. After that, she lowered her head and whispered, soft enough for only Rudy to hear. Tightly grasping his hand, she said, just, don't throw me away. Okay? Rudy squeezed her hand back and then whispered back. Don't worry. I'm pretty obsessive about my belongings, you know? Aris's mind blanked after hearing those words. And then the next thing she knew. Rudeus. The priest looked to Rudy and said, You may now kiss the bride. Aris froze. The weight of the situation, the gaze is on her. Her instinct screamed at her to run. But before she could, a gentle hand brushed against her chin. Rudy smiled and then leaned forward, lifting the veil over Aris's face. Aris blinked, her eyes widening as Rudy drew close. Don't worry. Rudy smiled and said, Just look at me. Aris heard Rudy. And she wanted to. But as he drew closer, she subconsciously closed her eyes. A soft brush of warmth against her lips. Something wet and ticklish, along with a hint of caramel? Aris's eyes snapped open and she saw Rudy sticking out his tongue, revealing a small caramel on it. But then he pulled his tongue back and smiled. This guy. Cheers and applause. The priest offering his congratulations. Aris didn't hear any of that. Holding onto Rudy's arm and letting him walk her back down the aisle, Aris felt like she was floating. Not only that, but she was feeling a bit faint too. Hey. Rudy chuckled and said, You can't faint yet. There's still the reception, you know? Aris blushed and said, I wasn't going to faint. And what you do mean yet? Well, you wanted kids, right? It's going to be a lot of hard work, you know. Aris felt like her face was on fire from that comment. Pervert. Rudy laughed and then pulled Aris close. Aris sighed and leaned against him. Chapter 180, Wedding Reception. And so I hope that Rudy and Miss Aris have a long and blessed life together. Akito finished his speech with a red face and then sat back down. I clapped my hands, giving him a bright smile. Despite it being a last-minute thing, Akito pulled through on the best man role and even pulled out a fancy and heartfelt speech. And as if to validate how well it went, the surroundings filled with applause. Akito looked taken aback, but then he smiled and nodded his head. After seeing that he was good, I took a quick look around. The ceremony itself was over now, so now it was time for the wedding reception. Basically, the part where people stood up, gave speeches and or blessings, while the couple sat there and endured it until the end. There were a few ways to set things up. One was to have the couple with the groom's family or vice versa. Another was to have the happily married couple together by themselves. Of course, Ari and I ended up with the latter option. I wasn't sure whose idea it was, but I could tell that Ari was on the verge of fainting from the attention and embarrassment. While her face wasn't quite as red anymore, the way she was clinging on to me and trembling gave away her emotions. It was cute. Extremely cute. I really wanted to bully her a bit and see how she'd react. But that would be mean, and I did promise Norn. Anyway, Ari and I were seated at a table together in the middle of the courtyard. The guests were seated all around us at different tables, essentially trapping us in the middle. It was something that Ari definitely didn't expect considering her reaction. That, or she was overwhelmed. I was fine. But since my adorable wife wasn't, I held her close and stayed calm, acting like nothing was out of the ordinary. Par for the course. It was probably the only thing keeping Ari from running off in a burst of flames and ruining her wedding dress. Again, while entertaining, not the ideal outcome. So I made sure to do my best to calm her down. Since Akito finished his speech, and since he was scheduled to wrap things up, we were finally winding down. Just a quick wait to see if there were any volunteers and then me and Ari were free. Of course, I highly doubted there'd be any people at this point due to the social pressure. All right. Dad stood up and then flashed me a grin. Since no one's stepping up, it's my turn, right? Ah. Of course. Dad would try to get in the last word. Dad tidied his suit a bit and then grinned. Since we've been here a while, I'll just wing it and keep this brief. I'm getting 3 more cracks at it anyway, so dash. Boos echoed from the crowd. The loudest from Mom, Mama Lily, Aries' parents, and my sisters. Dad held up his hands and said, I'm just saying it how it is. Tough crowd, but alright. He put on a serious face and then reached around to grab a glass of wine. After taking a swig, he said, to be honest, today is a day that probably shouldn't have happened. Mom cleared her throat. Dad coughed and said, I mean, a beautiful day that almost didn't happen, ah. Ari rolled her eyes. Sneaking a glance at me, she whispered, is this why you didn't pick him as your best man? I gave a slight nod and said, exactly. Smart. Glad you agree, Ari. Ari smiled, relaxing a bit after hearing Dad talk. Wait. Was that his plan? I glanced over at Dad and saw him wink. Huh. This guy. How does he know how to read the room when he wants and fails to do it when it's important? Dad held up his glass and looked around the courtyard. With a serious expression, he nodded and said, the first thing I want to say is that I'm proud of my son. He turned to look at me and said, when he was younger, I was worried, you know? Unlike most kids, Rudy was a bona fide genius. Even then, he was still just a kid. It was hard to balance that out, and I'm sure I did a terrible job at it. After all, I'm an idiot. Laws raised his glass and said, that is an absolute truth. Philip raised a glass too and said, tell him, Laws. Laughter filled the air as people laughed at my dad. But as for me, I couldn't. He was standing there, acting like a clown as usual. But that was just a way to keep things light. To make sure words were conveyed in a clear way instead of being stifled by heavy emotions. Dad joined in with the laughter, but then returned to a serious expression. Still looking at me, he said, I've been a terrible father. I've done my best, but there's that saying about hell and good intentions. Even so. He smiled and said, I'm happy and grateful. My son grew into a fine young man, handsome enough to pull double the beautiful women his old man did. That time, Mama Lily cleared her throat. At the same time, something silver flashed in her sleeves. Dad reached up to tug his collar and said, tough crowd. Anyway. I'm glad that you're happy, Rudy. He raised his glass towards me and Aris. And you too, Ari. Although me and Philip didn't really expect it, you two match really well. Rudy mellowed out the firecracker of a princess I met when she was a kid, and Ari calmed out the strung-up genius who was always worried about everything. Ari smiled at that and nodded. Thank you, P. Father-in-law. I smiled as well and said, thanks, Dad. Dad's smile widened and he said, I'm happy. Seriously. But also, I really want to know. Was it the S-? Okay. Mom jumped out of her seat and said, that's quite enough, husband. Mama Lily jumped up as well and then dashed over to grab Dad's arm. Yes. I believe this is plenty for heartwarming speeches. Hey. Dad tried to break free and said, I wasn't done yet. Mom plucked the glass from Dad's free arm, drained it, and then tossed it aside. I vanished the glass before it shattered. Couldn't spread bad luck this early into my married life, you know? But nobody seemed to notice. Mostly because Mom and Mama Lily were dragging Dad out back. Like before, laughter filled the air. Even Ari laughed, finally calming down. If there was anything Dad was good at, it was cutting stuff. And it seemed like he cut the tension here with his usual clownery. I'd have to pour him a drink later and thank him properly. He bashed himself a lot, but I disagree with him about being the worst father. Hard agree on being the worst example of a father, but hard disagree on being the worst father. Anyway, the crowd slowly started to settle down after Dad was dragged off. Seeing that, I stood up and took a look around, smiling. Well, is there anyone else who would like to speak? Ari stood up as well. Looking around, she said, the food's waiting for us, so if there's nobody else. Wait. Huh? I glanced towards the speaker and saw a relatively handsome young man walk over. Slicked back brown hair, light blue eyes, aristocratic and vaguely familiar features. I didn't recognize him. But from Aries' reaction, she clearly did. That fucking idiot had to say something. Aerie muttered under her breath. In the corner of my eye, I saw Norn suddenly get up and try to run over, hand on a sword that definitely wasn't there 5 minutes ago. Thankfully, Stella jumped her and had her spirit friends dogpile Norn to hold her down. Aerie narrowed her eyes, glaring at the guy approaching us. I had to give the guy some credit. Even if it was the dumbest thing in the world to do, he was walking up here without shaking in his boots. I'd have to deduct all of that credit back though, because he was clearly oblivious to the incredible amount of killing intent being directed his way by Sylphie, Norn, Dad, Mom, Mama Lily, Philip, Laws. You get the idea. The young man stood a few paces away from me and Aerie. After glancing between us, he looked at me and said, "My name is Luke Notice Greyrat. And while I do not object to anything, I do wish to ensure that Miss Aris is in the right hands." Is this guy for real? I glanced over at Aerie. Aerie was shaking. And not out of fear or embarrassment. It looked like she was barely holding herself back from smacking that guy into the ground. Huh. I was a little curious as to the history there. But I also felt like it wasn't something that we should bring up in public at our wedding where people could misunderstand. Especially when I could see Princess Ariel in the back covering her face with both hands and Orsted shaking his head. Oh wait. This guy was with them. That made sense. Meaning he was an Azuran noble. A Greyrat too. And for notice, probably a cousin of mine? Didn't Norn mention something about a perverted cousin or something in the past? Ah, wait. I got it now. Aerie took a step forward and opened her mouth, clearly ready to give him a piece of her mind. But before she could, I pulled her in for a kiss. Aerie froze, but then she got weak at the knees and leaned on me. That's no good, Rudy. Her face turned red and she said, even if we're married now, in front of so many people. Okay, so can confirm Aerie gets a hard reset with a kiss. Great to know for the future. Also something to add to the Greyrat notebook. A faint cold prickling sensation from the distance. Sylphie. It was just a brief moment. Even so, I caught it and glanced over. Sylphie met my gaze and then looked away, embarrassed and guilty. All right. Another note to add to the old Greyrat heirloom. But problem for later. Right now. I took a glance over at Luke to see his reaction. He kept on a cool facade, but I could see the cracks there. Bits of jealousy and envy carefully hidden behind a knightly demeanor. I patted Aerie for a bit and sat her down. After that, I walked in front of Luke and smiled. Thank you for coming, cousin. I have to say, I appreciate your concern for my lovely wife. But she is more than capable of protecting herself. Aerie heard my words and then turned even redder. Huh. Seemed like today was seriously short-circuiting her. It looked like I had a 100x effect to flirting skills today specifically focused on Aerie because of it. I'll make sure to put that to good use now and later. But first. Luke's eye twitched a bit when he saw Aerie react. But then he stared at me and said, even so, I must insist on measuring the caliber of the man who dash. Yeah, Skip. Luke's eyes widened. Pardon? Skip? Skip Wadash. I snapped my fingers. Luke's arms and legs instantly bent at weird angles. The sword he had kept hidden beneath his suit turned to ice and melted. And after that, he opened his mouth to scream. But I snapped my fingers again and a paper sign slapped itself onto his face, sealing any sound coming from him. On that sign were 2 lines. 1. Don't be an idiot like this guy. 2. Don't try to crash a wedding with stupid actions. Luke's face distorted from behind the sign, clearly in pain. But I just waved my hand and sent him flying towards the front gate before setting him there as a human meatball warning sign. Silence. People staring with wide eyes. What? I looked around and said, he's not dead or permanently disfigured. That spell will wear off after the wedding's over, and he'll even be more flexible for it. He should be thanking me for the gift, really." Soft murmurs echoed amidst our guests. Among them, I could hear Roxy let out a soft sigh and say, "I pray for the poor souls who will think it's a good idea to object to my wedding later." Okay. Something to note. Maybe get some of the white knights to hang around just in case. But for now. I clapped my hands and said, "In any case, it's been long enough. Let's dig in." AAA. Princess Ariel Anamoyajura. Due to her connections with both Orsted and with Lilia, she was invited to the wedding of Rudeus notus Greyrat. Since it was a formal occasion, she brought along her companions, Luke notus Greyrat, who served as her knight, and Tristina Purplehorse, who served as her guardian mage. The invitation was a nice change of pace. Ariel appreciated it. After spending so much time in the vile backstabbing cesspool that was the Azura Kingdom, a wholesome and lovely wedding was just what she needed. But then some idiot had to act up. Ariel kneeled in front of Luke and shook her head. "Why did you have to open your mouth, Luke?" Luke couldn't respond. He was still silenced from magic, and his limbs were twisted together. It must have been agonizing. But he had antagonized a man who even Lord Orsted respected. Tristina brushed her blonde twintails aside and said, "I told you that your brash mouth would get the princess in trouble one day, Greyrat. What were you thinking?" Luke shook his head, as if desperately disagreeing. Ariel simply sighed. Truly, he was a man who thought only about swords and with his sword. Though he could put on a thin veneer of gentlemanliness, unfortunately when it came to adorable girl and busty women, he was an absolute disgrace. At that time, Orsted walked over. Ariel stood up and did a quick curtsy. "Greeting, Lord Orsted." Orsted shook his head and said, "There is no need for that here, Ariel." "Understood." Ariel raised her head and smiled. "Thank you again for taking the time to come examine Luke." Luke let out a visible sigh of relief. Tristina clicked her tongue and said, "Can't we just leave him like this? Mr. Rudy said the spell would wear off soon anyway, didn't he?" Ariel nodded. "He did. And it is not that I distrust his words, but a secondary opinion is always essential to have as a future ruler." Orsted nodded. "I agree. It is only through consulting with better and equals that you can perceive a path through the darkness." He paused and then chuckled. "That, and knowing when to stay silent." He stared at Luke and then shook his head. "Rudy is as impressive as always. Using healing magic to twist the body's nature and physique in such an uncanny way, and yet to do so without inflicting long-term harm. Incredible." Ariel walked over and said, "Then, is it possible to undo it, Lord Orsted?" Orsted grabbed the paper sign for a bit and read it. After that, he shook his head and stepped back. "While I can, Rudy did this to teach Luke a lesson. And Luke's reactions are understandable as Luke and Aris Greyrat have a strong fate. It is not meant to be in this world." Ariel blinked. As always, Lord Orsted spoke of some incomprehensible events and concepts. But as always, Ariel simply smiled and nodded. Tristina smiled, staring at Luke. "So you're saying that we just have to leave this idiot here, Lord Orsted?" Orsted nodded. "Correct. Luke will be fine. The spell is to conclude at midnight, and there are auxiliary magic circles to restore and enhance his body afterward. Although there is the downside of incredible pain, it would be far from driving a man mad." He chuckled and then said, "This is good fortune. Considering the internal disputes within House Notice, he should be thankful to receive a painful blessing instead of a permanent curse." "I see." The fact that Lord Orsted was finding it amusing was odd. And the fact that he had chuckled twice was even odder. When they were in the Azura Kingdom and wandering about the central continent, Lord Orsted remained inscrutable. Harsh, cold, and aloof. Yet here. Ariel glanced at Orsted and carefully said, "You appear to be in a good mood, Lord Orsted. Have you been enjoying the festivities?" Orsted paused. "A good mood." He stopped to think and then smiled. rubbing his face. I suppose I am in a good mood. Today has been a day of many firsts. He chuckled and then glanced at Ariel and Tristina. I am going to give my blessing to the new couple. Do not idle too long here. After Orsted left, and after ensuring he was far out of earshot, Ariel shook her head and said, Lord Orsted is as incomprehensible as ever. Tristina nodded. He is. But at the least, he is properly acting as your sponsor. She smiled and said, Since then, you haven't had to worry about assassins, have you, princess? True. Ariel walked around to sit on Luke. His face distorted and his eyes started rolling up in his head. Ariel gave his back a light pat and then said, You make quite the comfortable piece of furniture, Luke. Perhaps I should have you do this more often. Tristina gave Ariel a blank stare. Ariel noticed, but then responded to Tristina's first words as if nothing happened. That's true, Tristina. But it is still a bit troublesome. She sighed and said, Brother and that Prime Minister are intent on sending me away to study here at the Renoa Magic Academy. She furrowed her brows and said, They claim it is to widen my perspective prior to the heir selection. She scoffed and said, Of course, it's simply an excuse to send me away from Lord Orsted. Not that it will change anything. She giggled and then idly swung her legs back and forth. They believe that Lord Orsted moves to my whims when it is the other way around. Although Lord Orsted had done nothing but aid her, Ariel was well aware she was being used. She didn't mind it. In the first place, she couldn't resist against the unstoppable force that was Lord Orsted. But in the second place, and the most important reason, Lord Orsted had her best interests at heart. True, he was clearly maneuvering Ariel in a way to claim the throne and gain power. But it wasn't for his sake. After all, a man such as he could simply proclaim himself king. Instead, he seemed to be doing it with the intent of securing something far into the future. As if her claiming the throne was a prerequisite to some objective. And not for the power that came with Ariel claiming the throne, but instead a result that would come about from her claiming the throne. It was a subtle nuance that was harder to detect on a man like Lord Orsted. But Ariel was more than familiar with the inner machinations of men's minds. Particularly those seeking power or influence of the throne. And Lord Orsted was not that type of person. Instead, he was a man with a greater mission at hand, though unspoken. That, and he was kind towards children, as evident by his interactions with her as she grew up. So, even if she was being used as a pawn to become a queen, if it was a gambit in a game that Lord Orsted was playing, she didn't mind. Though she did wish that he would smile more often. Such a handsome face was wasted being so harsh. Tristina walked over and then hopped on the other side of Luke. That time, his eyes completely rolled up in his head. Tristina didn't notice. Instead, she smiled and said, You're right, princess. Luke is comfortable as a chair. Isn't he? Ariel smiled and then bounced up and down a bit. I don't know if it's because of the spell, or if he's always like this, but it's really comfortable. Tristina let out a content sigh. But then she saw Luke's face and grimaced. If only he wouldn't have such a disgusting expression. Especially when leering at women. Ariel sighed and placed a hand on her cheek. Indeed. That's his one flaw. She paused and said, I wonder if I should agree with Lord Orsted and simply do away with the upper nobility. We're quite overdue for a purge, and I still haven't forgiven that minister. Tristina reached out to grab Ariel's hand and said, You don't have to do that, princess. You shouldn't dirty your hands over something like this. Ariel sighed. I know. She smiled and said, It's best for a princess and future queen to be pure and pristine for the people. But there are days. A trip through the inner sanctum of the Azura Palace was enough to make her retch. And when she thought about the children younger than her that were sometimes brought there only to disappear without a trace. But you couldn't clean a home by burning it to the ground. As much as Ariel wondered if she should simply request Orsted to raze it all down and rebuild from the ashes, she also knew that would cause quite a bit of chaos for her loyal subjects. Really, the problem was only with the rotten top. And considering how few they were, picking off a few abscesses and tumors shouldn't be too difficult. They just had to make precision cuts at the proper time. And with the right people. Speaking of people. Ariel gazed back towards the courtyard, watching Rudy thank the guests with his wife. Tristina followed Ariel's gaze and frowned. Don't tell me you were enraptured by that man. Even if you're a princess, taking a married man is a bit dash. Don't be ridiculous, Tina. Ariel smiled and said, I know my boundaries. And while it would be nice to be related to Nanny Lilia, I have a feeling that the kingdom of Azura no, the entire central continent would be covered in corpses if I made a move. She paused and remembered a certain young elf girl with light green hair she met long ago. Mr. Rudy has some pretty scary lovers, you know? As if to prove Ariel's point, Sylphie walked into their line of sight. She paused and then turned to look directly at Ariel and Tristina before smiling. Tristina flinched. I isn't else hearing that good? Chapter 181, Ari noticed Greyrat. It was a long and exciting night. Congratulations all around, people chatting and meeting each other for either the first time or the first time in a while. And, as expected from such a happy and exciting night, time seemed to pass by in a blur. Eating good food with the guests, receiving toasts and blessings, watching everyone interact while standing beside my adorable wife. I could honestly say that it was an unexpected happiness. While I knew that there was a lot of trouble coming down the horizon, and not just from being W, but from the relationship juggling I'd be dealing with, for now, I was happy spending time with Ari. I was also happy seeing everyone interact and get along at the wedding reception. There was a bit of a weird interaction with Stella and Akito in the background. One followed by my baby sister glaring daggers at me whenever she could afterwards, but it seemed like she was shelving the matter for the moment. It seemed like Stella had successfully learned the lesson of time and place. If I wasn't already feeling on top of the world from the ceremony and everything else, that would definitely have topped things off. But in the end, time moved on, and the wedding reception came to an end. After bidding the guests farewell with Ari, then thanking our parents for staying behind to clean things up, I whisked Ari away for our honeymoon. A sky just starting to light up with the sun and the dawn of a new day. One in contrast to the starry night that had just greeted us. And then a small and cozy house in front of us. I set Ari down and then smiled. Ari raised her left hand against her chest, idly twirling her wedding ring around with her right hand. Taking a look at the surroundings, she muttered, it's real, isn't it? I walked over to place my arm around Ari's shoulders and nodded. It's definitely real, Ari. After saying that, I gently guided her inside the house. No, inside our home. It was a place I built just for Ari and I in Arcadia. I won't go into the details of how I made it or where it was, but the house was a cozy one-floor home with a living room, a bathroom, and a large master bedroom. A flower garden up front and a small pond out back added a bit of charm to the place too. But the house didn't matter so much. It was the fact that it was ours. A home of our own. And Aries seemed to realize that too when we walked in. I gently closed the door behind me as we entered, and Aries flinched. She glanced back and then instinctively stepped away from me, her face flushed red. I laughed and said, "What are you getting so shy about now?" Shut up, Rudy. Ari looked around and said, This is new to me, okay? And it's it's overwhelming, okay? She shook her head and then looked at me and then back at her ring. You, me. This. She paused, turning even redder. And since we're married, the next step. I chuckled and said, You've shamelessly done worse before, haven't you? There's no need to be shy now. Ari flung her right arm to the side and said, That's different. Sylphie was there, so I couldn't lose. But like this. She reached up with her right arm to grab her left hand and then placed both over her chest. After that, she turned to the side and glanced at me. It's just going to be us. Just you and me, so. She took a deep breath and then shouted. I'm just nervous, okay? Ah, this isn't fair. Staring at Aerie like that, blushing and acting shy in her wedding gown. Doing my best to ignore my racing heart and remain calm, I said, being that cute is illegal, Aerie. Aerie pointed at me and said, a man like you is illegal. I should be mad, you know? Here I am, just married with my husband on our honeymoon. Shut up. Aerie folded her arms together and said, anyway. She stuck her head up and looked down at me. I should be mad since my husband is marrying 3 other women over the next few weeks. Not just 1, not 2, but 3. And yet. She walked over to me, raising her fist. I stood there, ready to take whatever Aerie wanted to dish out. But she just weakly tapped her fist against my chest before leaning her head against me. I'm not mad. I just feel a bit empty at that thought. I froze and then instinctively hugged her. Aerie tensed and then slowly hugged me back. After that, she said, Rudy? Yes, Aerie? Aerie didn't look up at me. Still leaning her head against me, she muttered, do you really love me? I gently brushed her hair and said, of course I do. Really? She slowly looked up. Really? Even though we haven't spent much time together? Staring at me with teary crimson eyes, she quietly finished with, even though I was forced on you? Fate takes strange turns. I didn't like her at all when we met. And it wouldn't have been a stretch to say I hated her a bit. But the Aris that I met then and the Aerie before me now was different. Besides, while Aerie might think that we didn't know each other long, we did still spend close to a year in Arcadia too after she arrived with Norn. I think time was just a social construct at this point, what with the distorted flow of time, so. But anyway, Aerie. I smiled at her and then said, even so, I'm sure that even in another life, I'd be by your side one way or another. Aerie blushed and then buried her face against my chest again. You're just being nice. What's even good about a tomboy like me anyway? I chuckled and said, you're less of a tomboy than Sylphie, you know? Even though she looks like a lady on the outside, Sylphie's as tough as steel on the inside. Aerie tapped my chest and then said, rude. Talking about other women again on our honeymoon. I kissed Aerie's forehead. Sorry. Aerie shook her head and then looked up at me. Staring into my eyes, she muttered, that's not fair too. Every time you look at me with that face and apologize, I want to forgive you for everything. I chuckled and said, well, it's good that it's me then. I smiled and said, another man might take advantage of that. Aerie rolled her eyes and said, as if you don't do that already. True. I reached around to hold Aerie close and said, but at least I won't ever let you be unhappy. I hate how you make me want to believe your lies. Well, I have a tendency of turning lies into the truth. So does it really matter? Aerie scoffed, but let out a content smile. I stood there and smiled as well, holding her close. After a few moments, Aerie spoke up. Hey, Rudy. Yes? Aerie hesitated and then said, if everything started over again, would you still have me as your wife? I wanted to give an immediate answer, but I knew that wasn't proper. This was something weighing on Aerie's heart. And at a time like this, it would be wrong to answer flippantly. I wasn't Dad, after all. So I took time to seriously think about it. In the beginning, I didn't like Aris, at all. She made a terrible first impression on me, and I already had Sylphie in my heart at the time. And even before Sylphie, I was already thinking about Roxy. But if I had met Aerie first, I would have seen through her actions. I would have taken her lashing out as the desperate flailing of a lonely girl who was adrift in the world by herself. I would have been more patient with her, and I was sure Aerie would have calmed down a bit too. No, I knew that from how she ended up with Rudeus in the other timeline. Considering my temperament was better than his, and that I wouldn't have dismissed Aerie's concerns. I could see it. A world where I realized that I was a genius because of Aerie's struggles. but one where I took on that role to help her be happy after seeing someone growing up in a similar situation to my past life. Aris shook her head and then said, "No. Don't answer that. Aris dash." Aris reached up and then wrapped her arms around my neck. Staring at me, she let out a soft smile and said, "It's fine. I know I'm lucky." She let out a soft sigh and said, "This life I have is one I got by chance, and unfairly. Even so." She leaned forward to kiss me. The soft taste of cinnamon. A slight tingle and heat from the light touch of her lips. And the faint scent of roses. Aris leaned back and let out a bright smile. "There's no point talking about what-ifs when this is real, right?" Staring at her happy expression, I felt a stab of guilt in my heart. I instinctively held her tight and then said, "I'm sorry, Aris. It was an uneven exchange. Aris was giving me her everything, but she could only ever get a part of me. And while I would give her the most I could never completely devote myself to her. It was a selfish decision that asked for a cruel compromise. While it was a decision that would make everyone happy, it wasn't the decision that would make her the happiest. Even so." Aris flicked my forehead and said, "Stop that, Rudy." She smiled and said, "If you keep looking at me like that, you'll make me forgive you for something wrong that you didn't do." "That's right." I smiled back at Aris and steeled my heart. I was the one who chose this path. Aris, Sylphie, Rika, and Roxy were the ones who agreed to this compromise, but it was because of me that they considered it in the first place. So I had to take responsibility for it. Even if I couldn't make Aris completely happy, I just had to do my damnedest to get as close to that as possible. Aris laughed and then placed her hand on my cheek. "You don't have to be so serious about it, Rudy. I'll do better." Aris nodded. "As long as you do. Now." She glanced around the room and blushed. "Since we're here." She looked back at me and said, "Is this place really private?" "Absolutely." I nodded and said, "This is a private house in an isolated plot of land in Arcadia with no one around for miles." Then. Aries' face turned a deep red and she said, It's fine if I go a bit wild then? I can scream, right?" I laughed. Hey. Aries huffed and said, "I'm being serious." I gave her a quick peck on the lips and then said, "Yes. It's fine. My cute little puppy can bark as much as she wants." Aries smacked my chest and said, "I'm not a dog. Though if you want to try it." Hearing that and seeing her shy but wanting gaze, I couldn't help it anymore and lifted her up. Afterwards, I started marching towards the master bedroom. Aries squeaked and then said, wait. Not in the dress." I snapped my fingers, materializing a mannequin off to the side and then warping Aries' wedding gown onto it. Aries screamed and then crossed her arms around her lacy crimson bra. Glaring at me, she said, warn me first." "I'm sorry, Aries. But you're just too adorable right now." I kicked the door open and walked inside with Aries before kicking it closed. Aries turned as red as her hair and then looked up at me with shy eyes. Really? You really think I'm adorable?" "Yep." I set Aries down on the bed and then smiled. "So get ready, because I'm going to bully you all night." Wait. Rudy I mean, husband dash. I leaned over her to nibble her ear and then said, "Yes, wifey?" Aries let out a strangled sound and then covered her face. I chuckled and said, "What is it? Too much?" Aries shook her head and then peeked at me from her fingers. Taking deep breaths, she said, "See, can you be gentle?" I know it's not the first, but since it's our wedding." She slowly lowered her hands and then said, "I want it to be special. Please? HNGH. Rudy?" I took a step back from the bed and knelt to the ground. After that, I reached out to grab her left hand and kissed her ring finger. "In that case, this night shall do whatever milady commands." Aries froze for a moment. No, for a few moments. I wondered if it was a bit too much and she fainted. But Ari recovered and then wrapped her other hand around my own. Staring at me, she said, then, "See, can we just cuddle for a bit first? I'm nervous. HNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNN Damned. Cute? Husband. I took off my shoes and socks and then slipped off my suit. After that, I slipped into the bed beside her and pulled Ari close. Ari looked surprised, but she smiled as she turned around to look at me. Is this fine, milady? M'chum. Ari nodded and then wrapped her arms around my neck to pull me close. After that, she said, then, can my knight kiss me? Please? As you wish. Ari closed her eyes and leaned forward to kiss me. It began as a soft peck, but then it turned into something deeper. And after that. Chapter 182, after the first. Sylphie hugged a giant plushie modeled after Rudy and let out a deep sigh. I know it's selfish and mean, but I can't help but be upset. You understand, right, Rollo? Roland nodded. I understand, mother. He gazed off into the distance, reminiscing on the past. Even when I was a kid, although all of my moms got along well, there was still a bit of jealousy at times. Right? Sylphie jumped to her feet and said, it's only natural. Yes. Roland slowly nodded. Sylphie was in her room with Roland. After going through the draining events of the day, she needed some quiet time to relax, recuperate, and recharge. And of course, she dragged along her son to help her with that. Well, Roland wasn't really her son, but he was proof that she and Rudy were meant to be one way or another. Unlike Ari, who didn't have physical proof that she and Rudy were meant to be together. Ah. That was the jealousy speaking again. Sylphie would need to get better at that. Rudy wouldn't like it. And she couldn't live if Rudy started to hate her. Not that he would. Rudy was nice, and kind, and loving, and understanding. Even though he knew that Sylphie was a bit broken, he still accepted her, flaws and all. So she would try to be better. No, she would be better. For him. For the man she loved more than anything else in this world. Except for Roland, of course. She loved her son too, even if he technically wasn't hers. So that was fine. Even so, Sylphie couldn't help but think about it. Sylphie was in Rudy's house. But he wasn't here right now. And Ari wasn't either. Instead, the two of them were off somewhere else being intimate in a home that the two called their own. It was only for a few days. Sylphie knew that. And she also knew that it would be her turn to have Rudy to herself next. But even so, she let out a deep sigh and looked at Roland. I don't understand how your mother did it, Rollo. Even after meeting and talking to her. That Sylphie was the first wife, and yet she compromised for Rudy and allowed more. Not only that, but she had been content with just being Rudy's wife, even if she couldn't stand beside him. A saint. Sylphie couldn't help but think that Roland's mother had been a true saint. Because Sylphie couldn't comprehend it. That Rudy had been in even more dangerous situations. Faced more terrifying foes while being far from as strong as her Rudy. Even so, that Sylphie stayed home and just waited for him. She was content to just be the anchor in his life. The one constant. But Sylphie couldn't do that. The thought that Rudy might disappear again somewhere she couldn't see. That she would be left alone again, even though she knew that wouldn't happen. Sylphie let out a deep sigh. Roland looked at Sylphie and then nodded. My mother was indeed a saint. He paused and then said, technically a goddess too, according to my father. But I wouldn't discount your own efforts, mother. Sylphie smiled at Roland and then said, you're too nice, Rollo. She set her plushie of Rudy aside and then walked over to hug Roland. But thank you. Roland hugged Sylphie back and said, you're welcome, mother. Sylphie paused and then stepped back, frowning. Are you really fine with calling me and Rudy your parents though? Roland let out a relaxed smile. Of course. Even if the time may be different, you two are still my parents. And besides, I'm needed here more than I ever was before. Sylphie stared at Roland for a while and then said, I hope my son is even as half as reliable as you, Rollo. Roland shook his head. I would hope my younger brother be seen for himself, not what he could be. He paused and then said, though a few faint expectations would be good. It's easy to mistake freedom for indifference. Sylphie nodded. I'll remember that, Rollo. Roland smiled and then said, in any case. Are you finished with your preparations, Mother? Is there anyone you wish to invite or anything I can do to help? Sylphie placed a hand on her chin and hummed. I don't think so. Everyone in my family is here for the wedding, and the preparations are mostly done for the ceremony. I guess I could invite some friends. Sylphie didn't have many friends, but she had a few acquaintances. There was that small adventurer party she helped back when she was crossing the northern lands. Counterbow or something? Then there was that soul. Sold it? Soldier? Something like that. He said that he owed her a favor, so maybe he could come visit? It might make Rudy a bit jealous too. That was a bit mean, but Sylphie would like it if he did get a bit jealous for her, like he did for Aris with that Luke guy. Roland nodded and said, all right. Should I round up the knights to go look for them? No. Sylphie shook her head and said, it's fine. I'll go get them myself. Roland blinked. Right now? Sylphie waved her arms, changing out from the formal dress she wore for Aries' wedding into an adventurer outfit. A loose white tunic, furry white boots, a gray scarf, light blue gloves and leggings to cover her arms and legs. After holding her arm out again to summon a glittering blue ice sword that she hung on her left side, she smiled and said, yep. Mommy needs to get her mind off some things, and an adventure to find some friends sounds like just the thing. She paused and then said, do you want to come with, Rollo? Roland hesitated, but then he said, Father would be upset if I just let you go off on your own, so I will. Sylphie pouted and said, do you like Daddy that much more than Mommy? Roland shook his head. No. I just don't want to get lectured by him later for leaving a lady alone even though she's more than capable of protecting herself. Sylphie laughed and said, Rudy is a bit of a hypocrite like that. But okay. She ran over to grab Roland's hand and said, let's go on a trip to meet Mommy's friends. S&G. It was the day after Onii-chan's wedding with Eri-ne-chan. The adults were busy cleaning and reorganizing the house for Arifa-ne-chan's wedding, so there wasn't much she could do inside. Not to mention that Onii-chan and Eri-ne-chan were off somewhere doing lovey-dovey stuff too, so the house had a weird atmosphere. So, instead of hanging around all day, Stella immediately left the house to go hunt down Akito. It could be a look-alike. Weirder things had been happening in Stella's life. But even so, Stella wanted to confirm it. He was easy enough to find. With Fai, Wada, and Win sweeping through the city in spirit form, it only took a short while for her to locate him. It turned out that Akito had rented a home not far from Onii-chan's house. Or maybe Onii-chan rented one close by for him? Onii-chan definitely knew how and why Akito was here, so that was probably likely. But in any case, it was time to confront him. Wearing her usual clothes, a loose black t-shirt and jeans, along with her usual adventurer bag filled with useful tools, she headed over to Akito's house with Leo in tow. Fai, Wada, and Win were there too, but Stella made sure they were in spirit form for the day. Just to make sure they didn't raise any weird flags by accident. Not to mention that a cute toddler with a puppy was more disarming than a toddler with a bunch of spirit pals. Stopping at the house, Stella tried the door and found it unlocked. Akito was still as reckless as ever. Still, since it was unlocked, Stella let herself inside. The house was small. Just a single floor with a living room and a pair of bedrooms. There was also a door that led to a bathroom or something too. There was basic furniture there, like a table, chairs, and stuff. But it was pretty empty otherwise, except for all the random notes and paper laying all over the ground. Glancing at it, Stella felt a bit nostalgic. Even though it was a different place, Akito acted the same. And just like back then, Akito was sitting at a table, idly sketching out notes amidst a mess of books and papers. Stella closed the door behind her. Akito flinched and glanced over. For a second, he was panicked. But then he saw that it was Stella and let out a relieved sigh. Smiling, he stood up and said, "Good morning, Stella. What are you doing here? And where are your friends?" Stella walked over, plastering on her best cutesy toddler smile, and said, "Morning, Mr. Akito." Leo wagged his tail and then ran up to Akito. "1." Akito smiled and crouched down to scratch Leo's ears. "Hello again to you too, Leo. Keeping Stella safe?" 1-1. Stella adjusted her bag and then said, "Can I play here today, Mr. Akito?" Akito picked Leo up and then said, "Sure." "But..." He frowned and said, "Are you sure you want to play here? It's kind of boring." "It's fine." Stella smiled and said, "I don't think Mr. Akito is boring. And everyone else is busy." "Oh. Right." Akito nodded. "I bet they would be. Well, you can hang out here if you want." He set Leo back down and said, "I'm working on a project your brother gave me, but feel free to look around. I think there's some snacks in the Friday icebox if you're hungry too." "K." "Thanks, Mr. Akito." Akito smiled and then walked back to his table, looking back over his notes. Stella took the time to walk around the house, looking at everything like a curious toddler would. Wada's voice echoed in Stella's head. "You know, you're getting really good at playing cute." Fai's voice echoed after that. "Right? Stella's adorable." Win's yawn echoed next before she spoke up. "That's because it's Stella's true nature to be the cute little hero." 1-1. Leo's bark echoed and he chimed in too. "I agree. Stella's the cutest, bestest hero." Stella blushed and then whispered, "Could you be quiet?" Akito looked over and said, "Did you need something, Stella?" Stella smiled and said, "No. I'm fine, Mr. Akito. Just talking to myself." "Okay. Let me know if you need anything." Stella let out a sigh of relief, doing her best not to pout at the laughter echoing in her head. Instead, she walked around and took a look at what Akito was working on. There were a lot of magic formations and stuff. But there were also a lot of weird notes with comments like unraveling the nature of divinity through knowledge to create a golden sword that severs it and reaching the root of existence to acquire a grand true sorcery surpassing divinity and worldly logic. It was a bit chuyuni, actually. Stella remembered Akito was a bit of an otaku, but... Fai sighed and then spoke up. "Is this really the guy you liked in your past life, Stella?" Wada hummed. "He seems kind of pathetic." Win chimed in as well. "He really is. His fate is so weak I'm surprised he hasn't dropped dead." And of course Leo had to get in his 2 cents. 1. Stella needs a stronger man than that. "Shut up. I'm thinking." Stella shook her head and then snuck a few glances towards Akito while she walked around. He was definitely the same person. That face, that same goofy expression he had while concentrating on a project. The messy house and weird notes. Stella was sure now. This was Akito. But she didn't know why or how he was here. Did Oniai-chan bring him here, knowing how important Akito was to her? Wait. Did Oniai-chan even know? Stella never actually told him about Akito, right? And unless Oniai-chan was a god or something that could read her mind, he wouldn't know who Akito was. Rudy isn't a god, but he's definitely stronger. 1. I agree. I haven't met the beast god, but I can't imagine he's stronger than Rudy. If Hidegami didn't usurp the role of human god, Rudy would have obtained that role a long time ago. Stella blinked, processing the casual comments dropping giant lore bombs. And when she processed them, she huffed and muttered. Not cool dropping this stuff randomly like this. You could have said something earlier. Ha! At that time, Akito paused in his note-taking and glanced over. Letting out an apologetic smile, he said, sorry for being boring, Stella. Stella waved her hand and said, I'm not bored. It's just... She racked her mind for an excuse and then said, I just miss Oniai-chan a bit. Akito froze. Oniai-chan? Stella flinched and started to sweat. Ha! Ooh! So it really is in the blood. 1. Stella. Do you really have to keep up that character even in telepathy, Leo? 1. I have pride in being a real dog, 1-1. Unlike a certain fake cat. Fake dash. Stella pursed her lips and then forcibly weakened the connection between her and her spirits for a bit. Akito laughed and then said, that's cute. He smiled and then said, did Rudy teach you some Japanese? Stella laughed. That's right. Oniai-chan said he used to sing to me in Japanese and stuff. I liked how it sounded when I was a baby. Please buy it, please buy it. That's adorable. Akito smiled. Rudy's a great older brother. Umechim. Stella nodded. He really is. There was a comfortable silence for a moment. Sensing an opportunity, Stella decided to try something. She probably shouldn't, but she really wanted to know how he felt. So, putting on her best innocent expression, Stella walked over to Akito and said, Hey, Mr. Akito? Yes? Do you have a wife like Oniai-chan too? What? Akito flinched. No! Well... Stella shifted in place and then said, do you have someone you like then? Akito paused. After that, a wistful smile crossed his face. I did. Stella froze. At the same time, she felt her heart race. Then. After that, did Akito still? Akito sighed and shook her head. She's far away from me now though. Looking up at the ceiling, he said, if I had a chance, I'd apologize to her for leaving her behind. But, it's too late now. He paused. Well, I guess I just talked to her, but I really do need to properly apologize. Stella blinked, realizing something was off. Akito reached up to scratch the back of his head. It's a bit complicated, but the last time I saw her, we had a big argument and she ran away. It was dumb, and she almost got hurt real bad. But I managed to save her. I think. At least I remember grabbing her before the truck a big metal monster hit her. Stella stared at Akito. Akito let out a nervous laugh. Ah. It wasn't him. Stella felt her stomach churn a bit. She should have realized it with the weird timey-wimey things going on. But the Akito there wasn't her Akito. That made sense. There was no way he would be so happy and go lucky like this if it was her Akito. But even though it made her feel a bit sour, Stella felt relieved. Because she thought her death didn't mean anything to him. If Akito had really been acting like this even though Stella had died to save him, she didn't know what she'd do. But this wasn't her Akito. Then, it was fine. Stella? Stella plastered on a bright smile and said, then I hope you and your lover make up soon, Mr. Akito. Akito blushed and said, as she's not my lover, she's my girlfriend. Stella decided to tease him a bit and then play dumb. But I'm your girlfriend? What? Stella tilted her head and said, I'm a girl, and I'm Mr. Akito's friend. So I'm your girlfriend, right? No, that's not technically, but... Really, that's not what the word means. Stella giggled at seeing Akito stammer. Was this how Oniai-chan felt bullying Eri-ne-chan? No wonder he did it so often. But still... After seeing Akito again like this, Stella couldn't help but wonder. Why was she born in this world? And why was this Akito here? If she was a hero, did that mean the time for her to fight was coming up? And if so, would she be meeting her Akito in the future soon too? Akito cleared his throat. Anyway, let's just play a game for a bit. He stood up and walked over to pick up some pieces of paper on the ground. I have some magic formations here that make things float. I think they should be fun. Stella hopped over and smiled. Okay, Mr. Akito. Well, whatever. Stella would think about that later. For now. Even if it wasn't her Akito, and even if Oniai-chan didn't intend it, she would be able to get a bit of closure like this. ZNG. Zenith hummed to herself as she hung freshly washed laundry out to dry in the courtyard. Beside her, Paul folded some laundry that was already dried and put them in a basket. Meanwhile, Lilia sat on a chair nearby, washing more clothes in a tub. After finishing his batch, Paul looked at Zenith and Lilia and smiled. It's been a while since it's just been us three. Zenith brushed her hands against her clothes and then smiled. It has, hasn't it? Norn and Aisha were at school along with Miko. Stella went out to play with her spirit guardians. Sylphie and Roland were out sending wedding invitations. Eos and Aina were back in Arcadia to catch up on work. And then Rudy and Aris were on their honeymoon. Zenith walked over to Lilia and then let out a sigh. It's a bit bittersweet though. She shook her head and said, to think I miss Rudy's cute years and Stella's baby years. Not to mention Nornie and Aisha. Lilia drained the bucket of clothes before handing it to Zenith. After that, Lilia said, that's true. She sighed and said, I wish that we could have been there for Rudy when he was growing up. She frowned and said, we could have prevented this disaster if we knew. Zenith received the bucket and sighed. Right? I had been hoping that with Mealy's teachings, Rudy would just stick to Sylphie and Aris. But to think our cute little genius is marrying not just 2, but 4 beautiful women. She paused and then glared at Paul. And all with big breasts too. Paul held up his hands and said, hey! It's not my fault. It runs in the Greyrat blood. Zenith scoffed. You'd better hope that the Greyrat blood only runs true in men then. Otherwise you'll have a hell of a time when the girls grow up more and start chasing men. Paul froze and then covered his face. He groaned and said, this is karma, isn't it? Lilia dried her hands with a towel and then said, absolutely. Paul sighed and walked over to the next batch of dried clothes. As he took them off, he said, I'm surprised that Rudy took Aris away for a honeymoon though. Expertly folding them into a pile with a flick of his wrist, he walked back towards Zenith and said, I would have thought he'd just have us all clear out. Zenith shook her head. Rudy couldn't do that. Sylphie already claimed having the honeymoon here. Paul blinked and then said, that does seem like something Sylphie would do. Lilia shook her head. I still cannot believe the changes the children went through. And poor Sylphie most of all. Zenith sighed. I know. She doesn't talk about it, but the scars on Sylphie. Paul shook his head. You shouldn't feel sorry about it. Apparently, Sylphie's proud of them. He laughed and said, she calls them her proof of love for Rudy. Zenith blinked. How? No, why? Paul shrugged. I don't know all the details, but apparently Sylphie spent thousands of years or something delving in dangerous dungeons looking for Rudy, barely coming back alive each time. But she eventually found him, so she's really proud of it. Zenith grabbed Paul's shoulders and said, Sylphie did what? For how long? Paul blinked. Well, I think maybe it was only a few hundred years? 1,000 might be an exaggeration. Though I think Rudy mentioned he spent a few thousand years meditating. Our son is older than the Mealy's religion now? Paul blinked and then said, is this a bad time to say that he might as well be the founder of the Mealy's religion at this point? Zenith took a step back, feeling faint. Lilia let out a long-suffering sigh and then said, I need to stab that being a few times. She paused and then said, he is male, correct? Paul nodded. I think so. That's what Rudy said. Good. Lilia nodded. Then I can practice my sausage peeling techniques on him. Sausage-Paul shut up and then said, never mind. Zenith shook her head and said, to think that both Sylphie and Rudy endured so much. A tense silence filled the air. After a bit, Paul coughed and said, on another note. He frowned and said, has it sunk in yet that we're going to be grandparents? I mean, Eos, Aina, and Roland are nice. But we'll have babies around soon. Rudy's babies. Real grandkids. Not that Eos, Aina, and Roland aren't. But you know? Lilia frowned. You could have phrased it better. But yes. She sighed and placed her hand on her cheek. Only a short while ago, Aisha, Norn, Rudy, Sylphie, and Aris were still small children. And now? Zenith nodded. Holding out her arms, she let out a sad smile and said, I still remember holding Stella when she was just a baby. But in the blink of an eye. She pulled her arms back, hugging herself. I would be lying if I said I wasn't sad. And to think that Rudy is grown up now with kids of his own soon. Babies too. And that both Norn and Aisha aren't far from being adults too. Zenith laughed and shook her head. Well, I suppose it will be fun visiting my parents? They'll definitely have a heart attack seeing their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I think it's a bit late for that, Paul said. Rudy's already being seen as a patron saint of the true Mealy's religion since Cliff is the Pope-to-be and treating him like one. Zenith blinked. What? Didn't I explain it? Since Rudy rescued so many people in the Magic Continent and created Arcadia, he's seen as the reincarnation of Saint Mealy's Dash. But Saint Mealy's is a woman. Paul shrugged. People have been liberally interpreting the holy text these days. But anyway. Chapter 183, Family Matters. An intimate 3 days and 4 nights with my beloved wife passed. A lovely time where Ari and I found out that she was actually a pure maiden at heart who was pretty shy when there wasn't someone pressuring her into things or turning it into a competition. It was adorable and cute. Something that I didn't expect from Ari, but something that I really, really loved. And as proof of that love, Ari placed her hands over her stomach and said, I still can't believe it. She looked up at me from the bed and said, You're sure, right? I kissed her and said, I'm absolutely certain, Ari. The result of Ari's eagerness and proof of our love. It was faint, but 2 little lights were mixed in with Ari's mana. Twins, and likely fraternal judging from the slightly different colors. Apparently, the Greyrat blood worked fast. Either way, it was too early to tell the gender at this point though. Ari sat up, leaning against a stack of pillows and then let out a silly smile. Hugging her belly, she said, I'm going to be a mom. I'm really going to be a mom. I hugged her and then gave a light kiss on her cheek. And you'll be a great one. But first. I leaned back and said, anything you want to eat? Ari nodded and said, could you make me something sweet? Ah. But healthy. Of course. I smiled and said, you relax and I'll set the table for breakfast. Thank you, Rudy. I'll love you. Ari blushed and then looked to the side. I took a deep breath to calm down the fuzzy warm feeling in my heart from hearing that along with the urge to scream and hug her. And then I walked around to head towards the kitchen. Well, the kitchenette. I didn't really think it through, so we didn't have a proper kitchen in the house. But a bit of conjuring and mana shenanigans fixed that. I heard Ari get up and start up a shower. While she was doing that, I started pulling out ingredients to whip up a quick breakfast. Something sweet, but healthy, Well, you could never really go wrong with pancakes and syrup. I could add some fresh blueberries and strawberries to make it healthier too. Yeah, let's do that. I conjured up the usual basic ingredients and then pulled out some fruit that I tossed into a pocket subspace I picked from around Arcadia a while ago. Never underestimate the power and utility of an inventory space with stop time. But anyway, I started whipping up the batter, slicing the fruits, and got the pan ready for cooking. A few stacks of pancakes later, and Aris was finished with her shower. Wearing a loose bathrobe, she walked over to the table, beaming with happiness the entire way. After sitting down, she shook her head and said, "I still can't believe this is real." She looked at me and let out a bright smile. "We'll be a family, Rudy." I set down a stack of blueberry pancakes with some fresh cut strawberries in front of her. After that, I reached out to massage her hand and said, "We're already family, Aris. But yes, soon we'll have some little ones running around." "Wow." Aris shook her head, a silly smile still on her face. "I still can't believe it." Hearing that, I couldn't help but laugh. Aris pulled her hand away from me and then pouted. "What's so funny?" "It's just..." I grabbed a plate of pancakes for myself and then said, "It's funny you're surprised considering how hard you worked, you know?" Aris turned a bright red and then said, "Shut up, Lude." I held up my hands and said, "This knight only did what Milady asked of him." And she asked a lot. Aris huffed and pointedly ignored me, starting on her food. I smiled and started cutting into my pancakes as well. Not too sweet, but just enough with the syrup. Strawberries were fresh, so it complemented it well too. I'd add some cream to finish it off, but I figured that might give Aris some ideas, so I played it safe. "Hey." I flinched, wondering if Aris read my mind. But she continued on and said, She looked away, acting shy, and then said, "Do you have any names in mind?" I paused to think about it. Honestly, it was still a bit surreal for me too. I didn't expect to be thinking about fatherhood so soon. I got the easy pass with Anna, Eos, and Roland since they skipped the infant, baby, and mostly toddler stages. But a baby of our own. No. A pair of babies. Either 2 sons, 2 daughters, or a son and a daughter. And they wouldn't be the first either. Come to think of it. Assuming that knowing that all my lovely wives want kids, I'll be met with a batch of them all at once. Odds were high that my wives would go into labor around the same time too. Might need to figure out a range and time-limited spell so I could be with them all. Something like the time turners from H*RRYP*ter. Husband? I blinked, caught off guard by the name. But then I laughed and said, "You really like calling me that, don't you, Aris?" Aris blushed and said, "So what if I do?" She crossed her arms and said, "It's true, isn't it?" I smiled and then snuck a quick kiss on her lips. Aris blushed and then said, "Stop that." I laughed and said, "Whatever you say, wifey. But as for names..." For a girl, how about Christina?" Aris lit up and said, "That's a pretty name." "I like it." "Great!" Definitely wasn't because Aris had red hair and the thoughts I had on time travel reminded me of a certain mad scientist and his assistant with the same name. Aris hummed and said, "What about for a son then? And what if we have 2 daughters or sons?" Well, I think Aris would work for a son, right? It was cool, strong, and fitting. Aris blinked and then snorted. "What?" I frowned and said, "Is it that bad?" Aris shook her head. "No. I like it, but... It's just my name but for a boy, isn't it?" I paused. That was true. Aris was basically Aris, but just shifted around a bit. I mean, semantically it was different. But in terms of how it sounded and stuff. That's a good point. Aris giggled and said, "That's fine. Aris is cute. And I'm happy that I'm the only thing on husband's mind right now. Can't deny that." I smiled and said, "Then, I'll have those as my names for the kids. But if we have 2 sons or daughters, we need 2 more names, right? So it's your turn." "And me?" Aris pointed at herself and then shook her head. "I am not good at naming though." I waved my hand and said, "It's fine. It's our children, so whatever name you decide is just as valid as mine." Aris hesitated for a bit and then said, "Okay. Then, if it's a girl, Um. She looked at me and then said, what about? Ruri? We take the Ru from your name and Ri from Eri. I gave her a thumbs up and said, cute. I love it. Encouraged, Eri smiled and said, that's good. Okay. Then for a boy. Rudy. Rudeus. Eri. Aris. Diary. Dees. Rudeus. Harry Sue. Wait. I gave her a blank look and said, are you really just combining our names together? Eri blushed and said, it's romantic, okay? And our kids will be a bit of me and you, so have the name be a bit of both works too, doesn't it? Ah. And Doree. She smacked her fist into her palm and said, if it's 2 sons, we can call the other one Doree. I hope for our children's sakes that we don't have 2 sons. Eri huffed and stuffed a strawberry into her mouth. After eating it, she muttered, you're terrible. I laughed and went back to eating. We shared a happy and quiet time just eating together. But after a bit, I pulled out a pocket watch to check the time and said, we should probably get going soon. I still need to teach some classes, and you still have to find a dress for Sylphie's wedding. Eri hesitated. Eri? Eri sighed and then let out a soft smile. I'm fine. Just. She looked at me and said, there will be more times like this in the future, right? With just me and you? I walked around to hug Eri and said, of course. Even though I'm not just marrying you, I'm still married to you. How could a husband not make private time to be alone with his wife? Okay. Eri smiled. Then I'll get changed. I still need to talk with Mom, Miss Zenith O. She blinked and said, I guess she's Mom now too. And Miss Lilia. I say that you just call them Mama Zenny and Mama Lily. Your mom will always be your mom. Eri nodded and said, it'll take some getting used to, but I'll try. After that, we finished our breakfast and Eri changed into some casual clothes. A white t-shirt, light blue jeans. That outfit reminded me of a certain blue sorcerer. But anyway, after that, I held out my left arm to escort her back. Ready to go? Eri glanced at her wedding dress hanging on the mannequin nearby. Is it fine leaving this here? Of course. I nodded and said, this is our house. Yours and mine. I smiled and said, unless you say otherwise, no one else will ever come here except for us and our kids, Eri. So don't worry. Eri's eyes widened and then she walked over to grab my arm. After leaning against me, she said, you always know what I'm worried about, don't you? I'm not a mind reader, so no. But I'd like to hope I can tell at least a little bit. Eri smiled. Okay. Then. Let's get going. I nodded and walked her out of the house. After we turned to look at it one more time, we took a step away and warped back to our home in Sharia. We appeared right in the middle of the courtyard. And the moment we did, Mom's voice called out. Rudy! Eri! Welcome back. I turned around with Eri to see Mom and Mama Lily walking over. It seemed like they were in the middle of doing some laundry. Eri shyly waved at Mom and Mama Lily. Gee, good morning, and Mama Zenny. And Mama Lily. Mom froze. Eri tensed. And then Mom let out a squeal and ran to hug Eri. Oh, Mealies! You're so adorable, Eri. Yes. Call me Mamas anymore. Mama Lily sighed and then walked over, expertly peeling Mom off from Eri. Apologies, Eri. Eri took a deep breath and waved her hand. It's fine. Mama Lily smiled and said, I have to agree that you are adorable, however. Eri's expression brightened and she idly twirled a strand of her hair. Really? Mom nodded. That's right. It must by the honeymoon glow. She smiled and said, it's almost like you're a new mother or something. I coughed. Eri blushed and then glanced at me. That's because I am. Saying that, she subconsciously placed her hand over her stomach. Eri! Come on! The room! Mom and Mama Lily immediately turned to look at me. I instinctively took a step back. In a flash, Mama Lily was in front of me, patting my head. At the same time, Mom stood in front of Eri, placing her hand over Eri's stomach. She concentrated for a bit and then gasped before pulling Eri into a hug. Congratulations, Eri. Thank you, and Mama Zenny. Oh good. So we're in the clear. Mama Lily smiled at me and said, good job, Rudy. You did it in one go, unlike your father. I frowned and said, I'm not sure that's something I should be proud of. I paused and then said, and I guess it's a good thing I know how to keep it in my pants? Mama Lily nodded. Yes. And that alcohol does not affect you. If you were anything like your father. I thought about that for a bit and then shuddered. Yeah, no. At that time, Eri rushed over and hid behind me. Mom ran over and then stopped, pouting in front of me. I pulled Eri around for a one-armed hug and then said, the hug monster scares off even grown women, huh? Mom huffed and said, I just like to hug people. Mama Lily nodded and said, I understand, Zenny. But you must understand that it is dangerous with your assets. Mom frowned and then grabbed her breasts, frowning. Maybe I should reduce them. Paul likes them, but they have been getting in the way a bit. I cleared my throat and said, I'm heading to work now. My students are probably tearing the academy down. I glanced at Eri and then said, is it fine if I leave you here with my moms? Eri playfully rolled her eyes and said, leaving me as soon as you're done with me, huh? What a husband you are. I kissed her and said, well, at least you know I'll come back. Eri blushed and then shoved me away. Just go to work already, you pervert. I laughed and then looked at Mom and Mama Lily. It's fine if Eri stays here, right? Mom nodded. Of course. Eri's our daughter now too. Mama Lily smiled. Indeed. Eri is as much our child as you are now. And furthermore. Mom grabbed Eri's hand and said, we have a lot to talk about. Eri blinked. Do we? Yes. Girl talk. So. Mom waved at me and said, run off now, Rudy. I laughed and said, all right. Then I'll see you guys later. With one more wave, I walked off, heading towards the academy. Now, the automated lectures and stuff should have been working. So. Pop quiz time. Eos. At the Survey Corps HQ in Arcadia, Eos sat behind a desk, flipping through reports. She had been worried about leaving those kids alone for so long, but it looked like they did well. With Orsted and Pierre going around the world to fix the distortions, the magic continent's spatial-temporal flow had stabilized. Because of that, the Survey Corps were free to map everything. And while the terrain and geography was still a giant jigsaw puzzle with various microclimates and dungeons, at the least they had a complete and updated map of the magic continent now. That was a good thing. With that settled, Eos could begin working on the plans for building infrastructure. Since the magic continent was both stabilized and mapped out, the next step of building supply lines and organizing territories could commence. And that was Eos's forte. Logistics, economics, strategizing. She had hoped she could do a bit of it for father's weddings, but since she was denied, she could at least begin organizing affairs here in Arcadia. So, with that decided, Eos sat back in her chair and leaned back, making herself comfortable. Now, which of these would be the optimal pathing for merchant paths and roads? At that time, the window opened and a gust of wind flew in. Right afterwards, Aina landed on the ground. Eos sighed and then set her papers down. Looking at her sister, she said, you could just use the door, Aina. Aina folded up her wings and then brushed down the loose black tunic and pants she wore. After that, she turned towards Eos and said, sorry Eos. But I haven't gotten to fly for a while, so I was missing it. And monsters aren't attacking people in the air now, so it was a nice relaxing flight. Eos perked up and said, "Really? In that case, I might go flying in a bit too." Aina clapped her hands and said, "That'd be great. We can go flying together." Eos smiled. "That would be nice. It's been a while now." Aina walked over to an empty chair and sat down. After that, she unbuttoned the top of her tunic, letting out a relieved sigh. Eos frowned and said, "You know we have uniforms that fit you, right?" Aina nodded. "I know. But these help things from flopping when I fly." Eos raised an eyebrow and said, "You could just wear wraps?" Aina shuddered and said, "I have a bit of trauma on wraps now, so." "Ah. Right. The grandfather incident." Aina walked over to the fridge in the corner of Eos's office and opened it, pulling out a bottle of strawberry milk. Afterwards, she sat back down in her chair and said, "Are we heading back soon, Eos? It's almost time for Mama Sylphie's wedding, right?" Eos nodded. "It is. But we don't have much to do regardless. Since Grandma and Grandma Lily picked out enough dresses for all the weddings, we're fine just showing up dressed on the day of the wedding." "Okay, Eos." Aina smiled and then placed a straw in her strawberry milk. After that, she sat there and happily sipped on it. Eos watched Aina for a bit and said, "By the way, sister." "Yes, Eos? When are you going to stop acting cutesy?" Aina blinked and then laughed. "You noticed?" Eos rolled her eyes. "Of course I noticed. I wouldn't be your sister if I didn't. And while father has been tolerating it, isn't it shameful?" Aina shrugged. "It's a little embarrassing. But people treat me nicer when I'm cute. And they underestimate too." She smiled and said, "It makes it easier to eliminate any pests after Daddy." Eos sighed. "There haven't been any though, sadly." Aina pouted and said, "I know." She slurped her strawberry milk and said, "Daddy got so strong that he scared off all the idiots. I wanted to beat more people up." Eos raised an eyebrow and said, "And you haven't been beating up the idiots flirting with you?" Aina shook her head. "If I do that, people won't think I'm cute and weak anymore, right? So you've just been taking advantage of that and messing with everyone? Like Rolo?" Aina giggled. "Well, it's fun. And we did need to take notes on everyone." She reached into her shirt and pulled out a small notebook. "So far, it looks like Mama Aris fits Daddy the best and keeps him grounded. Mama Sylphie is dangerous and desperately in love with Daddy, but it seems like he can control her." She flipped a page and said, "Rika is Rika. She's a good fit for Daddy because they work well, but I don't think Daddy likes her as much as the others." Eos nodded. "That's to be expected. Rika doesn't completely like Father as well because she still thinks about her former fiancé. Umachim. I think they'll eventually like each other though. And as for Mama Roxy..." Eos frowned. "She's dangerous, right?" Aina nodded. "Yep. I don't think she's a good fit for Daddy. She doesn't seem to get along as well with the other mamas, and her personality is pretty strong too, but Daddy is a miracle worker, so it should work out." "HM." Eos nodded. "We don't have to pull the needy daughters card then?" "Probably not." Aina smiled and then said, "Did I do good?" "Yes, though I could do without the cutesy act." Eos sighed and said, "No wonder the research team is wrapped around your fingers." "Tee-hee." Eos shook her head. "I can't fathom it." Aina smiled. "Like I said, it's fun. Especially the reactions I get out of people like Cliff." Eos nodded. "Speaking of that guy Dash." Aina blushed and said, "We won't." "What?" We're not talking about him, okay?" Eos blinked. And then she smirked at her sister. "You really Dash. K busy bye." With those words, Aina flew off, rushing back out the window. Almost immediately after, the door opened and Rudyard walked in. Eos glanced over and said, "You heard all of that, didn't you?" Rudeus let out an apologetic smile and said, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Eos waved her hand and then got out of her chair. It's fine. Your family anyway, Uncle Rudeus. He smiled and said, I'm honored. But what brings you here? Eos frowned and said, Is something wrong? No. I just heard rumors from the Survey Corps that members of the Super Tribe were found. Ah, right. Eos nodded. I just saw that. Give me a bit. She picked up her papers and started flipping through. But then something caught her eye. Rudeus frowned. Is something wrong? Eos shook her head. No. But... She pulled out the paper and slid it across the table. The handwriting on this image, it's father's, right? Rudeus stared at the picture and frowned. It was an ancient stone monument, degraded by time and almost crumbling. There were words written on it, a bit hard to read from the image alone. But from the little that could be read, Rudeus' frown deepened. There's no doubt. But... Is this something father made? Rudeus picked up the paper and carefully looked at the monument. Afterwards, he shook his head and said, I'll take a look. But for now, let's not inform Rudy just yet. Let him focus on his happy married life. Eos nodded. All right. Then I'll leave it to Arcadia's general. Rudeus smiled. Anyway, here's the info about the Super Tribe member sightings. They found a small displaced village somewhere around here. Chapter 184, The Dreaming Bride's Reality. Time passed in a blur, and then it was time for wedding number 2, Electric Boogaloo. Well, it was time for the night before the wedding, at least. Once again, I was gathered at the little bachelor pad I bought with the guys. Sadly, Aris' parents, my new in-laws, had gone home already because they had to take care of business back in the Strife Zone, and Rudeus had some business in Arcadia. Rudeus at least would be back tomorrow. But as a result, the only people here were me, Dad, Laws, Orsted, Pierre, Cliff, Akito, and a couple of Sylphie's old adventurer friends. The first adventurer was a guy named Soldat who had similar vibes to Dad. Blonde hair, a cool guy vibe that was only reliable in a pinch. The second adventurer was a reserved and kind-looking guy called Timothy. Apparently, they were both leaders of some adventurer parties that Sylphie helped out by chance in the past. And speaking of Sylphie's friends, Soldat drained a mug of beer and then brushed aside his blonde bangs. Raising his mug towards me, he said, I figured that the guy marrying Miss Sylphie had to be ridiculous, but I didn't expect this. He waved his hand around the group and then glanced over at Orsted and Pierre. Wiping off a sheen of sweat on his forehead, he said, It's a pretty stacked crew here for the groom and his groomsmen, eh? Timothy nervously sipped on a glass of wine and said, It's incredible. I'm honored to be here, but it's quite terrifying if I'm being honest. Dad laughed and looked towards me. See that kid? Finally, the respect I deserve. Pierre covered his face and said, They're talking about Orsted, you idiot. I watched the exchange and just smiled. So these were the friends that Sylphie made, huh? No, just 2 of them considering she was acquainted with their adventurer parties. It made me feel a bit upset that Sylphie had more friends than me. Not that I wasn't her only friend, but that she somehow made more friends than me when I was surrounded by people. Was this why they said the Royal Road was lonely? At that time, Orsted shook his head and said, I apologize for the disturbance. I waved my hand. There's no need for that, Orsted. I smiled and said, You're a great pal, so you've always got a place here. You're also technically my only real pal, even if we barely hang out, so please don't go. Laws nodded. Indeed. You are an honored guest, Orsted, and we're happy to have you. However, he frowned and said, Is it fine to remain in Sharia for so long? Orsted scoffed and said, The fools in the kingdom are attempting to isolate Princess Ariel by sending her to study in the Renoa Magic Academy. He shook his head and said, She is already registered to attend beginning next semester. As her journey is meant to conclude here, there is no harm in my lingering for a few festivities. Instead, he glanced over to Cliff and said, is it fine for the future Pope of Meles to stay here? I paused and then said, right. I glanced over at Cliff and said, is it fine for you to be celebrating a multiple marriage, Cliff? Timothy coughed and looked over at Cliff. Future Pope? You? Cliff smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing so grand. The one who bears the title of Pope is still a man in the end. But in any case, he looked at me and said, there may be some squabbling, but there is no chance I would miss my future father-in-law's weddings. Father-in-law? Timothy's eyes widened. I was getting the sense that Sylphie didn't tell her friends about me at all. Soldat whistled and said, "Hot damn. We got ourselves a big shot over here, huh?" I shrugged. It's complicated. But enough about me. I poured a few glasses of wine and handed one to Soldat and then Timothy. How do you two know Sylphie again? I wasn't jealous or paranoid or anything. Really. Just curious. Honest. Soldat took the glass with a smile and said, Miss Sylphie's helped out Step Leader a few times when she was in the Central Continent. He chuckled and said, we tried to convince her to stay for a while, but she was crazy about finding her lost love in the distortions. He shook his head and said, we told her that guy was probably dead, but she didn't give up. He paused and said, probably a good thing since she found you, eh? I frowned. Sylphie went through a lot, huh? I knew it from the scars and could infer from what she said, but she never went into great detail about it. Soldat put on a serious expression and said, you should be grateful. There aren't many women who would go through hell and back to find even a trace of her love's existence. Right, Tim? I'm betting she did some crazy stuff when she was with you guys too. Timothy nodded and said, after helping us in the northern lands, we wanted to pay her back for saving Sarah. But she just left to explore the distortions alone. And when she came back? He frowned and shook his head. Well, she came back. But Rudy, right? I nodded. Yeah. Timothy gave me a serious look and said, take good care of Miss Sylphie. She really went through a lot to find you. Laws let out a deep sigh. Dad nodded and muttered, Sylphie always was a bit too serious for her own good. The atmosphere got a bit strange, so I took the time to pour myself a glass of wine. Wished it did something for me right now, but I suppose the thought counted. Maybe. Akito cleared his throat and then glanced over at me. Rudy. Should I really be here? I nodded. It's safer than anywhere else, so yeah. Well, I know that. But I'm just an outsider, so it's a bit weird. Soldat laughed and then clapped a hand on Akito's back. Cheer up. Tim and I only knew Miss Sylphie for a bit, and we got invited. If anyone, we're the odd ones out. You're part of the groomsmen, so don't worry about it. Right. Akito slowly nodded. But then he froze. Glancing at me, he said, I am not going to be the best man again, am I? Soldat paused. Again? Dad laughed and reached over to ruffle my head. This kid's a bona fide lady killer. We're at 2 of 4, you know? I sighed and brushed off Dad's hand. That's not something you should be bragging about, Dad. Soldat stared at me and then said, hey. Do you even love Sylphie? Of course I do. I glared at him and said, what's it to you? Soldat shrugged and said, fine. Not like I have any right to protest. Still. He glanced at Timothy and said, not quite like how we thought Miss Sylphie would end up, right? Timothy nodded. We thought she'd find her one true love. To hear that she's just 1 of 4 is. He shook his head. Well, she seems happy, at least. I was going to get this reaction from people a lot, huh? Pierre chimed in and said, enough chatting. We're here to drink and make merry, right? So let's get started. Dad chuckled and said, never thought I'd hear that from you of all people, Pierre. Pierre grabbed a bottle of champagne and cracked it open. After that, he said, and I never thought I'd have to be contemplating this weird family tree either, so… Bottoms up! He raised the bottle and took a deep swig. Orsted chuckled. I suppose we should enjoy ourselves then. Soldat raised his glass and said, I'll drink to that. All right, we're definitely skipping the next few of these. S.D. Sylphie's room at the Greyrat home. There, Aisha, Rose, Rostalina, and Roxy were helping the bride with her last-minute preparations. Adjusting the dress, tidying up her hair, rehearsing her vows. And finally, I still can't believe this is real. Sylphie stared at her reflection in the full-length mirror in front of her. Her silver hair had been done up in an intricate braided ponytail with a blue ribbon woven in. She wore a beautiful wedding gown with fluffy lace that looked like drifting snow. And then pristine white gloves covered her arms, hiding her scars. Sylphie thought she looked like someone else. A real snow princess, like from the fairy tales. Not her. Reaching out to the mirror, she said, Is this really me? Rose sniffed and then wiped away some tears. It is. Our little Luffy is finally becoming a bride. She sniffed again and said, I'm so happy for you. Rostalina smiled and walked over to fix the black choker around Sylphie's neck. You look radiant, Sylphie. Believe it. Sylphie let out a shy smile and lightly tugged at her choker. Really? She could see it, but Sylphie also knew it was just a cover-up. Unlike Aris, Rika, or Roxy, her body was covered in scars. And while she was proud of them, at a time like this, Roxy tightened a light blue sash around Sylphie's waist and then said, Be confident, Sylphie. This isn't a dream, but reality. Hearing that, Sylphie smiled and said, Thanks, Roxy. Roxy smiled back. Don't thank me yet. I'm being nice now, but I'm not pulling anything when it's my turn. Sylphie smiled and said, Then I'll just make sure to do my best to make Rudy forget about you before then. Roxy laughed, but her eyes were sharp. Aisha sighed and said, Stop messing with her, Roxy. Roxy flinched and said, Our Roxy? What happened to Big Sis? Aisha smiled and said, Well. She pointed at Sylphie and said, Since she's actually getting married to Big Brother in a bit, she's my Big Sis now. You're just a family friend right now. Roxy froze. Rose giggled. Rostalina laughed. And then there was a knock at the door. Sylphie glanced over and then smiled when she saw who was there. You can come in, Papa. The door opened and Laws walked inside. Wearing a tailored black suit with a blue pocket square and tie, he smiled and said, It's almost time, Luffy. Sylphie took a deep breath and turned towards him. All right, Papa. Rostalina brushed herself off and then smiled at Sylphie. We'll head off first then, sweetie. Relax, and enjoy. Aisha waved at Sylphie and said, Good luck, Big Sis. Rose hugged Sylphie and said, We'll be watching. Roxy nodded and said, See you soon. After that, the girls left, leaving just Sylphie and her father. At that time, Laws walked over and smiled. You look beautiful, Luffy. Sylphie walked forward and held out her right arm to her father. Thanks, Papa. Laws smiled and then hooked his left arm with Sylphie's. Sylphie stepped close towards him and held his arm. After that, the two started walking towards the courtyard. Sylphie's room was on the second floor, so there was still quite a bit to walk. Enough time for Sylphie to reflect a bit on her life. Even though she was constantly reminded, she still couldn't believe this was reality. Not quite yet. Maybe it would truly sink in at the altar. But right now, she just felt giddy. Luffy. Sylphie blinked, drawn out of her thoughts. Glancing over, she saw her father staring at her with a serious face. Are you sure about this? Sylphie blinked and then said, Sure about what? Laws hesitated and said, I know you love Rudy. And I know Rudy loves you. But, he sighed and said, you have the blood of elves running through you. Though not quite as strong as my own, you will live far longer than a human will. And even if you have children. He trailed off, unable to finish his words. Sylphie blinked and then realized what her father was getting at. But then she smiled and said, I'm thankful that you're worried, Papa. But I've already considered it. And I've talked to Rudy about it too. Laws sighed. You have. Of course you have. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. I am just worried about you. Sylphie nodded. I know, Papa. But don't worry, Rudy already figured out how to live forever, so it doesn't matter. I know that it's going to be painful, but I'll always dash. Laws froze, suddenly catching what Sylphie said. Hold on. I must not have heard properly. Sylphie giggled and then put on a serious expression. Looking at her father, she said, you know, Papa. By the time I met with Rudy again, my lifespan was already almost over. I could feel it. Laws paused. Luffy. Sylphie shook her head and let out a faint smile. It wasn't anyone's fault. I selfishly and recklessly chose to dive into distortions and look every nook and cranny for Rudy and Stella. She laughed and said, still, I didn't think it would take so long. She reached up to rub her neck and said, it's a strange feeling, you know? To not only know the end is near, but to feel it creep up on you. She slowly lowered her hand, placing it over her heart, and then said, death is a creeping chill. Slow, insidious, and colder than any ice or spell imaginable. Laws started to tear up. Luffy. Sylphie brushed the tears from her father's eyes and said, don't cry, Papa. Like always, Rudy made a miracle, you know? She giggled and said, I was lucky enough to find him before the end, and he fixed me. Not only that. She let out a sigh and said, even though I became a broken, twisted, and jaded woman, he still accepted me. And now I'm going to be his wife. So, I'm happy. Really. Laws pulled Sylphie into a hug. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you, Luffy. I swore to be there for you, to become the parent I never had, but... Sylphie patted her father's back and said, it's fine, Papa. This is how life plays out. And I'm happy. She smiled and said, every day is like the best dream. But more importantly, I think today is when I wake up. Laws stepped back and wiped away his tears. After that, he said, wake up? Sylphie nodded. Machem. Whether this is a dream or not, whether I'll wake up still in Rudy's arms or in the depths of a dark dungeon alone. She placed her hands on her heart and said, I'll accept it all after today. Laws stared at Sylphie and then shook his head. You're strong, Luffy. Sylphie smiled and then grabbed her father's left arm again. We should get going, Papa. Of course. After that, the two continued on their way. And as they reached the stairs, Laws said, I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you, Sylphie. Don't be, Papa. She smiled and said, you did your best as a papa along with Mama. And, not to brag, but you're the reason I have one thing over the other girls, you know? Laws blinked. Really? And what's that? Sylphie smiled and said, you and Mama taught me what it means to love someone from the bottom of your heart. Laws froze, and then he let out a warm smile. Sylphie smiled back and then said, come on, Papa. They're waiting. The two continued on their way. And then they arrived at the entrance to the courtyard. Standing there, Laws took a deep breath and looked at Sylphie. Are you ready, Luffy? Sylphie nodded. Then, it's time. Laws walked through the door, escorting Sylphie by his side. Sylphie took a deep breath and then looked around as they crossed the doorway. A beautiful scenery. Unlike Aris' wedding with marble and roses, Tay Courtyard was decorated with crystalline pillars and arches. Around those, wreaths of blue forget-me-not flowers were hung. Looking around, Sylphie saw plenty of people. Familiar faces as well. But the moment she stepped onto the aisle paved in blue petals, she only had eyes for Rudy. A fairy tale prince. That was the only way she could describe him. Was it because he wanted it to be like the times back then? Unlike with Aris, Rudy's hair was the nostalgic light brown that Sylphie remembered. His eyes, the lovely emerald hue reminiscent of the grassy plains where they used to play together. And then Sylphie was standing in front of him, hand in hand. There was a priest talking, but Sylphie didn't hear him. Instead, nervous? Rudy's voice echoed in her mind. Sylphie smiled and shook her head. I'm happy. And she was. A dream that she thought would remain just that until she reunited with him. Days that she still worried were dreams instead of reality every now and then. But now that she stood there, looking into Rudy's eyes, she felt like she had finally woken up. That this was reality, and not another fake. Realizing that, Sylphie smiled. A weight she carried for countless years was fading. Rudy held a ring in his right hand. A beautiful intertwined silver and gold, just like the tree back at their home before the distortions began. And atop a crown of golden leaves, a forget-me-not carved out of a glittering blue gemstone. Smiling at her, Rudy slipped the ring onto Sylphie's left finger and said, "With this ring, I vow to bring you love and happiness. For now, for the future, and forever." It was different than what he said to Aris. Something subtle that people who didn't pay much attention to words would miss. But she didn't. A pledge was on one's honor or duty. But a vow was sacred. Sylphie sniffed and then said, "I accept this ring." Motions that she had envisioned before. Dreams that she had repeated in her head multiple times. The priest handed Sylphie a ring as well and prompted her to make her vows. Sylphie took it and glanced at the ring. A ring modeled after a golden dragon, one clutching a pure white diamond. Something that she crafted long ago and held onto ever since she set off to find Rudy. Unlike Rudy's ring, hers was old. Although gold, it was a bit faded and marred from time. Even so, suppressing the anxiety in her heart that the dream would end like it had countless times in the past, Sylphie slipped the ring on Rudy's left finger and pledged. "With this ring, I vow to love you for now and always. No matter the time, no matter the place." She pulled his hand up against her chest and closed her eyes, trembling. "Even if you don't remember me. Even if this is a dream. I'll remember you, Rudy. Because I love you. Always." Silence. For a moment, Sylphie was afraid to open her eyes. But then she heard the priest speak. "You may kiss the bride." Sylphie opened her eyes. Rudy was standing there, a teary-eyed smile on his face. But he shook his head and then stepped forward, pulling Sylphie close. Sylphie leaned forward, but before he kissed her, she whispered, "This isn't a dream, right? I won't wake up?" Rudy smiled. "Even if this is a dream, I'm taking you back with me." "So?" He kissed her. Sylphie's eyes widened and then she closed her eyes, holding Rudy tight. Unlike the kisses they had before, this was chaste. Pure. But maybe because of that, Sylphie felt it was different. Real. The crowd cheered. Sylphie opened her eyes and saw Rudy staring at her with a smile. And then he suddenly scooped her up into his arms. "Our Rudy?" Rudy smiled and then looked out at the crowd. "Sorry, but we're skipping the reception." Sylphie gasped and said, "Wait. You can't do that, Rudy." Rudy grinned at her. "I can, and I will. Now." He looked around and said, "Thanks for coming, everyone. Enjoy the food." "Wait, Rudy dash." The next thing Sylphie knew, the surroundings blurred, and Rudy had whisked her away to somewhere else. PNG. Paul laughed. "Well, I'll be damned. Rudy actually went through with it." Zenith glared at Paul and said, "Did you know about this?" Paul grinned. "Course I did. The kid and I planned it in secret last night. Can't make the wedding the same for every girl, right?" Zenith frowned and said, "That's true. But dash." Paul waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it, honey. Now." He walked into the center of the courtyard and flicked a nearby pillar. A loud ringing echoed, bringing the chaotic area to silence. After that, Paul said, "You heard my son, right? As much as it'd be great to give blessing to the bride and groom, it seems they're in a rush to give us grandkids dash. Paul! So enjoy yourselves and the food wow. Chapter 185, The Dreaming Bride's Wish Come True. After they arrived at the place Rudy took them to, Sylphie looked around in shock. This isn't the house? She had thought that Rudy would have just whisked them away to the master bedroom in the house. But it wasn't. First of all, they weren't in a bedroom, but outside. Second of all, the place in front of her. Sylphie gasped. Is this a nostalgic two-story home? A small garden and some trees in front, along with a grassy plain all around. Sylphie blinked, wondering if she was seeing things. Did Rudy really restore that house? But as she stared, she realized that it wasn't the same. And also that she had just been in this place recently. Ah. Sylphie looked at Rudy and said, "Is this our house in Malaysian?" Rudy set Sylphie down and then nodded. "That's right." Waving his hands, he started putting up privacy magic circles. When he was done, he looked back at Sylphie and smiled. "I know you wanted to have our first night together in our new house, but it's not quite as romantic if there are people around, right?" Sylphie blushed and brushed down her dress. "I wouldn't mind. Besides," she gave a shy look to Rudy and said, "It's not really our first night." That time had been a bit more reckless and desperate. It was also something that Sylphie regretted. Although Rudy said it felt good. Well, whatever. This was her redemption arc. Rudy stepped forward and then grabbed Sylphie's hands. As he did, he laced his fingers with hers and said, "Even so, this is our first night together as husband and wife." He gave her a soft kiss and then smiled. "It should be special, don't you think?" Sylphie felt her face heat up. But at the same time, her chest felt warm. Leaning against Rudy, she whispered, "Husband and wife." It was a strange thought. After all this time, all the fantasizing, and all the illusions. This was reality now. This was real. Her and Rudy. Not only that, but in this place, with that appearance of his, it was almost as if nothing had changed. As if this was just the natural conclusion of those happy childhood days. But it wasn't. While everything else looked the same, Sylphie had changed. And the most striking proof of that. Sylphie reflexively let go of Rudy and then fiddled with her silver hair. Rudy frowned. "Does it bother you?" Sylphie paused to think about it, and then slowly shook her head. "No. It's just proof of what I went through, along with my other scars." She looked up at Rudy and smiled. "Proof that I love you. It wasn't in vain." The long years spent searching for traces and chasing ghosts trying to find Rudy. The scars she received by fighting to stay alive so that Rudy wouldn't be sad. And the scars that were validated by her standing here, in front of Rudy as his wife. Realizing that, Sylphie let out a bright smile. But Rudy didn't smile back. Instead, he frowned and placed a hand against Sylphie's cheek. "I still wish you didn't have to go through so much." Sylphie reached up and placed her hand over Rudy's. Leaning against it, she said, "Even so, I would do it all over again if I had to. Because in the end, I found you. And now." She reached up to kiss Rudy and then let out a soft sigh. "I'm yours." Rudy sighed. Sylphie paused and then tilted her head. "What's wrong?" "It's not fair." Rudy stared at Sylphie, his emerald eyes flashing gold for a brief moment. After that, he lowered his hand and gently brushed the fabric hiding the scar on Sylphie's neck. "The love you've given me and the love I give to you will never match up." He paused and then leaned his head against Sylphie's forehead, closing his eyes. "Even if I live 1,000 lives, I could never make up for the suffering you went through. Sylphie smiled and then leaned back. After that, she poked Rudy's forehead and said, "You're thinking too much again, Rudy." Rudy leaned back and then opened his eyes. Staring at Sylphie, he pursed his lips and then said, "Am I?" "Of course." Sylphie shifted her arms and placed them around Rudy's neck. Staring into his eyes, she smiled and said, "Even though I suffered, it was never because of you. It was for you." Rudy looked away and then said, "That's just semantics." "It's not." Sylphie stepped forward and leaned against Rudy's shoulder. "I still remember, you know? How you came into my life like a shooting star just when I had given up. How you became my best friend, filling my lonely life with so much fun and warmth. And how happy I was when you said you loved me. But even so," she leaned back and looked at Rudy, "I always knew." Rudy looked back at Sylphie and said, "Knew what?" Sylphie let out a sad smile. Reaching up to brush Rudy's cheek, she said, "I knew I couldn't keep you to myself. One day, you would go places where I couldn't reach." She laughed and then said, "After all, I was just a little girl from a countryside village, and you were the son of a knight." Rudy furrowed his brow. "That's HM. I guess that's technically true. Dad did have a knighthood to hold his job. But..." Sylphie giggled and said, "Still, I didn't give up. After all, even if I was just a countryside girl, Paul had Miss Lilia after marrying Miss Zenith. So I figured I'd have a chance too. And I did in the end, right?" Rudy paused and then pulled Sylphie in for a tight hug. "That's not fair, Sylphie. Your love is so heavy." Sylphie giggled and said, "That's because I would have gone crazy a long time ago if it wasn't. But..." She lowered her hands to hug Rudy back and said, "I really love you, you know? I really, really, really love you. Even if I'm not the only one, even if I'm not first, as long as I can be by your side, that's all that matters." She tensed her hands, subconsciously clawing into Rudy's back. "Just don't leave me again." "I won't." Rudy held Sylphie close and said, "And I'm so sorry, Sylphie." Sylphie leaned against Rudy and said, "I forgive you. So stop apologizing, okay? Besides, I think it's meant to be this way." Rudy leaned back, surprised. "HM? How?" Sylphie smiled and said, "In another world, things might be different. Maybe I would be your first wife and bear your first child. But it's fine like this. After all." She puffed out her chest and said, "Because I went through so much, I can be confident in standing by your side to the bitter end. Right?" Rudy blinked and then slowly shook his head. Smiling, he said, "You always surprise me, Sylphie." Sylphie giggled and said, "Well, it'd be boring if I didn't, right?" Plus Sylphie held up her breasts and said, "I'm sure I'm the only Sylphie who can be confident in this too, you know?" Sylphie didn't know if it was true for every timeline, but she knew that she beat out at least one other Sylphie in terms of breasts. It was a little vain and superficial, but she could be proud of that. Years of massaging and healing magic paid wonders in the end. Rudy coughed and then said, Is that really something you need to point out?" Sylphie puffed her cheeks and said, "Yes. I worked really hard to grow them, you know. And it's good that I did too. All of the women you're marrying are big." Rudy's face turned red and he said, "I didn't particularly plan for that to happen." "But you like them big. Don't tell me you don't." Rudy coughed and then said, "Anyway, let's head inside." Sylphie giggled and then followed in after Rudy, leaning against his arm. The inside of the house was the same as Sylphie remembered. The living room and kitchen area. A few doors leading to Rudy's old room and the guest room. Stairs leading to the attic and an office. The master bedroom. It really was like stepping back into the past. Or another world where things ended up differently. And realizing that, Sylphie couldn't help but think. "Rudy?" He paused and then looked back at her. "Yes, Sylphie?" Staring into those green eyes, Sylphie pursed her lips and then said, If there was another world. One where the distortion event never happened and we never left Bina village. Do you think you would still choose me? She cut off her words. It was a stupid question, since she knew the answer. Rudy would choose her. And even if he didn't, she would choose him. Sylphie was sure of it. Rudy sighed. Hearing that, Sylphie subconsciously tensed up. Rudy leaned his head against her shoulder and said, There's no world where I don't fall in love with you, Sylphie. Sylphie paused and then leaned against him. That's a lie. But I'm happy you said it anyway. She remembered her conversation with the other Sylphie. How in that time, the one that Rudy fell in love with first with Aris, and how that Rudy only chose Sylphie after Aris broke his heart because of a misunderstanding. So it was possible. There had to be a world where Rudy didn't choose her and found someone else. The thought of that. Rudy kissed Sylphie's cheek and said, If it's a lie, all I have to do is make it true, right? Sylphie giggled and then kissed Rudy back. After that, she looked into his eyes and said, Does that mean you're going to go around and destroy worlds where Rudy doesn't fall in love with Sylphie? Rudy gave her a serious nod and said, If that's what you want. Sylphie smiled and then reached up to poke Rudy's forehead. That's silly. And it's not fair, you know? She stepped away from Rudy's embrace and held her hands behind her back. Shaking her head, she said, As much as I love you, I don't want to rob your love from any other girl. If a world like that exists, then I guess we just weren't meant to be. Rudy was quiet. Sylphie shook her head and said, Enough depressing talk. She started slipping off her gloves and then walked towards Rudy. As she did, she started undoing her sash and the ribbons holding her dress together. As Sylphie? Sylphie smiled and said, What matters is that I love you, you love me, and that we're family now. You, my husband. And me, your wife. So. She slipped off her dress, revealing a transparent one-piece that left nothing to the imagination. Sylphie laced her arms around Rudy's neck and gave him a deep kiss before pulling back and panting for breath. Smiling, she said, Let's make memories. Enough for me to forget about everything but you. Okay, Rudy? Rudy didn't say anything in response. Instead, he reached down to scoop her up and started walking towards the bedroom. Kicking the door in, he set her down and then leaned over her. Sylphie looked up, feeling her heart pounding. Staring into Rudy's eyes, she held him close and said, Please. Make me feel loved. A deep kiss, a gentle touch. And after that. Chapter 186, Turning Point 3. The day after Sylphie's wedding, while the kids were already out of the house, the adults were sitting around the living room enjoying a light breakfast. Paul, Zenith, Lilia, Laws, Rose, and Aris were seated around the kitchen table. Paul was on one side, with Zenith on his right and Lilia on his left, while Laws, Rose, and Aris were on the other side in that order. Paul took a look around the room and then chuckled as he grabbed a piece of freshly baked bread. That kid is hard at work again, huh? Zenith elbowed Paul and then glanced over at Aris. Paul winced and then cleared his throat. Error. Sorry. Aris picked up a spoon and then stirred the bowl of soup in front of her, blowing on it to cool it down. After that, she looked at Paul and smiled. Don't worry about it, Paul. We're all family anyway, and it's not like it's news to me. Laws flinched and looked over. Pardon? Rose looked over as well and said, Why yes. What do you mean by that, Aris? Aris blinked and then started to turn red. And nothing. She grabbed a piece of bread from the basket and then started eating. Paul laughed and said, What Aris saying is that Luffy actually takes after her grandmother a lot. OW. Lilia lifted her heel from Paul's foot and then looked towards Rose. After that, she bowed her head and said, Thank you for preparing breakfast for us, Rose. Rose smiled. You're welcome, Lily. You and Zenny were hard at work cleaning everything after last night, so it was the least I could do. She paused and then sighed. Though I wish I could have congratulated Luffy this morning. Aerie dipped a piece of her bread into the soup and took a bite. After that, she said, you should hold your congratulations for when they get back, Miss Rose. Rose looked over and said, I plan to, but why? She tilted her head and said, am I missing something? Aerie shook her head. No. Just that Sylphie will definitely be pregnant when she and Rudy come back. Rose frowned. And how can you be sure about that? Aerie blushed. Laws cleared his throat and said, perhaps that is not the best question to ask, Rose. Rose blinked and then turned a bright red. Why yes. Apologies. Aerie coughed and said, anyway, this bread is delicious, Miss Rose. Tea, thank you. Zenith smiled and then let out a soft sigh. It's nice that we could sit together and have breakfast like this. Though I wish that Hilda and Philip were here too. Paul wrapped an arm around Zenith and then said, don't worry, Zenny. We can have a big get-together after all the weddings. He laughed and said, it's going to be a huge crowd though at the rate Rudy's going. Lilia smiled and said, that is a good thing. A lively house creates a warm atmosphere, after all. Zenith nodded. I agree. Especially with all the kids that will be around soon. She placed her hands on her cheeks and let out a content sigh. So many cute babies to hug and take care of. Rose smiled. I think so too. She let out a soft sigh and said, it's been wonderful helping mother-in-law take care of little Lunaria. Ooh. Zenith sat up and said, is she cute? I haven't had a chance to visit Lena recently. Rose nodded. Lunaria is adorable. Very precocious too. Zenith sighed. It makes me wish I had more time to dote on Stella when she was a cute baby. Laws frowned and then looked over at Paul. Why don't you and Zenny have another child? Hey. Paul crossed his arms and said, it's not like I haven't tried, alright? Ain't that easy. You know how hard it is, right? Laws coughed and then looked away, his ears red. I suppose that's true. Rose blushed as well and then looked away too. Aerie groaned and said, could we stop talking about sex at the breakfast table? Paul nodded. That's absolutely right. He smacked his hand on the table and said, this is a Mealy's-friendly household, damn it. Zenith snorted. Paul looked at her and said, what? It's true. Hell, even the Pope's trying to marry into the family, you know? Zenith rolled her eyes and then looked towards Laws and Rose. Are you two heading home anytime soon? Laws shook his head. There's nothing back for us in the central continent, so we've been thinking about finding a place near here. Rose nodded. Yes. And we would love to be involved in our grandchildren's lives. Ah, and Law's new baby sister as well. Paul's eyes lit up. Oh, right. Lena's kid would be your sister. And then since Sylphie married Rudy. He frowned. Wait, that would technically make Lena my mother-in-law through marriage? Ugh, I get what Pierre meant about complicated family tree now. Zenith stared at Paul and then decided to ignore him. Instead, she looked at Laws and said, have you found a home yet then? Laws shook his head. I've got a bit saved up, but right now we're staying with mother and father-in-law. Paul shuddered and then looked at Laws. You call Pierre your father-in-law? Laws smiled and said, funny. You have the exact reaction Pierre did when I called him that. Paul shuddered again. Lilia hummed and then looked at Zenith. That reminds me, Zenny. She looked at Paul next and said, since Rudy is married and starting his own family, we should begin looking for our own home, should we not? Paul raised his hand to his chin. That's a good point. We're all adults now, so it's a bit awkward. What about the kids though? Zenith blinked. We're talking about the kids. Paul waved his hand and said, I mean Aisha, Norn, and Stella. He frowned and said, it'll be awkward for them staying around too, right? Lilia shook her head and said, they will be fine. Since they attend Renoa Magic Academy, they already primarily reside in the dorms. Paul nodded. True. But there's still Stella, isn't there? Zenith puffed her cheeks and said, I want my baby girl to come live with us. But she's really attached to her big brother. Lilia smiled. Well, Rudy did raise her up to be a fine young girl by himself. I'm sure Stella practically sees Rudy as her father after all they've been through. Paul stood up and said, But what about me? I'm her real dad. Zenith pulled him back down and said, Stop acting so childish. Your son has already grown up and grandchildren are on the way. Man up, husband. Paul paused to think of that and then slowly nodded. Right. That's a good point. He smiled and then pumped his fist in the air. Since cool dad is a lost cause, I'll become the cool grandpa. Better than that old geezer Sorrows, at least. Ari pointed at Paul and said, Hey! Grandpa was all right. Just. She paused and said, a little unstable and violent. Paul blinked. A little? Ari blushed and then went back to eating. There was a comfortable silence as everyone ate for a bit. But after Paul finished eating, he slid his bowl forward and then stood up. Zenith looked over and said, What are you doing? Paul stretched and then said, House hunting. The sooner, the better, right? Lilia got up as well and said, Then I will come with you. Considering your lack of money sense, I worry about the properties you will choose. Paul frowned and said, Good point. But I'm a sword god, you know? Not like anyone's going to try to cheat me. Lilia shook her head. Never underestimate the stupidity of people in the face of greed. And this is why I love you, Lily. Smiling, Paul reached over and gave Lilia a quick kiss on the cheeks. Zenith rolled her eyes and said, And that is why Rudy is the way he is, husband. Paul leaned back and let out a nervous chuckle. Zenith shook her head and then looked at Lilia. Keep an eye on our idiot, all right, Lily? Lilia nodded. You can count on me, Zenny. Then please keep an eye on our cute new daughter-in-law. Ari blushed and then said, I can take care of myself, you know. Zenny laughed and said, Just let us spoil you, Ari. Laws stood up and then turned towards Paul. Well, if you are leaving, I will join you. Since we are staying, I need to go find a new occupation in any case, so I would like to take a look at the local adventurer parties. Paul's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Though, maybe I should revive the fangs of the Black Wolf. There's a lot of dungeons around, so I bet we'd make a killing. Laws walked over to Paul and said, If you do, I'd be honored to work with you. Please, Laws. We all know you're the one who'd be saving my Sari behind from traps with how good your eyes are. You said it, not me. With those words, Paul, Lilia, and Laws left. Rose stood up and started collecting the dishes. I'll get started on cleaning up, Zenny. Zenith smiled. Thanks, Rose. After that, it was just Ari alone with Zenith. Zenith walked around to sit next to Ari and then said, How have you been feeling, Ari? Ari shrugged and grabbed another piece of bread. I've been feeling fine. A bit hungrier than usual, but nothing else. I mean, I did miss that, but I already knew it was coming. Or not coming. Zenith shook her head. That's good to hear, but I'm not asking about that. I mean about Sylphie and Rudy. Ari paused for a moment and then silently ate her bread. After another moment, she said, I've accepted it. She sighed and said, My husband is a man who wears his heart on his sleeve. She frowned and said, Although it's a bit upsetting that pieces of it were given out to other women, we all love Rudy, and Rudy loves all of us. She ate another piece of bread and then said, It'll be weird getting used to it all, but we'll make it work. Zenith sighed and pulled Ari in for a hug. I'm sorry, Ari. All of this happened because we didn't teach Rudy enough. It really should have just been you and Sylphie. Ari smiled. It's fine. Rudy is Rudy. And besides, She glanced over at Rose and then gestured for Zenith to lean forward. Zenith blinked and then did as Ari asked. Leaning close to Zenith's ear, Ari whispered, Rudy can keep going for days on end, so I think it's better if we have more people. Zenith leaned back in shock, her face turned red. Oh my! Really? My little Rudy? Ari coughed, her face turning red too. Well, he's certainly not little. Zenith fanned her face. Ari coughed and said, anyway. She placed her hand over her belly and said, is there anything I should know about being pregnant? I asked my mom, but she said she didn't really pay much attention and just waited until it was over. Zenith's eyes lit up. Right. We should talk about that. She nodded and said, first, it's important to stay a little active and eat right. You should also avoid certain foods, like undercooked meat and fish. Rika. An ancient monument that stood weathered by time. One that was more than a few millennia old. And upon this monument, there was a towering tablet, crumbling but intact. Rika stood in front of that tablet and stared at it with her demon eyes. For a moment, her irises and pupils shifted through every color of the rainbow. But then she put on a pair of glasses, and they returned to a plain violet hue. This is definitely a few thousands of years old. Everything from the stone to the writing. After saying that, Rika turned around. She wasn't alone. Since this was an important matter for Arcadia as a whole, Eos, Aina, and Rudyard were there as well, along with a squadron of the White Knights. Rudyard walked over to the tablet and frowned, scanning it up and down. Could it be magic god Laplace, like you suspected? Rika shook her head. I had thought so. But it cannot be. She looked at the tablet and frowned. This writing and the lingering mana signature is definitely Rudy's. But it is also slightly different. She frowned and then said, I just cannot pinpoint why. Aina raised her hand and said, is it from a distortion then? Rika shook her head. No. I have seen plenty of items from distortions, and they all have a hazy mana signature. She turned back towards the tablet and frowned. This does not. She stepped forward and placed her hand on it. It is definitely something from this world. And though it traveled through time, it did so in the normal course of it. Eos used a recording device to take a few images of the altar and the tablet. Afterwards, she looked at Rika and said, should we tell father? Rika hummed and then started gathering up her mana. Rudyard's eyes widened and he held out his hand, Rika dash. Rika waved him down. It's fine. A faint violet light spread from Rika to the tablet. Everyone grew tense, waiting. And then nothing happened. Rudyard let out a sigh. Rika smiled and said, see? It's safe. And with that, we have confirmed that it is an ordinary stone tablet. Rudyard frowned and said, even so, that was unnecessarily reckless. He crossed his arms and said, you are getting married soon. Rika waved her hand and said, we all know that the marriage is mostly a political move than for love. Even if something were to happen to me, the formality of it is sufficient. Rudyard frowned. I think Rudy would disagree. Well, my word is final until he is here. Now. Rika turned back to look at the tablet and said, I cleaned it up a bit. Look at this and tell me what you all see. A message written in stone and from thousands of years in the past. Something related to Rudy, with his handwriting as well. Everyone stepped forward to take a closer look. As they did, Rika crossed her arms and read the words on the tablet, at least the few that she managed to restore. Live. My name is Rudeus Greyrat. I leave this tablet behind as a record of what once was and what will come to be after my choice. In the beginning. Live. Rika frowned and stared at the tablet. But as much as she did, the fact that the words after beginning were worn out didn't change. Eos shook her head and then looked over at Rika. Do you suppose this is something father intended? Or a leftover from one of his experiments? That would be wonderful if true. But... Rika looked at the tablet again and frowned. Something about this feels off. It was similar to looking at a slightly distorted reflection. Although it seemed normal, Rika felt that something about it was off. That it didn't belong. For now, keep guard around this site. Rika spun around and said, "We will inform Rudy after everything is settled." Eos saluted Rika. "Understood." Aina nodded. "Got it, Rika." "Yes, yes." Rika waved them off and said, "Now, you two have yet to find a proper formal gown, have you? Don't waste time dawdling here and hurry off to the tailor's already." Eos nodded. "Then I'll head off first." After that, she spread her wings and flew off. "Aya!" Aina ran after her and then spread her wings too. "Wait for me." That just left Rika, Rudyard, and the White Knights. Of course, as true professionals, the White Knights immediately set out to secure the perimeter and set up camp. Since that was the case, Rika took some time to stare at the tablet some more. And then Rudyard called out, "Are you certain about this marriage, Rika?" Rika blinked and then turned to look at Rudyard. "What do you mean?" Rudyard frowned and then said, "I know that the circumstances are different now, but Kishirika Kishirisu loved Batagati. Do you not still hold him in your heart?" Rika was silent for a moment. But then she said, "While I adore my former fiancé, this is how demon royalty works." She smiled and said, "The strong take all, and the weak flock to the strong. My marriage to Rudy is a matter of course. And, while it would be a lie if I said I loved Rudy as deeply as his other wives, I am still quite fond of him." Rudyard smiled. "I see." Rika nodded. Seeing that boy grow up to become a competent ruler, working alongside him to raise a kingdom soon to be an empire. It's quite pleasant. Furthermore, he has a decent face, possesses wisdom most of the time, and almost foolishly cares for people he shouldn't concern himself with, like myself. She looked at Rudyard and said, "It would be hard to find a better husband, no?" Rudyard chuckled. "I suppose that's true. But, good." He smiled and said, "I just wanted to make sure." Putting on a serious face, he said, "At this point, both of you are essential to Arcadia, and both of you are my dear friends. I wouldn't want either of you to be unhappy." Rika waved her hand and said, "Even if I start unhappy, I'll find a way to make us both happy." Rudyard laughed and said, "Of course. What else should I expect from the Mistress of Solutions?" Rika blushed and said, "Do not call me by that title." Rudyard chuckled. But then he paused and said, on a different note, "Have you seen your other self recently?" Rika paused. "Kishirika? No, I have not." "Strange." Rudyard frowned. "It's been a while since anyone has seen her around. And there also have not been any sightings of Batagati." Rika waved her hand. "It is probably nothing." She sighed and said, "My younger self and Batagati have always been the adventurous sort. I'm certain they are simply roaming the land on some adventure or another. But enough about that." She smiled and said, "Let us discuss you, Rudyard." Rudyard blinked and pointed at himself. "Me?" Rika nodded. "Yes. Is there any maiden who has caught your eye?" Rudyard shook his head. "No." He paused and said, "With Rudy's weddings, I had considered searching, but now that I know there are survivors of the Superd, it's no longer a priority." Rika waved her hand. "Forget about your tribe. I am discussing Rudyard as an individual." She frowned and said, "With all the women looking up to you, surely one has caught your eye?" Rudyard chuckled and said, "They're all children to me, Rika. And I'm content with remaining single until the end of my life." He smiled and said, "The knights and my disciples carry my legacy, so I'm content." Rika frowned. "TCH. I suppose I will need to work harder to play matchmaker." Pardon?" Rika shook her head and said, "Come. There are quite a few preparations left before the wedding." She walked off and said, "We still need to complete the magic continent unification under Lord Rudeus's banner. There is also preparing the magic formations to broadcast the ceremony. So much to do, so little time. But such was the life of a demon empress. Live. At a small beach on the shore of the Rudeus Ocean, a tall man stood, gazing off into the sea. He stood there, one pair of arms folded while his other two pairs rested behind him. Batagati, the demon lord of immortality and wisdom. Batty! Batty! A young female voice called out from behind, followed by the sound of footsteps across the sand. Batagati turned around and then grinned when he saw who it was. So you came, Kishirika. Kishirika stumbled across the sand before landing with a plop in front of Batagati. She flipped herself back on her feet and then hugged Batagati. Of course! She looked up and grinned. You asked, so I came. That's what a fiancé is for. Batagati nodded and then patted her head. After that, he turned to look at the sea with a somber expression and muttered, I'm sorry. Kishirika frowned. For what, Batty? Batagati was silent, and then he said, we have to do one more favor for that man. Kishirika froze and then shook her head. No! I hate it. I don't want to. Batagati nodded. I know. But after this, that man promised to set us free. Kishirika hesitated. How do you know it's real? That man swore on his godhood, so it should be. Really? Kishirika perked up and then said, all right. Then. I guess we can help this last time. But what did that man ask for? Retrieving the fighting god armor. Kishirika flinched. That scary thing? For what? Batagati sighed and said, for a great ally who can use it the best against the monster that will devour this world. Kishirika paused to think about it. But then she gasped and said, are you talking about that handsome bastard? The one that hag is marrying? Batagati nodded. Yes. Rudeus noticed Greyrat. The thought of that man sends my blood boiling. He chuckled and said, I'm extremely curious about his strength, but it seems that we are not meant to clash. Now. Batagati held Kishirika in his arms and started walking into the ocean. You may die a few times, Kishirika, but I am counting on your eyes. Kishirika nodded. It's fine, Batty. I trust you. Then. Let us begin. Batagati kicked off the ground and dove into the ocean. P.D. The Chaos Breaker, the floating castle sailing across the endless sky. There, Perius quietly sat on his throne. A man with a fox mask and golden hair knelt before Perius. Preparations are nearing completion, Lord Perius. That man who offered his assistance has informed us that the fighting god armor will be arriving shortly. Perius nodded. That is good to hear, Aramanthi. Aramanthi hesitated and then looked up at Perius. Not to doubt your judgment, Lord Perius. But should we trust that man? Perius shook his head. No. That man is clearly using us. But regardless, we share a common enemy. He raised his gaze and looked off into the distance. I have confirmed Laplace's revival, and I have confirmed that he had sided with Orsted. I know not why, but regardless, I will kill him. Laplace? Or Dash? Both, if necessary. Perius's eyes narrowed and he said, I will eliminate Laplace. And this time, I will raise the magic continent to the ground to prevent his revival. Is that why you seek the fighting god armor, Lord Perius? Correct. Silence. Perius narrowed his eyes and said, You seem against this. Aramanthi nodded. I and the others worry. That armor drains the user's life energy and mana. Though we do not doubt your capacity, Lord Perius Dash. Perius laughed. Aramanthi flinched. Perius smiled and said, Worry not. I am not foolish enough to don the armor without preparation. Nor am I fool enough to be devoured by a mere tool. Aramanthi stared at Perius for a while and then nodded. As your will. Perius nodded. You are dismissed. Aramanthi vanished, fading into a streak of golden light. Perius stared off into the distance. 1 year. That should be sufficient to dismantle and refine the fighting god armor. After that, it will all finally end. Chapter 187, Bringing the Second Wife Home. 3 days and 4 nights blurred together as I gave Silie a lifetime's worth of loving memories. Emphasis on loving. And at the end of it all, Silie let out a content sigh and placed her hand over her belly. To think that the fruit of our love is growing here. Right. Silie got pregnant too. Though, it would have been strange for her not to with all that we did. I walked around to open some windows while I let Silie relax on a chair in the living room. The air was kind of, yeah. We needed ventilation, and also a lot of cleanup after making those memories. Silie wasn't in any shape to do that, so I walked around to clean things up. A bit of wind magic to clear out the air, some water magic to scrub places down. And then I was done, and the house was squeaky clean. Well, unless you looked at it with a UV light, but those didn't exist here, so it should be fine. Anyway, I glanced over at Silie and saw that she was still sitting there, a silly smile on her face as she held her belly. Seeing that, I smiled too and said, "You seem happy, Silie." "Of course." Silie got up and then ran over to hug me. Why wouldn't I be? She squeezed me tight and then said, "It's real now. We're a family." I hugged her back and then said, "We've always been family. Now we'll just have a family of our own." Silie smiled and then grabbed my right hand. She slid it down over her belly and then looked up at me, smiling. "Which would you rather have, Rudy? A son, or a daughter?" "I would love either one. But since Rollo is here, I think it'd be nice to have a daughter." Silie nodded. "Me too. While I'd love to have a son as handsome as you, I think a cute baby girl would be fun to spoil." I kissed Silie on the cheek and said it'd be nice if she was as cute as her mama too. Silie giggled. "Well, I'll try my best." "Oh! But what about a name then?" At $, at hashtag. On the spot again? I placed my hand on my chin to think, pretending to be calm. But on the inside. "All right, come on. A name, a name. Rudy. Silie. Ah. There. What about Rue? I mean, Lucille? The Lu is from my name, and the Sil would be from yours?" Silie leaned against me and traced her finger on my chest, humming. "That's a pretty name. But what if it's a boy?" Knowing my luck, it's probably not. By this point, I was sure that the Greyrat bloodline was the butt of the universe's jokes, so the most funny outcome would come true. And clearly that would be giving a guy like me a bunch of princesses to wrap me around their fingers after marrying so many beautiful and competent women. Silie giggled and said, "True." She reached up to poke my forehead and said, "The world will definitely punish a bad man like you with the most precious baby girl." I chuckled. I've accepted my fate already. But a son, huh? Since this was a different timeline with different events, it was unlikely that my son would end up to be Roland. Or rather, see as he was born in the other timeline. Well, unless there were convergent points across different timelines with lives and stuff. I think that my presence breaks even that though, so better to not get expectations up. Anyway, if I did have a son. Silie hummed and said, "Should we name him Roland as well?" I shook my head. Absolutely not. Naming children after heroic spirits is asking for trouble. Considering the multiverse existed, and considering past precedents, I would rather not have my son whisked away because he happened to be named after a famous hero. Silie frowned. "Well, what do you have in mind then?" I paused to think about that a bit. "A son. Would he look like me?" No, seeing Roland, he would likely take after Silie more. And I bet that he'd probably be just as beloved by the wind too. So in that case... Zephyr? Sylphie blinked and then giggled. I felt my face heat up and said, "What? You're surprisingly bad at name, aren't you, Rudy?" I frowned and said, "It's a great name." "Oh, I agree. Just..." She giggled and said, "It's clearly inspired from my name, isn't it?" I paused. Sylphie. Zephyr. Okay, I could see the logical jump there. Sylphie giggled and then reached out, tracing a heart on my chest. "It's fine. Zephyr or Lucille, both are good names." She paused and then let out a sigh. "I'm envious of Ari though." She frowned and said, "I only get to give you one child this time." "Well, it's hard for elves or part elves to have children anyway, right?" "Don't worry about it." Sylphie giggled and said, "Oh, I'm not worried. I'll just have to try that much harder next time." I subconsciously scanned the house at those words. "I don't think it's physically possible for you to try harder, Sylphie." Sylphie reached up to stretch and then reached into the air to pull out a fresh white dress to wear. After that, she paused and looked at her wedding gown, tossed aside and covered in stains. I noticed and coughed, averting my gaze. Sylphie giggled. "Don't worry, Rudy. I'll clean it up later." She kissed me and said, "Let me wash up quick and then we can head back, okay?" "If you say so." Sylphie smiled and then walked towards the bathroom. Since she would probably take a while, I decided to step outside for some fresh air. And when I did, I saw a familiar face. At first, I thought it was Mom. But then I saw that her build was a bit different, more toned and slim, both in terms of muscle and up top. And then I realized that it was actually my aunt. I lowered the barriers around the house and walked towards her. "Aunt Therese?" Aunt Therese flung up her hands and said, "Finally." She shook her head and then pointed at me. "You! Nephew!" "Yes?" Therese stomped her foot and said, "Why didn't you invite me to your wedding?" "Huh?" I blinked and said, "I did invite you though." I had been wondering why she wasn't around, but I figured she was just busy dealing with the stuff Cliff left behind. "Yes, but no one picked me up. How am I supposed to head from Melitian to the central continent in less than a week?" "Oh. Right. Not everyone could teleport or knew about the anywhere doors. Why did Cliff not just bring her along though?" Maybe he was being considerate in his own way? Aunt Therese sighed and said, "Anyway. Congratulations." She walked up and then gave a hesitant pat on my shoulder. "While I can't be completely sincere as you're marrying multiple women, I wish you the best regardless." I smiled. "Thanks, Auntie. It means a lot." Aunt Therese smiled. "You're welcome. After all, Miko's been writing about how well you're taking care of her, so it's the least I can do. Not to mention that Sis will beat me up otherwise." "Is that why you've been avoiding visits?" "Oh, of course not." Aunt Therese shifted her gaze and said, Like I said, it's difficult for an ordinary paladin like me to travel to the central continent." What? "It's true." "I believe you, Auntie." "Rudy?" Sylphie called out and then walked out of the house. "Did you step out for some O?" She smiled at Aunt Therese and said, "Hello. You're Rudy's aunt, right?" Aunt Therese waved and said, "Hello to you too. Sylphie, right? Congratulations." Sylphie smiled. "Thank you." Aunt Therese looked back at me and said, "Anyway. You two are here for your honeymoon, right? Will you be around for a while? If so, Mother and Father would like to meet you." I totally forgot that I had living grandparents on Mom's side. I probably should meet them, but... I shook my head and said, "Another time. We've actually just finished up here, and I'm heading back for another wedding in a few days, and then another the week after." Aunt Teresa's eyes widened. "Really?" She paused and then said, "I suppose it is the season for weddings. And attending a friend's wedding is important." I coughed. Aunt Therese paused and then looked at me. It's a friend's wedding, right? Sylphie giggled. I averted my gaze. Aunt Therese blinked and then made the sign of a cross over her chest. After that, she clicked her tongue and said, I knew that Azuran thug was a terrible influence. Ah. Aunt Therese waved her hand. Well, it's fine. She pointed at me and said, don't forget about me this time, okay? Even if we're not that close, we're still family. I'll attend your wedding, even if it may go against Mealy's doctrine. I'll remember, Auntie. Aunt Therese nodded and then said, I'll head back to work then. Congratulations again. After one more wave, she left. Sylphie watched where Aunt Therese left and then said, she's nice. She is. Though I see where the spunk in the family comes from now. Sylphie blinked. Spunk? Yeah. You know, how Mom can get a bit feisty when she gets mad at Dad, and how Norn and Stella can get a bit of a short fuse and hold grudges. Oh! I can see that. Sylphie nodded. I thought they just got that from you though. When you were younger dash. I coughed, feeling my face heat up. We don't talk about my younger days, okay? But you were cute. It's getting late, so let's get going. I held out my left arm for Sylphie. Sylphie giggled and wrapped her arms around it before stepping close. Fine, I'll let you change the subject. Love you. Love you more. I smiled and then focused back on the courtyard and my house at Sharia. Then, in a single step, we were back. And met by the sight of Aris screaming, tossing a bucket of clothes in the air, and then instinctively flinging a boot at my face. I caught it and then scratched the back of my head. Sorry to scare you, Ari? Ari caught the bucket and the clothes before they fell to the ground. After setting it down, she huffed and said, Sheesh. Let us know before you come back like that. It's bad for the babies to scare me. I flinched and then immediately hopped into the Greyrat forgiveness pose number 1, slamming my head on the ground. I'm so sorry, Ari. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Hey. Ugh. Ari walked over and pulled me up. Why do you always jump to extremes, idiot? I hugged her and said, Are you okay? Are the kids? A quick look and scan made it seem like they were okay, but I'm fine. And do a bit more thinking. Sylphie's right there. I flinched and stepped back, looking at Sylphie. Thankfully, Sylphie just giggled and shook her head. But after that, she walked over to Ari and said, Sorry about that, Ari. Are you okay? I'm fine. Ari puffed out her chest and said, Me and the kids are made of tough stuff. But still, Rudy shouldn't be making a habit of stuff like that. Him. Sylphie smiled and said, I'll remind him. Watching them interact, I suddenly realized what Dad had been going through since he married Lilia. Right. In a relationship like this, I was often going to be outnumbered, wasn't I? Anyway. Ari hugged Sylphie and said, Congratulations, Sylphie. Sylphie flinched. But then she let out a bright smile and hugged Ari back. Thank you, Ari. It's only one though, so you win. Ari stepped back, confused. But then she gasped and said, You're pregnant too. I mean, I should have expected it, but congratulations. Oh. I thought you were talking about that already. But thanks. Ari pulled Sylphie into another hug and said, You're welcome. And no talking about winning or losing. She stepped back and placed her hands on Sylphie's shoulders. We're one big family now, remember? And there's proof now that you and Rudy love each other, so no more getting worried, okay? Sylphie blinked and then started tearing up. After that, she pulled Ari into a hug and said, Ari. I'm sorry. You're such a great person. Sylphie started sniffing and then broke down into a full-on sob. Hey. Stop that. Personal boundaries. And this isn't something to cry about. Rudy. Get over here and help your wife. Both of them. I chuckled and then walked over, gently pulling Sylphie away. Relax, Sylphie. Everything's fine. She sniffed and then leaned against me. I'm sorry. It's fine. I patted her back and said, Ari doesn't mind, and I don't either. Take your time. Sylphie nodded and then leaned against me, slowly calming down. I took a quick look around and then glanced at Ari. Is everyone out? Ari nodded. Yeah. Roxy and the kids are at school. Paul, Mama Zenny, Mama Lily, and Mr. Laws are out working as adventurers. And Stella is with Miss Rose, helping to take care of Miss Rostalina's baby. That's about what I expected. Wait. I blinked and then said, Dad and everyone is out clearing dungeons? Ari nodded. Yeah. I wanted to go too, but they said it was too risky since I was pregnant. Sylphie suddenly pulled away and looked at Ari. That's true. You shouldn't do anything to risk your babies. Ari held up her hands. I know. I'm just a little bummed out. She sighed and fiddled with her wedding ring. I miss exploring dungeons, and I'm also a bit broke from spending all my money buying Rudy's ring. I walked over to hug Ari and said, and I love you for working so hard for that. Ari blushed. Sylphie puffed out her cheeks. I let out an awkward laugh and stepped back. Sylphie giggled and said, I'm just teasing, Rudy. Ari laughed and then poked my cheek. You are going to be in so much trouble figuring out if we're teasing or not, Rudy. Yes. I nodded. But I'll do my best. Ari and Sylphie giggled together. After that, Sylphie let out a sigh and cleaned her face. She looked at me and said, since everyone else is busy, you should get ready too, shouldn't you? Rika's wedding is in Arcadia, and there's a lot to prepare, isn't there? I nodded. That's right. Making the rounds to the other demon lords to make treaties, making railways, laying down magic formations to broadcast everything, installing railways. A lot of logistics were in the works that I still needed to tidy up. Is that okay? Ari rolled her eyes and shooed me away. Go get ready for your next wife already, husband. Sylphie giggled and said, right, husband. We'll keep the house warm for you. I don't think I'm going to get used to that. I kissed Ari and then walked over to kiss Sylphie. I'm definitely the luckiest man alive. Ari smiled and said, and don't forget it. I gave one last wave to both Ari and Sylphie, and then I prepared to warp to Arcadia. Wait. First, gotta check in on my students real quick to make sure the system is still working. Good job, pass me. Smart thinking in pre-recording lessons and having self-grading assignments. Chapter 188, The Accommodating Empress. As usual these days, time passed by in a blur, and then it was the day of my wedding with Rika. Unlike with Ari and Sylphie, there wasn't a guy's night out the night before the wedding. There was just too much to get sorted beforehand. I had to head back to Arcadia and both make and get fitted for imperial regalia, create the line of inheritance and slot all my kids in. Eos and Aina would be first and second imperial princesses while Rika's kids would have the next right, followed by Ari, Sylphie, and eventually Roxy, and also triple-check the magic formations and transport lines across the magic continent. Despite my magical competence, and despite being a fantasy world, government bureaucracy was still government bureaucracy. Even by flaunting authority and strong-arming things to make things go faster, time was burned up at an alarming rate. And like that, it was time for the wedding ceremony. I stared at my reflection in the full-length mirror. A tall black long coat with a crimson cloak. A fancy golden R embroidered over my heart. An obsidian crown on my head, a matching sword sheathed at my left, and a blood diamond scepter on my right. That outfit, paired with my silver hair and golden eyes, screamed Demon Lord. Which was the intention, even though it made me feel a little weird looking at it. Still, staring at my outfit again. The crown, scepter, and sword, huh? I vaguely remembered that being a thing back on Earth. The crown was the throne, the scepter was authority, and sword was the power to enforce it. Well, I definitely had all three here. After giving my outfit another once-over to make sure I didn't forget anything, I turned around. It was my black tower back in Arcadia. The base of operations I used my entire time since I arrived in the Magic Continent. Although it'd be on theme, we weren't having the reception here. Since it was serving both as appointing the official Empress of Arcadia, as well as my declaration of the establishment of the Empire of Arcadia, we would be doing it at the Imperial Palace instead. Yes, Imperial Palace with capital letters. Very important place. I personally thought my sky-piercing tower here was cooler, but I guess that proper ceremonies were better done at a palace. A pair of footsteps echoed from the stairs. I glanced over and saw Aina and Eos walk up. Aina was dressed like a proper princess, wearing a beautiful black ball gown with golden stars embroidered within it. Eos, on the other hand, was wearing a fancy black suit that looked more like a knight's uniform. Both outfits were great. But then again, considering how beautiful my daughters were, they would look great in anything. Which made me concerned for the future considering how many sisters Aina and Eos would probably have. But problem for future me. I looked at my daughters and said, "Is it time?" Eos nodded. "It is, father." Aina giggled. "I'm so excited. Daddy is finally going to be emperor." I let out a wry smile. It wasn't my intention, but things have a way of getting out of hand. After that, I started walking towards the stairs leading to the roof. Eos and Aina followed after me. As we walked, I said, "Is the plan the same?" Eos nodded. "Nothing has changed, so it should be the same procedure, father." "I see." We walked the rest of the way in silence and then arrived on the roof. Since the black tower stretched above the clouds, around us, there was nothing but the infinite blue sky. I walked over to the edge of the tower, gazing out at the sky. And then I turned back to look at my daughters. "Are you two fine with this?" Eos paused and then nodded. "You are free to do what you wish, father." Aina nodded and said, "Daddy can do whatever Daddy wants to do." "And you don't mind that I'm marrying multiple women then?" Eos hesitated. "I had some reservations at first. But I believe that this is for the better." She smiled and said, "Besides, Mama Eri is a great fit for you." Eh? Aina looked at Eos and said, "I think Mama Sylphie is though. She loves Daddy more." "That may be true, but she is a bit." Eos coughed, her face turning red. In any case." She turned to look at me and said, "Since father is becoming a proper demon emperor, multiple wives are a given." She reached up to adjust her glasses and said, "It is better this way to prevent people from influencing you with beautiful women." Aina frowned and said, "But won't people try since father has so many beautiful wives?" Eos nodded. "Idiots may try. Of course, they will have to do so in the face of our new mothers." "Oh!" Aina giggled. "Right. They won't like that." Eos smiled. "Not one bit." I chuckled. That was good. I hadn't had a chance to have a heart-to-heart with Eos and Aina yet, but it seemed like they were okay with things. I wasn't as worried about Roland since he was practically adopted, but Eos and Aina were my flesh and blood. Literally. So I was happy that they weren't opposed to any of this and that they weren't upset. Eos stared at me and then frowned. "Father." "Yes, Eos? Are you happy?" Eos sighed and said, "Father has had to grow up quickly. More so than sister and I." "Are you fine with it?" I blinked. Oh. I hadn't realized it, but they must have been watching me as much as I was watching them. Even if they weren't born with a common-sense framework like most people, my daughters would have realized that my growth was unnatural. Of course, I was technically an adult on round 2, so I had the mental capacity to deal with everything. If I wasn't though, or if I had been a guy who hadn't grown up mentally at all, I'm more than fine. It was a bit unexpected, but I wouldn't change anything. I smiled and said, "I have 2 loving wives with children on the way. My family is completely reunited." I'm marrying a supportive and diligent wife today who will help me manage this chaos, and I'm marrying my beloved master next week. Not to mention I have my 2 adorable and supportive daughters here with me as well. I laughed and said, it's good that I'm not a greedy man. Another man might have taken this as the cue to try and get even more. But I think this is enough for me. Aina let out a bright smile and said, good. As long as Daddy's happy. I paused and then looked at Eos and Aina. Are you two happy? I know that you two never had a chance to have a proper childhood. I'm not the only one who grew up too fast. Eos smiled. I'm happy. She paused and then said, though I could do without the horrid experience of picking up my own father for a date dash. Aina gasped. You did what with Daddy? Eos turned a bright red and then smacked Aina on the shoulder. Phrasing! And it was an accident. You have to tell me what you did now, Eos. You never mentioned that you did that. Eos pointedly ignored Aina and looked back at me. Regardless, I am happy, Father. She smiled and said, although it was a bit lonely in the beginning knowing that it was just us and Stella, I am happy to have a big family now. Aina nodded and said, I'm happy too. And when I start my own family, I want to have lots and lots of babies to spoil. I didn't quite know how to react to that statement from Aina. One part of me was happy to hear that she knew what she wanted. Another part was upset that she was already going to leave soon too and likely start a family of her own. Yet another part of me wanted to crush the guy who would dare to take my cute Aina away from me. And then yet another remembered that would likely be Cliff, and then I couldn't help but pray for his unlucky soul considering how much more stamina Aina had than an ordinary woman. So, since I didn't know what to think, I put that all aside and turned back around. All right. Then. I guess it's time. I stepped onto the ledge and swung out my arm. As I did, crimson threads spread out from me before exploding into golden wings. Aina gasped and said, Daddy's wings are pretty. Eos's eyes widened and she said, how are they gold? No. She shook her head and looked at me. Since when did you have wings, Father? I smiled and said, well, you girls got your wings from someone, didn't you? Eos frowned. Now you are just being facetious, Father. I laughed and then smiled. Let's go. After that, I jumped off, spreading my wings. Although I said all that, my wings were more just glorified gliders. I could still fly, but it was through manipulating wind mana and maneuvering with that instead of actually flying like Aina and Eos. Still, it looked cool. Between an angel flapping their wings to approach you and an angel moving through the air towards you with their wings unmoving, the latter definitely looked more intimidating. We flew through the clouds, breaking through. As we did, all of the magic continents spread out before my eyes. While there was a lot to draw the eye, one thing in particular caught my attention. A gleaming white castle with shrouded mist covering it in the distance. Zenithia, the imperial palace that Rika built with my designs and her own experience. Unlike a usual demon lord palace, it was made of pure white stone and gold, matching my theme of demon lord of salvation. As we flew closer, I could see that the ceremony was already in session. Rika was being considerate, so she had arranged things so she would do the logistics and hard work. All I would have to do is show up, give a small speech, and declare her as my empress. And true to her word, Rika was standing on a balcony, giving a speech while her image was broadcast across the entire magic continent. Although I was still far away, I couldn't help but acknowledge Rika's beauty. She wore an obsidian crown, just like my own, but one adorned with violet gemstones. Her lilac hair was styled with loose curls behind her, making it fall in wavy curves. And she wore a form-fitting black dress with stylized tattered hems. Her glasses were also removed for the occasion, showing off her sharp and noble features in full glory. A proper demon empress fit to lead the entire magic continent. Standing there and speaking to the masses, there was no denying her that role. Especially with Richard and Roland standing behind her, both in full military uniform. Rika's speech winded down. I floated there for a bit with Eos and Aina, waiting for my cue. And then Rika glanced up at me before saying one last line. And because of that, there is something we wish to say to you all. There it was. I flew down from the sky and lightly touched onto the balcony beside Rika. Eos and Aina followed after me, landing next to Richard and Roland. I walked over to Rika, staring at her. Yes. Beautiful. Although it wasn't fair to Aris and Silie, I had to admit that Rika had a presence about her that they didn't. All my wives were unmatched beauties, of course. But Rika was beautiful in the way that an ordinary person couldn't. Was this the power of blue blood? The inherited royalty that people couldn't fake? She was usually worn out and irritated, so she didn't show it, but here and now, she emanated the full aura and authority of a beautiful and alluring demon empress. But I didn't let myself get lost in her beauty. After taking a moment to appreciate it, I nodded and turned out to face the balcony. There was a crowd below watching and waiting on my word. The people that I saved, the citizens who believed in Lord Rudeus and praised his name. I took a deep breath, thinking about what to say. And then I decided to just keep it simple and clean. People of Arcadia. It has been a long struggle for us all. Time risking our lives to reclaim a sense of peace. Praying for miracles and accomplishing them against all odds. Cheers echoed from the crowd below. At the same time, they started to chant. Lord Rudeus! Lord Rudeus! I smiled and then said, though I had no intention to rule. I rested my right hand on my scepter and said, You have made me your symbol of hope. Your miracle. Another round of cheers echoed. I pulled out my scepter and raised it to the sky. At the same time, I cheated a bit and made the clouds part, casting sunlight down on us. Looking out at the crowd, I smiled and said, From now until the end of time. Not just our home here, but all of the magic continent. I smiled and said, Let us reclaim this land together and make it a utopia, just like our Arcadia. An empire, instead of a small kingdom. An explosive cheer. People chanting Emperor Rudeus instead of Lord Rudeus. Behind me, and out of sight of the broadcast, Rika clicked her tongue and muttered, Fanatics. I write a fancy speech and get no cheers while this idiot spouts off and gets hailed as their savior. I resisted the urge to laugh or break my composure. Taking a deep breath, I nodded and said, Today marks a momentous occasion. I looked out at the crowd and said, Now, we unite the magic continent as one under the Arcadian Empire. And now! I held out my hand to Rika. Rika grabbed my hand and walked forward. Hand in hand, I looked out at the crowd and said, My imperial wife, Empress Rika, shall be my side. Let us go forth together, forever. You. I smiled. Rika waved. And after that, I snapped my fingers. Let us feast. Magic formations flared down below, and no doubt across the entire magic continent, conjuring up a buffet for everyone to enjoy. And with that, the formalities were over. And with that, I bid a quick retreat inside, bracing myself for the biting words my family no doubt had for me. RNG. What the heck was that? Dad laughed and pointed a turkey drumstick at me from across the table. Emperor? Let's reclaim this land together. You were so cheesy. Mom rolled her eyes and said, Ignore your father, Rudy. I think it was great. Mama Lily nodded and said, It was a wonderful speech, Rudy. Better than any Azure noble could hope to make. Dad waved his drumstick around and said, To be fair, that's not a high bar. I let out a deep sigh. While my Arcadian citizens were celebrating outside, I was having a simple feast inside the palace with my family. Said family currently included my parents, Aris, Silie, my sisters, my angelic daughters Eos and Aina, my responsible son Roland, and Aunt Therese. Oh, and of course my beloved Empress Rika, who was sitting on my left at our place at the head of the table. I had asked Richard to join us, but he insisted on supervising the patrolling white knights to ensure everything was peaceful. Silie stared at me for a while before looking at Rika. After that, she frowned and muttered, I think it's still a bit sudden. Ari nodded. Yeah. She frowned too and then stared at Rika. Are you sure you're fine with just this small ceremony? Oh, thank the stars. I thought the conversation was gonna veer off into a different direction. Rika sipped a glass of wine and said, "This much is fine." She waved her hand and said, "Our marriage is mostly political, so I won't be selfish and interfere with your relationships." Aries shook her head. "Political or not, you're part of the family now." She frowned and then looked over at me. "Are you really going to let Rika's memories of your wedding end like this?" I coughed and said, "Well, it's true that this didn't have much pomp and circumstance, but we both agreed on it." "Right, Rika?" Rika nodded. "I prefer small intimate gatherings regardless." She smiled and said, "This small dinner is more than enough." "See?" Dad crossed his arms and said, "I dunno, kid. Seems more like a cop-out to me." Mom nodded. "Not that I don't trust you, Rudy, but..." She looked at Rika and said, "Is this really fine?" Rika smiled. "I insisted on keeping it small, Mother. Please, rest assured." She paused and then looked towards me. In fact, Rudy wanted something much grander. I still think that having Zenithia float in the sky for our wedding with a solar eclipse would have been best. Heavily impractical, but definitely Demon Lord worthy. Also extremely memorable for everyone involved. Ari blinked and then covered her face. Why am I not surprised? She sighed and then looked at Rika. Okay. Good call on that. Rika smiled. Thank you, Ari. After that, a comfortable silence fell as everyone started grabbing food to eat from the buffet laid out in front of us. And then Mama Lily spoke up. Come to think of it. She looked at me and Rika before saying, "Just how did you and Miss Rika meet?" Rika coughed. Dad raised an eyebrow. I cleared my throat. WL. RNG. I have to say, you were excellent at improvisation as always, Rudy. Rika chuckled as we walked back to the Imperial bedroom. I sighed and said, "Thank the heavens and my past self for making a perfect memory and having a very quick brain." After a quick improvisation story and careful shaping of the truth to avoid the fact that I technically summoned Rika from across time and space to work as a servant and glorifying our work together raising up Arcadia from scratch, night finally arrived. As a result, everyone departed for the evening, leaving just me and Rika behind. And speaking of Rika, I have prepared everything for tonight. Walking in front of me, she glanced back and said, "The bed, the atmosphere. Tonight will be a night fit for an emperor. I can assure you that." I frowned and said, "You didn't have to put in all that effort, Rika." "Yes. But I wanted to." She glanced back and smiled. "If it makes you feel better, consider it a selfish act." Chapter 189, The Accommodating Empress. A beautiful formal room with a king-sized four-poster bed made from a luxurious dark wood. Violet silk tapestries and black sheets with golden trimming. It should have been a bit gaudy, but when I walked inside, it just felt elegant instead. Maybe since Rika was the one who designed it instead of me? At least I knew that if I tried setting something up like this it would instantly push past the borderline into narcissistic prick territory instead of elegant royal bedroom. But I was just distracting myself from what was important. Looking at Rika, I saw that her expression was neutral, unlike Sylphie and Ari before her. Seeing that, I frowned and said, "Rika, if you don't want to do anything, we don't have to. I know that you had a previous fiancé, so dash." Before I could finish, Rika placed a finger on my lips. "Shush." Staring at me with her shimmering rainbow eyes, she shook her head and said, "Here, it is just you and I." "Okay." Rika nodded and then walked over to a nearby table. There was already a small wine cooler and glasses prepared. Sitting down, she pulled out the bottle of wine and a glass. After grabbing both, she cracked the top off the bottle of wine and started pouring herself a glass. I sat down across from her and grabbed the other glass. Rika took a long drink from her glass, draining the wine in one go before pouring herself another. Seeing that, I chuckled and said, "You look way too practiced at doing that, Rika." Rika finished another glass and then poured herself one more. As she was doing that, she glared at me and said, "This is all your fault. You made me like this." I winced. Ah. Yeah, couldn't really say anything to counter that fact. Rika seemed like she was planning to chug that whole bottle by herself, so I pulled out a bottle of my own from the cooler and poured myself a glass. This time, Rika didn't drain her wine in one go. Instead, she swirled it around a bit and sipped on it while staring at me. I recognized she was staring, but just focused on pouring myself a glass of wine. After that, I sipped on my glass while staring back at Rika. There was an awkward silence for a bit as we both just sat there and drank. But then Rika let out a soft sigh and said, "I know. This is selfishly intruding on your family life while using Arcadia as justification." She took a deep drink from her glass, finishing it. After that, she set the glass down, her face red. Staring at me, she shook her head and said, "You don't have to pretend to care, Rudy." I drained my glass of wine too and then set it on the table. After that, I looked at Rika and said, "I don't need to pretend to care about you, Rika. I do care." I frowned and said, "If anything, I should be thanking you for the idea. Without this, there'd be power struggles across different factions." As almighty as Lord Rudeus was, the fact was that Rika ran all the logistics to get the kingdom running. Although it was fine up until now, with the flow of time returning to normal and the magic continent opening up again, it was inevitable that a clear split between authority and operations would lead to people seeking opportunity in that gap. Marrying Rika and naming her as Empress neatly tied up that loose end. So if anything, I was thankful. Even if it was a spanner in the mess that was my relationships. Rika snorted. This time, instead of pouring herself another glass, she drank straight from the bottle. Wiping her lips, she laughed and said, "Don't lie to yourself." She looked at me, her eyes shimmering a faint green. The light of foresight, peering into my future. "You are such a great man that no one would dare." She blinked and her eyes returned to the shimmering kaleidoscope of colors. After that, she shook her head and muttered, "I must have just been lonely." "What?" I blinked, caught off guard at her words. "Rika? Lonely?" Rika noticed and laughed. Letting out a wry smile, she said, "Can I not be lonely?" She waved her bottle around and said, "Arcadia is a utopia we raised. But I am someone that doesn't belong." I frowned. "That's not true, Rika." Before I could elaborate, Rika cut me off. "Is it not?" She stared at me, her eyes unusually harsh. Kishirika Kishirisu already exist in this time." She set her bottle of wine aside and then laced her fingers together, placing her hands on the table. Rika stared at me and then laughed. I frowned. "What's so funny?" Rika shook her head. "No. It's just..." She smiled and said, "I suppose that's why I wanted to be selfish." "Huh?" Rika took the glass of wine I poured from her and then raised it up. "Oh Rudeus, my great and power master who summoned me from across the vast sea of time." She let out a dazzling smile and said, "This Rika has devoted her everything to you. And this Rika will continue to do so until the end of time itself." It was a genuine and heartfelt statement. But hearing that from her, I frowned and said, "There's no need for that. Even if I summoned you here, you're your own person, Rika." She chuckled and then took a sip from her glass. Fine. She smiled and said, "I will stop with the teasing. But it is true." She stared at me, a solemn expression on her face. "Rika and I exist only because of you, Rudy." She drained the glass of wine and then let out a red-faced smile. "I'll give you my everything, but it's fair, isn't it?" She giggled and said, "I get to see that bastard Hidegami die, and I've lived to see my people free and the magic continent at peace." She stood up and staggered over towards me. I frowned and grabbed her. The moment I did, she leaned against me, looking up into my eyes. Rika giggled again and said, compared to disappearing in a collapsing world, this is much better. You've had too much to drink. Perhaps. Rika sighed. But women are only so strong, you know? She poked my chest and said, not everyone is a world-ending force of nature like you are, my dear husband. I nodded. Right. So it's important to lean on people when you need to. So it's right to lean on you then, husband? Rika hummed. How cruel you are. Huh? Rika laughed and reached up to place her hand on my cheek. My. Have you not realized it? A man so strong, and yet so soft. Strong enough to take everything, but too weak to say no to those who reach out. She paused and then shook her head. It's why cruel women like myself can force themselves into a happy life between you and those you love. That's not true. Rika scoffed. Do not lie. She pulled her hand back and then leaned against me, looking directly into my eyes. I am not dim. You do not love me. There is affection, and that affection can turn into love. But there is no love between us. Even if that's true, does it matter? I lifted up her chin with my hand and said, you wanted to marry me, and I chose to marry you. You shouldn't feel guilty about your feelings or the situation at hand. It was true that I didn't understand Rika's feelings for me or return them in full. But that didn't mean I couldn't or wouldn't try. Not only that, but like Rika said, I was responsible for her being here. And for all that she had done for me and my family, it was the least I could do to make her happy the way she wanted, or at least as close to it as possible. And if she wanted to do that by marrying me, then so be it. Rika stared at me for a moment and then muttered, yes. A very cruel man. I can see how you became the magic god now. Oh? Yes. Rika looked into my eyes and then said, a cruel man who devours anything and everything without question. How vile. She pulled back and said, you're the bane of all women in existence. I laughed and said, then it's good that I have strong and grounded women to keep me in line, no? But anyway. I reached into my pocket to pull out the most important thing. And the me before your very eyes, she is nothing more than a ghost. I didn't respond right away, taking the time to process her words and what she was thinking. But Rika continued. Grabbing her glass, she idly twirled it in her hand, staring at her distorted reflection. I have thought about it a lot. While I have done much for Arcadia, made friends, enemies, and accomplishments, at the end of it all, Rika does not exist. She paused and then looked over at me, smiling. You are awfully quiet, Rudy. Nothing to say? Yes. Because I don't understand. Rika did exist. Even if she wasn't Kishirika Kishirisu anymore, the woman I knew and worked with to raise Arcadia was real. And though she called herself a ghost, she was very much well and alive. Not to mention that she genuinely enjoyed both her work and being around people, at least as far as I ever saw her. So, I don't understand. Rika paused. Then she let out a bitter smile and said, I suppose you wouldn't. She set her glass back down on the table and then looked at me. I stared back at her, frowning. Rudy. She stared at me and said, I have sacrificed everything for your sake and to create Arcadia. I nodded. And that is something I will forever be grateful to you for. Rika shook her head. No. You don't understand. She stared at me and then said, I didn't either until recently. But, did you know? She smiled and said, since the time I've met you, I've become mortal. I blinked. What? I didn't realize it at first. But the more I interacted with my past self, the more I realized how different we were. And then also how true Kishirika's words were. Rika looked at me and said, although the body reverts at death, and although there may be minor changes in youth, the core is the same. Even if there are different experiences, the way I think should be the same across each death and every life. I slowly nodded. Right. Because the essence is in one's mana. And since your ability is to resurrect as long as a bit of your mana is around, you shouldn't change. Yes. Rika nodded and said, the course should be the same. But, it's different now. It is? Rika stared at me and then said, how did I come to be known as Rika? It's because your name was too complicated, so I shortened it, right? I paused and said, also because I thought Rika was a cuter name. Rika blinked. I didn't expect the second reason, but yes. And do you recall how I reacted? She chuckled and said, this one forsakes her name. This one shall be christened anew as Rika. That was how I reacted. I paused, the pieces suddenly clicking in my head. Names have power. And since you said that, even if it was exaggerated, Rika was sincere. And although it wasn't formally a familiar contract or anything, the context and sentiment behind what I was doing was definitely similar. So then the end result was basically as if I had summoned a unique unit in a game and then renamed them, making them a different unit entirely. Wait. So then? Rika nodded. While my eyes are a power that are inherent to myself, the resurrection magic is one inherent to Kishirika Kishirisu. And since you no longer saw yourself as Kishirika, and since you adopted the name Rika and began to walk your own path, you became someone else. I frowned and rubbed my chin. Fascinating. Rika snorted. Is that all you have to say about my situation? I shook my head. Sorry, it's just. I frowned, feeling something weird. It seems important. So names had power. That probably explained why Hidegami called himself that, since it meant being the human god. And it also explained why I could throw all his plans awry since I adamantly refused to acknowledge him as a proper god and just called him being W or Whitey. But Rika was right. I could think about that later. I poured some wine into her glass, and then poured myself some wine as well. After that, I looked at her and said, so why so melancholic then? It just means that you've come into your own as a person, right? And sure, you might die. But people die if they're killed. That's the way it should be. Between Rika's sudden tangent and self-musings, I had almost forgotten. But now since we were back on track. Here! I grabbed Rika's left hand and then slipped a ring over her left ring finger. Rika blinked in surprise. What's this? A golden ring with a vine motif forming the wedding band. Then, for the jewel, a red spider lily formed from a mana crystal I made from my own mana. As I slipped it onto her hand, I looked at Rika in her eyes and said, with this ring, I vow to ensure your happiness and to love you, for now and for always. Hearing those words, Rika jerked her hand back. What are you doing? I smiled and said, I'm making a promise to my wife. Rika glared at me and said, that is something you should do to your other wives, not me. She stared at her ring, looking like she was seriously contemplating wrenching it off and chucking it back at me. Before she did that, I said, look, Rika. Even if this is meant to be a political marriage, or whatever you want it to be. Rika's reasons were a bit unclear after her monologue, but the point remained. I'm not a person who will marry someone without loving them. So, I stared into her eyes and said, it's a promise. Even if I'm not in love with you yet, I will love you. Rika flinched. Her eyes started to shimmer, swirling a chaotic mess of colors. But then they settled on a beautiful violet hue, the same color as her hair. Idiot. I chuckled and then grabbed her left hand. If I wasn't, would I dare to marry 4 beautiful and competent women? Rika scoffed. I smiled and then, you're right. I may not love you with all my heart just yet, but I will love you and treat you with love, always. I gently rubbed her hand and said, it's the least I can do as your husband. Besides, I put on a serious expression and said, I hate competing. So I'm going to do my damn best to make sure you forget all about your former fiancé. I put on a bright smile and said, got that? Rika stared at me and then looked away, her face flushed red. That's cheating. I'm weak to handsome men. I laughed and said, well, looks like I inherited something good from Dad then. For a brief moment, I just sat there, holding Rika as she leaned against me. But then she stood up, her face red. Will? I blinked. Well, what? Rika huffed and said, Are you going to just speak with that silver tongue all night of love, or are you going to prove it? I raised my eyebrow and said, There's nothing I have to prove. But since you were so adamant about this marriage and about the royal lineage. I glanced over at the bed and said, And since you went through so much trouble, we should secure that, right? Rika trembled. Wait a moment. That look in your eyes. I played innocent and said, What look? Rika flinched and said, Why, you look like you're going to eat me. I laughed. Well, if you want. I had plenty of experience now, so I could guarantee I wouldn't disappoint. And I could definitely guarantee my stamina. Rika gulped. But then she crossed her arms and said, Well, even if you are, I'll be fine. In fact. She grabbed my arm and then dragged me over to the bed before pushing me down. After that, she started slipping off her dress. I'll eat you first. Really now? I smiled and then said, Is that how demons do it? Rika slipped off her top and then started slipping off my clothes. As she did, she said, It's eat or be eaten, husband. And dash. Then bon appetit. Wait? Husband? No, Rudy eek. Don't, hn. What Archaea. Chapter 190, The Accommodating Empress 3. Rudy's small home at the foot of the Black Tower in Arcadia. There, Aris, Silie, and Roxy were sitting there and relaxing for the evening while discussing the future. Sipping on a cup of tea, Aris glanced in the direction of the palace and let out a sigh. That poor woman. Silie nodded, sipping on her own cup of tea. For all her elegance and confidence. I don't think she understood what she was getting into with Rudy. Roxy frowned, looking between Aris and Silie while holding her own cup of tea. What do you mean? Silie looked at Aris. Aris shook her head. After a bit, Silie smiled and looked towards Roxy. You'll find out, Roxy. She giggled and said, It's the master's responsibility to check the prowess of their disciple, right? Since Rudy's had a bit of practice now, you can grade him yourself. Roxy froze, processing that statement. Then she turned a bright red and then said, Why, you two are shameless. Aris shrugged and set down her cup of tea. What's there to be ashamed of? It's natural. Besides, there's nothing to hide between us, right? We're all Rudy's wives. Silie nodded. Right. For better or worse. Aris flinched and then her ears turned red. I thought we got over that, Silie. Silie stuck her tongue out and said, Just teasing, Aris. She giggled and then placed her hand over her stomach. I couldn't get mad at someone who has Rudy's kids. Aris subconsciously placed her hand over her stomach as well. But then she paused and then said, Hey, wait. Does that mean you'd get mad at me if I wasn't pregnant? Who knows? Aris blinked and then sighed. Crazy, all of you. Silie giggled and said, What's fun with being sane anyway? Anyway. Aris turned to Roxy and then said, Since we're here, should we start talking about family planning? Roxy tilted her head. Family planning? Silie's eyes lit up. Oh! We should. Roxy frowned. Does that matter? Aris gave Roxy a serious nod. It does. Unlike Paul, when Rudy's serious about it, there's going to be a kid. Silie sighed, placing her hand against her cheek. I wish he told me earlier he was using a contraceptive spell all those times before we married. Roxy raised her hand. Hold on. Contraceptive spell? That's possible? Silie waved her hand. It can only be casted by men and only works for men. Really, a selfish spell. But dash. Aris cleared her throat. That's not important right now. What is important is that there's going to be a lot of babies around soon. She leaned forward and said, I'm having twins. Sylphie is pregnant with one child. We don't know how many Rika will end up with, but even if it's just one, that's already 4 kids. Roxy's eyes widened. I didn't consider that. Then. She blushed and said, if I have a child as well. Sylphie smiled and said, then we're at 5. A big happy family, right, Ari? Ari sighed. That's the plan. She frowned and said, Rudy's got a lot to think about, so we need to figure this out. Since Mama Zenny and Mama Lily will be around. She paused and then looked at Sylphie. And since your parents will be here too, I don't think we'll have trouble. But I don't want Rudy to feel pressured about spending time with all the children. Roxy paused and then nodded her head. Right. Rudy's a serious man, so he might do something ridiculous if we don't stop him. Sylphie nodded. That, and we'll probably all have our babies at the around same time. Ari tilted her head. And then she groaned. That's right. Sylphie giggled and said, don't tell me you forgot about that already, Ari? Ari's ears turned red and said, I've been thinking about a lot too, okay? She grabbed her tea and sipped on it. But that's probably going to be a problem. Roxy frowned. And won't that person act up as well? Judging from his reaction with Stella and Norn in the past, wouldn't he see Rudy's children as even more of a threat? Ari nodded. Right. So that's why we need to plan ahead of time so that nothing bad will happen. Sylphie hummed and then said, so it probably won't be good to have the babies in our house at Sharia, will it? Roxy tapped her chin and then said, I have a special bunker I built that should be safe. And if we have Mr. Orsted come to help, it should be fine, right? Ari frowned. Maybe, but I have a feeling that's a bad idea. Sylphie tilted her head. She frowned and said, why? I think that will work fine, won't it? And everyone is close by too. Yeah, but... Ari shook her head. Something feels wrong. Like something bad will happen if we stay in Sharia at that time. Roxy lowered her hand and tapped the table. Well, a sword god's instincts are usually spot on. At least, that's my experience with Paul these past few years. Sylphie picked up her cup of tea and sipped on it, thinking. After a bit, she slowly nodded and said, I suppose we can't know if there's something or someone hidden that could cause a problem. Ari nodded. Right. Sylphie frowned. But then what place is safe? That person seems to be able to see and act anywhere, can't he? Roxy let out a bitter smile. I believe so. The scale of our opponent is beyond common sense, after all. And considering how I haven't seen any of his mana in years, he is moving much subtler than in the past. Ari nodded. Machem. That's why I was thinking we stay in Arcadia for a bit. Sylphie tilted her head. Here? Roxy rubbed her chin. I suppose that is a rational decision. After today, Rudy has control over the entire continent. Furthermore, the natural, or rather unnatural flow and density of mana here will make it hard for that person to act or send agents. Ari nodded. Right. Plus, I doubt that Rika can be away from Arcadia at all. Roxy nodded as well. True. Sylphie raised her hand. Oh! Speaking of Rika. She frowned and then said, how are we going to share Rudy? There's 4 of us, so there's not enough days in the week for it to be equal. Silence. Roxy frowned. I suppose one of us will have to make a sacrifice every week? Ari frowned as well and said, that isn't fair. It means one of us only gets a single day per week with Rudy. More silence. After a moment, Sylphie said, maybe we wait for Rika to ask her? Ari sighed. I guess so. And we need to talk to Rudy about it too. She laughed and said, our lovely husband gets a bit extreme when he feels guilty. Sylphie's eyes lit up and she said, ew. Did he do that for you too? Ari blushed and said, well, I said it hurt a bit, as so. Wow! Roxy looked between Sylphie and Aerie and said, I feel like I'm missing some important context. Sylphie giggled and said, you'll find out, Roxy. That sounds ominous. Aerie waved her hand. Don't worry about it. What you should be worrying about is your wedding. She smiled and said, is everything working out? Do you need any of us to help with your preparations? Roxy shook her head. They're coming along fine. She smiled and said, my teacher is helping arrange things with the academy to use it as for the ceremony, and my other disciple is helping with sculptures to help decorate the venue. Huh? Aerie blinked and said, other disciple? Roxy paused. Oh! Her ears turned red and she said, I suppose I forgot to introduce him to everyone with all that's been happening. His name is Zenoba, and he has great talent in breaking things. Too much really. It took a bit, but we managed to direct that energy into something constructive, especially after her showed talent in magic formations and barriers. The master bedroom in the Imperial Palace. Or more formally, the Emperor's chambers. There, Rika lay sprawled and naked on the bed, panting with her eyes dazed and unfocused. Seeing that, I coughed and averted my gaze. Despite her current state, Rika noticed and said, husband. Why yes, dear? Rika shifted her eyes, giving me a blank stare. After that, she said, you are a monster. I flinched. I almost would have rather been eaten by that bastard than what you did to devour me. I felt my face heat up and then scratched my cheek. Was it really that bad? I might have gotten a bit carried away since Rika kept challenging me. And since she looked like a haughty demon lord who needed to get knocked down a peg or two. And since seeing her. Ahem. Rika slowly raised her right arm and gestured over her body. I have no feeling in my lower half or my legs. I have been soaked in your essence for the past 3 days and 4 nights and doubt I can get rid of your scent even with a year's worth of bathing. And I have been defiled in ways that I could never have even imagined, even taking into account the countless atrocities that I have died to in the past while possessing a defenseless child's body. I coughed. Okay. Maybe I was a bit too enthusiastic. Enthusiastic? Rika slowly sat up, using the pillows behind her to prop her body. After that, she glared at me and said, you were a monster. Incorrigible. Vile. Lust incarnate. She turned up her nose and said, you are a bane to women everywhere. Not even 99 virgins would satisfy your needs. Hey. I crossed my arms and said, you insisted it. Rika paused and then let out a sigh. I suppose I cannot absolve my guilt in this. I was a fool to think I could challenge a monster like yourself. Stamina, technique, length dash. I coughed, feeling my face heat up. That silver tongue that so sweetly coaxed even my proud self into such obscene acts. Rika glared at me and said, the fact that those women could accompany you and still be fine is a testament to how monstrous you all are. She paused and then let out a deep sigh. And to think that I even agreed to let you continue even after I fainted from the exhaustion and pleasure. Hey, don't lie. You definitely didn't pass out. Rika glared at me. That is because a certain monster continued plundering my very being and melting my mind with pleasure that gouged me from the inside and out. I coughed. I'll restrain myself next time. Ugh. Rika grimaced and said, I understand why the empresses in the past allowed consorts. This sort of pleasure is dangerous. She looked down at her legs and bare lower torso and then frowned. To think I lost myself so much that I cannot even move to bathe myself. Ah! Rika glared at me. I ignored her stinging gaze and then walked over to pick her up. Seeing that, she said, what are you doing now, you monster of a husband? Are you going to devour me again now that I can hardly resist? Rika trembled. Husband? There was a genuine hint of fear in her voice. Hearing that, I shook my head. Of course not. I'm not a cruel bastard like that. Even if. No. bad. Horny thoughts begone. Even if bullying a harsh demon lord and making her lose her mind with. No, no. Stop that train of thoughts right now. You will not submit to the innate Greyrat lust. Think. Prime numbers. Right. That should calm things down. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 15. Fuck. Rika stared into my eyes and then said, "How terrible. To think I attempted to change you from that magic god monster and created lust incarnate." She sighed and said, "Well, do as you wish, husband. As I said, I have devoted everything to you." And at this point Look, Rika. Could you stop trying to paint me as the worst villain alive? I know I'm a demon lord, but even then I have standards, you know? Rika snorted. Standards. Says the man who so sweetly convinced me to taste Anyway. I walked over to the open stone bath in the corner of our room and began filling it with water. Since you're exhausted and can't clean yourself, you won't mind if I do it for you, do you? Rika rolled her eyes and then waved her hand. Go ahead. There is no part of my body you have not seen, felt, marked, or tasted at this point. I ignored the heat on my face and filled the bath with clean warm water. Rika let out a deep sigh and said, "What a blunder. To think taunting my husband would awaken such a monster." She paused and then gave me a sly smile. Or perhaps my beauty was that enchanting that it made you lose your mind, husband? I blushed and averted my gaze. Rika laughed and then leaned up to kiss my cheek. So you can be cute as well. The water was nice and warm now, so I set Rika along the edge of the bath. The moment I did, she moaned. Oi! Calm down! The Greyrat genes do not control you, you control them. Rika sighed and leaned back against the bath, closing her eyes. To think a day would come when I cherished such a simple thing as a bath this much. I conjured some shampoo, soap, and then a bath bomb. Plopping the last into the bath, I poured a bit of shampoo into my hands and then started washing Rika's hair, lightly massaging her scalp as I did. Rika let out a deep content sigh and said, "If only you were this gentle before." Okay. I frowned and said, "Did Ari and Sylphie tell you I was weak to guilt trips or something?" Rika laughed and then said, "Perhaps." She cracked an eye open and let out a sly smile. "But does it make a difference if they did or not? You have indeed committed acts worthy of guilt against this one." I washed out the shampoo with some water and then conjured a sponge, lathering it with soap. At that time, the bath bomb finally finished dissolving, filling the air with a faint scent of vanilla and lilac. Rika waited until I finished washing her hair, and then she opened her eyes. Staring at the violet bubbles spreading across the bath, she smiled and said, "At least you know to compensate for your mistakes." I started wiping Rika down with the sponge, pointedly ignoring just how much stuff had caked her body in certain parts. Rika noticed me hesitating and then laughed. "Well, love aside, I suppose I can be certain that our bodies are perfectly compatible." After that, she placed her hands over her stomach. I subconsciously glanced towards it as well and then saw 3 identical flames flickering there. Triplets, though boys or girls I didn't know. I also didn't know how that was possible considering that it was definitely too early for triplets to be forming like that. But maybe demon biology was different. Rika looked up at me and smiled. "Congratulations on securing the imperial lineage, husband." I washed the soap off her body and then began massaging her legs. "No, Rika. I should be thanking you." Rika nodded. "As you should." She let out a content sigh as I worked out the kinks in her legs and said, "Of your many wives, I doubt one would allow themselves to be treated as a toy to be used by you like I did." She paused and then looked at me. "Or perhaps I should say that of your wives, I am the only one you desire to use like that so much?" I coughed. "Will." I lowered Rika's leg and started massaging the other one. I guess I didn't realize I had that as a fetish until now. All my wives were beautiful, but Rika was also elegant and noble in a way Eri, Sylphie, and Roxy weren't. Not to mention that Rika definitely gave off a true demon empress vibe when she wasn't overrun with worth or messing with me. And while Eri and Sylphie were definitely up for anything, with Rika. Well, I guess I had a thing for breaking haughty women and making them beg. It was probably a good thing that I met Eri when she was calmer. Time passed while I gently washed Rika. Although we were intimate, considering how close I was and where I had to wash, it wasn't sensual at all. Though that was probably because I was doing the washing and we weren't in there together. Smart move, me. I'd read enough H***time to know where else this could lead if I wasn't careful. Husband. Yes, Rika? She held out her hand while closing her eyes, relaxing in the warmth of the bath and my touch. A glass of juice, if you would. I paused and set the sponge down before conjuring a glass of grape juice for her. Rika grabbed it from me and then sipped on it, letting out a content sigh. But after a bit, she suddenly spoke up. Riru, Cuddy, Usri. I paused. What? Are you trying to curse me now? Rika cracked an eye open and said, Don't be silly. I'm speaking of our children's names. I finished washing Rika's body and then gently massaged her scalp. As I did, I frowned and said, Do all women think about names as soon as they get pregnant? The fact that you do not is telling, dear husband. I coughed. Will. Rika laughed. After that, she finished her juice and set the glass on the side of the bath. Then she looked up at me and said, Riru, meaning beautiful lapis lazuli. Cuddy, meaning pure. And Usri meaning morning light. She smiled and said, Those will be good names for our daughters, no? I nodded. They're a bit strange, but I like them. Wait, daughters? Rika rolled her eyes. After what you did, do you truly believe the world will not punish you with beautiful princesses? Fair. But what if we have sons? I conjured a towel and started drying Rika's hair. Rika shook her head. I would wager my name that they are not. But in that case, it will be your responsibility, dear husband. Great. After drying Rika's hair, I lifted her from the bath and conjured a small bench with a towel across it. I set her down and then carefully began drying her body with another towel. Rika watched me and then said, Did you do this for your other wives as well after you devoured them heart and soul? I wanted to argue that devour heart and soul part, but I really couldn't with what I did. So instead, I focused on the first part of her question. And as to that, I wanted to. But they were fine and took a bath by themselves afterwards. Rika clicked her tongue. Monsters. The lot of you. To think this great demon empress would lose out to mere mortals. I laughed and continued wiping her down. Well, you're a mere mortal now too, aren't you? Rika gave me a blank look. I paused. What? You knew that and yet you treated me this harshly? Rika pursed her lips and said, Every fiber of Rika's poor body is aching, and Rika was already finished after the first night, but you kept coaxing me to continue after that? I'm sorry. Rika sighed and leaned against me. It's fine. Better I sacrifice myself than you forcing yourself upon some poor maiden. Okay, we're snipping that in the bud. I frowned and said, I am not about to get a reputation as a demon lord who goes around plucking young maidens due to his insatiable lust, all right? That's not me. I can definitely control myself. It's just... I coughed and said, You are unexpectedly my type, okay? I'll do better next time. Rika sighed. Save your apologies. Treat your next wife better. That sounds like you're asking for a divorce? Rika gave a serious nod and said, If I could manage one without your other wives killing me for betrayal, I would. But alas. You are such a drama queen, Rika. Rika laughed. Well, it's fair compensation for the troubles you've put me through, dear husband. But in any case... She looked at me with a serious expression and said, Unlike the rest of us, this will be Roxy's first time. Remember to be gentle, even if your primal lust gnaws at you to devour her whole. Wait. Roxy's I paused, remembering a childhood memory that I had purposefully tried to forget. One of Roxy sitting in front of a door and staring at a certain scene while I pretended to not see anything heading to the bathroom. You know what? That makes sense. You do know that most women would never forgive you for speaking of them in such a way? I kissed Rika on the forehead and said, and that's why my lovely empress will keep that secret to herself, right? Rika rolled her eyes. By the day, you take more and more advantage of me, husband. How cruel. I finished drawing Rika down and then conjured a fluffy violet bathrobe to slip her in. As I dressed her, I said, well, considering how my beloved empress possesses such cunning and ruinous beauty, I should keep her in check somehow, no? That. Right there. Rika frowned and said, that is the monster that would ruin women across the world. Keep it in check, dear husband. Of course. I nodded and said, I'm not going to let history repeat itself. Rika gave a serious nod. Yes. It would be terrible if a lust god Laplace was born. I ignored Rika's comment and helped her into the bathrobe. After that, Rika stood up on shaky legs. I frowned and said, are you sure you should be standing so soon? Rika waved her hand and said, I am no invalid. She blushed and said, besides, if I lounge around I may lose myself and... She looked at me, shifting her gaze down, and then she coughed. I coughed as well and looked away. Rika spun around and waved. Leave me be and tend to your other duties, husband. I will be fine on my own. If you say so. I walked over to her and then grabbed her left hand, giving her a gentle kiss. Then I'll be back later. Rika looked at me and frowned. I noticed and said, what's wrong? Rika stared at my left hand and frowned. After that, she said, I need to give you a ring as well. I followed her gaze and saw that she was staring at my bare left ring finger. For the record, during my weddings and intimate times with one of my wives, I put the rings of the others away. That meant right now I wasn't wearing my ring from Aris or from Silie. That'd be rude, after all. I wasn't a harem protagonist of an anime or something who treated women like accessories. I genuinely cared about my wives and their feelings. Even if Rika would disagree because of the past few days. Ahem. Rika rubbed my left ring finger, examining it for a bit. And then she nodded and said, I'll make a ring worthy of my beloved emperor. Hearing the change in title, I nodded and said, then I will await my dear empress's gift. Rika rolled her eyes and then began shoving me towards the door. Just leave already and prepare for your last wedding, husband. I laughed and said, love you too, Rika. Humph. If marking me was enough to earn your love, I worry for the future. I let out a nervous laugh and then said, I'm off then. Just leave already. I gave her one last kiss on the cheeks and then warped away. Time to give those students of mine another pop quiz. Rika. Rika stood there, alone in the room and slowly scanned it. A luxurious and spacious room. Ornate decor, a fancy bath, bed. It was a place fit for an emperor and empress. But the moment Rudy left, it felt empty and gray. Was it because she had clung to him for so long these past few days? Even though he just left, Rika felt hollow on the inside. She raised her left hand and held it over her chest while fiddling with her wedding ring. Looking down at it, she muttered, this isn't good. A red spider lily. It was a flower that symbolized death and reincarnation, but also love and passion. Rika didn't think it was intentional. Knowing Rudy, he probably just picked the design based off what he felt suited her the most. Even so, there was a fitting message behind his choice. Let Kishirika Kishirisu die and be reborn. And then in return, accept this love and passion. Rika sighed and went to clear the bath. Afterwards, she started walking around to clean the bedroom. Sheets, curtains, even the mattress. As she looked with her demon eyes, she saw marks of their passion. It wasn't visible to the average person, but to her, it was clear as day. And seeing that made Rika embarrassed. Pulling off the sheets, she blushed and said, "To think I would end up like this. How foolish." Though she teased Rudy and tried to make him feel guilty, Rika knew the truth. Although part of it was indeed due to Rudy's sweet words, Rika chose to indulge in them. Forgetting everything else and accepting everything he gave her. Rika felt her face heat up and then tossed the sheets aside. Arg! Begone, thoughts! She was no pure maiden in love. And she was no blushing virgin before she was married. So why were her thoughts and emotions spinning around and around thinking about her husband and how? A knock echoed on the door. Rika paused and then turned to look. When she did, she froze. Aris and Silie were standing there, as if they were waiting for the moment Rudy left. Rika panicked, looking around the room. It wasn't clean. There was even still a faint musk in the air. If those two walked in now. Sorry to intrude. Aris spoke up and said, "But we noticed that Rudy left and wanted to have a private chat with us wives." Silie spoke up as well and said, "It's nothing bad, promise." Wait a moment. Rika threw the sheets aside and then started tracing magic formations in the air. Come on. What did the formations for purification look like again? But despite Rika's plea, the door opened. Rika froze. Aris walked in and then paused, taking a look around. Silie walked in next, pausing as she stared at the sheets. And a few bloodstains on it. Aris followed Silie's gaze and then coughed. Wow. Silie giggled and said, "You really had the full loot experience, didn't you, Rika?" Rika covered her face in her hands and let out a deep sigh. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you on the finale.